Hello and welcome to Heroes CCL presented by Roll20. We are back for day 2 of the Icebreaker Tournament. I am Doa. With me is Grubby and Bahamut. And hey, it's day 2. We got some semifinals. We got some finals. Grubby's lowering his chair a little bit. Sometimes that hair is just like, it is just so prominent. You need to give it more room, huh?
It doesn't fit anymore. Yeah. I can lower my chair. I can increase my webcam.
It can't be
Bahamut is going to point down after like another year. It's like the whole beard doesn't fit. You just see his eyes at the top of the screen.
Well, Grubby's hair came to play today. We will see if our teams did as well. Let's take a look at our bracket as far as what has been going on so far this weekend. We had I guess we could sort of say round of 8. There's only 8 players or 8 teams rather in the league, but here's how it broke down. Sidestep Kings versus CrowdControl for our first semifinal, then Oxygen Esports versus 30K for our second one. Bahamut, any surprises from yesterday that you want to mention?
I honestly gotta say, Oxygen stood out so much to me. It was a 2-0. I understand that, but Oxygen just looks so strong. Like their shot calls seemed good, their communication seemed on point, and I think they're just a really well meshed team in the small amount of practice teams have had up and coming into the Icebreaker Tournament. So they're a standout team for me, but I'm excited for Here's the Storm in general today.
Yeah, let's take a look at the prizing for the tournament at large, because again, this is only the Icebreaker Tournament. We're just kind of getting things started, shaking off the rust, as it were. For the season in general, 60% of the direct donations contributed through the entire season are going to the prize pool. The remaining 40% go to production costs. It obviously does cost something to run the league, so we got to do that as well. But either way, you guys are killing it, by the way, on that as far as supporting CCL and supporting Heroes of the Storm Esports. Bahamut, you were telling me too, there was some big news with that, actually.
Yeah, the prize pool has passed $5,000, and that prize pool, the current prize pool from day 1, has already surpassed the prize pool from our previous season of CCL. So I personally am blown away by the community, by everyone who's enjoying this, who's been supporting this. I saw that and I just like my heart was so full. So just shout out to the community and shout out to everyone supporting, whether it be monetarily or just viewership wise.
Yeah, it is so awesome. And another awesome thing that's happening this weekend has to do with our partners at Roll20. They are putting on a 3-day gaming event for charity at Roll20 Con. You can join them for a weekend of games, entertainment, and exclusive Roll20 announcements. Just use the command !Roll20Con in chat to learn a lot more. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on. We hope you stick around and watch this. But hey, if you've got a second monitor, I'm saying there's other things you can do. And remember, !Roll20Con in chat can give you that info. So, Grubby, we have got our first semifinal to look forward to. We're going to take a look at the rosters first with that. I think it's going to be Sidestep Kings up on the screen first. What do you think? This team looked pretty good yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I think Cattle was the best Garrosh we saw yesterday, or at least the most allowed to flourish with the help of his team. Kyocha had some rough moments. Could be lag, could be he's not that good. No, but he's amazing. But he had some tough moments, but Cattle looked great. Sidestep Kings overall looked like a very strong roster, and we see them in the semis against CrowdControl. Lauber's team, they lost their first map, but they rallied, didn't they?
No, they turned it around. They turned it around in the first map. It
looked like they were losing.
Honestly, it did, because they had that mega scrappy game up against Wildheart on Towers of Doom for that first match in that best of 3, and they literally fought for the first 6 minutes. Gul'dan finished Pursuit of Flame in 2 minutes and 30 seconds on that game. And it's just wild. But I also want to shout out from that matchup, that Towers of Doom game, Retzo's Zarya, if I'm remembering correctly. They had some insane plays on that Zarya, and I'm really hoping to see that again today. Or Sidestep Kings does the research and they ban that out, because, as I said, and I'm going to repeat it, it's way too strong.
Yep, let's take a look at the first map that we're going to be playing on here. We're moving right along. We're already going to find out what the first map is going to be, and it's going to be Infernal Shrines, if I remember the name right. Yep. And I know I'm reading it through the tiny thumbnails. I put on my extra powerful reading glasses for this, everybody. But
I think for the first time, we might actually see for the first time Sky Temple. It wasn't banned. It is available. We may not get there, but we might. For the rest, we saw some usual suspects that we did see yesterday. But starting on Infernal, it's one of the most It's one of the best maps, the most average. There's always something to do, few camps here and there, an important objective that nonetheless doesn't necessarily end the game. It can be manipulated. And you look at the boss on Battlefield of Eternity, it's going to hit things, it's going to stun things. This one's a little bit more dynamic. You can actually manipulate its movements. So there's a lot of cool webbing and weaving, bobbing and weaving on both sides.
Not webbing and weaving, that's a different map, Grubby.
Not web weaving. There's no web weaving at all.
Not yet. I'm sure we'll get there today, but it's time to get into our draft here between Sidestep Kings and CrowdControl. Bahamut, besides the Chromie ban, what do you think the likely first bans are going to be?
You and I were talking about this when we were having a little rehearsal time before today's show, and literally Chromie was banned out every single game yesterday. Of the 10 maps we had, she didn't get to play on a single one, but D.Va had basically 80% involvement yesterday with no bans or picks in 2 of our 10 maps. So D.Va's a high priority, Medivh's another one, and then Cassia as well. So many first pick Cassias yesterday, absolutely wild, but both of those heroes will be removed. I expect a D.Va and a Chromie to come out here as well. Both great for Infernal Shrines.
Makes sense. Grubby, what do you think? Like, we saw the Cassia yesterday just wreck people, right? It was such a priority pick. Do you think it's worth the ban?
Probably. I mean, if a hero continues to be the 5th most feared hero and it gets played every single time, you gotta experiment a little bit and see.
It's open. It's open.
Chromie is open.
It hasn't been banned.
Oh yeah, first time.
So, you gotta take it, right? I mean, is this? I mean, because the only other reason you might want someone to take a pick like Chromie is if you feel like you have some sort of counter. But Infernal Shrines in particular seems like a very good map for Chromie in general. What do you think?
But it's a bait. It's a bait. Like
after
it gets banned like X times, 10 times, and they leave you to first pick Chromie, that's a bait. Like, I like them not going for it because there's a counter draft waiting for them, for sure.
Right. So they go with the Gazlo. Bahamut, now, of course you take the Chromie, right? Stukov, Chromie. I mean, it's kind of a win-win because either they pick and you have the counter, or they don't pick it because they don't want to be countered, and then you get to pick it. So the draft working out pretty decently for CrowdControl already.
I think so.
They're going to have a plan A, plan B. Plan A is counter the Chromie. Plan B is we take it. Like, they're prepared. Sidestep wasn't prepared to be allowed to have Chromie, so none of their draft models probably followed this plan.
Right.
I think.
Interesting. So now we have to see what the adaptability on the fly is going to be. It's going to be Murid and Junkrat on the CrowdControl side.
So I think you take Hero. Yeah.
The Muridin's really, really interesting here because it's not a high priority tank whatsoever. But the Sledgehammer build has been becoming more and more popular. 350% extra damage into non-heroic units. That actually gives Muridin insane sieging. I can't tell you in the past weeks how many Muridins have solo ended the game because they literally just rocket these Stormbolts into the core, dealing 1,400 plus damage. Like, so I'm blown away by the draft so far, and I'm actually really, really liking the direction they've taken this on both sides.
You raise a good point, and the other thing to kind of think about is that Muridin can theoretically just jump onto Chromie as well sometimes. So maybe I don't think they're going to leave Chromie in a vulnerable spot like that, but
no,
if the opportunity presents, it's there at least.
And I think after Chromie gets to see play for the first time, after everyone has been so afraid of Temporal Loop, every single hero now needs to fit the mold of being able to counter her. So Junkrat, he's too far away to be looped, supposedly. Gazlo has Robogoblin to unstoppable cleanse himself, and Muridin has an avatar to survive. The next 2 picks either need to be artillery range so that they don't get looped, easier said than done, or they need to have self-cleanse also. Maybe Yrel has that, and then the healer has to either be very long distance or be able to self-cleanse. Maybe Brightwing, I don't know.
These
2 more picks coming in for Crowd.
These 2 picks are synergistic with what they've already built as well. Entomb from Leorc, you have a Lurking Arm from Stukov, you've got CC for days from Anub'arak, especially post 20 with the rewind ability, so you can burrow charge, impale, rewind, burrow charge, impales. So lots of CC from Anub'arak. You also have Web Wrap to shut down Malfurion if they go into Tranquility, so that's just your AoE healing shut down in a team fight. And then they have a Greymane to dive in there as well, because I was like, this is a lot for the Chromie. I love Sidestep Kings draft. I think that they've got all the CC in the world that they need to go into CrowdControl, realistically.
Interesting. Possibly.
Yeah.
In the end. And who do you think won the draft? Real quick, Bahamut, before we let you go.
Ooh, winning the draft on Infernal Shrines based on this, I think it's going to be Sidestep Kings. I think it's just the poke potential from Chromie. The setup from Anubarak and Leoric should be enough for them. But hey, enjoy the game, and I'll leave you two to it.
See you soon.
Sounds good. All right. Talk to you later, Bahamut. Grubby, it is time to get into our first game of the day here in the semifinals for the CCL Icebreaker Tournament. I'm glad we get to see Chromie. Like, I've been playing a bit of her here and there, and you can see why she's been pretty much 100% banned out. Again, this is the first game we've gotten to see her go through at all in this tournament. She's just got so much damage. She's got so much zone control. She's got so much range, of course, with the duplicates. So what do you do? Like, how do you play around a Chromie?
Well, Sylvanas can actually Haunting Wave at the very time that that Chromie uses Temporal Loop. And Murdin, he can use Avatar to save himself. Everyone has Gladiator, there's Robo-Goblin, Junkrat has Distant. Malf is a big target. Ultimately, you just need to measure the amount of times that you're okay to go into a fight. And just kind of mind her reach.
Indeed. Well, here we go. We have got, of course, our red team Sidestep Kings. Guess who I am on the Greymane? Cattle on the Anubarak. Kyocha going to be manning the Leoric. Godfilth on Chromie. June on the Stukov. Meanwhile, blue side, we'll get through it really quick. Night Vision on Malfurion. Ritzal going to be playing the Sylvanas. Lauber the tank on Muradin. Quaza on the Gazlo, and Dinao on Junkrat as the poking begins in the mid lane. It's going to be a very poke-heavy game, isn't it?
It is, and CrowdControl has an amazing push potential. In Sylvanas, Gazlo, and Junkrat, those are three heroes that push lanes by themselves. Together, they are a fearsome threesome indeed. And it is possible that if they ever get a single kill on an enemy team, that you can just see a fort evaporate like that.
True enough. Got a little bit of rotation down in the bot lane now. Night Vision, Dinao, and Rutzau trying to push against Godfilth a bit. But that Chromie has a lot of wave clear on their own, you know?
Yeah, she's safely positioned. She can kill minions from afar and soak that, which dies by itself. We see Kyo joining in the mid lane, all the way from top, to add a little bit of lane priority. And then he's going to make it back top again. He did clear that top wave so fast, so he's not really losing any XP by doing this.
Right. That's the important thing. You just got to stay up on XP. We see teams breaking off to do their early siege camps. And everything kind of just going according to plan. Although that said, it is going to be Sidestep Kings taking the extra initiative to try to take that bottom camp. Looks like they have to back away. Just looking at the mini-map, and we maybe have a little bit of a fight here. Cattle getting in there on the Anubarak, getting a little bit of a stun onto Lauber. Now going in with the charge onto Dinao. That's going to zone him out a bit, but Cattle getting low. That's going to be the first kill going over to CrowdControl, and they're not done yet. Guess who I am taken out as well? This fight going pretty disastrously. June down to about 100 HP before he manages to walk away, but that was a big win for CrowdControl.
Yeah, I think what's the big deal is that they were just a little faster to recognize that this was going to be a 4v4. And what better 4v4 than a 5v4, Doa?
True
so
enough.
they brought Gazlo in.
Add
they
one.
Said, just add one. And Leoric is doing his double lane duty, and that's very valuable. But bring in your solo laner at the right time, or in this case, double laner, and you can just reap the rewards in a big brawl like that.
Oh, here we go. Good body blocking from Cattle. Dinao taking a lot of damage, and it's going to be June coming up to get the finishing blow on that Stukov. But yeah, that was just a really nice catch on the Junkrat. Sometimes a hero that's pretty tough to pin down.
Yeah, he did use his Gladiator's Medallion during the bottom engagement at the Impaler camp. That's why he had none. He's the only one that has used it so far, so that has a price. That 5 minutes cooldown is not something you can completely ignore. But despite the kills that CrowdControl got, the Junkrat really equalizes things, and Leoric's double soaking has compensated for those hero losses as well. So we're pretty even, Doa.
Yeah, pretty even on XP overall. First Shrine is now active, and the early initiative taken by Sidestep Kings, although this one's far from over here. It's going to be a Frost Infernal, looks like.
Yep.
Frost Punisher, rather. Frozen Punisher.
Frozen Punisher.
I got it eventually, yeah. All right. Nice lateral charge to kind of just knock people off a little bit. And again, it's just a lot of poke coming in. So you put in your tankiest heroes, try to just survive long enough. There's a little bit of damage onto Kyocha. Rutzau walks forward with the Sylvanas to load even more on there. And now that solo laner has to be a little bit careful. Leoric backing away. They may have to give this one over, but no, the re-engage coming in now. Cattle mixing things up in the Anubarak in the middle of it all, but it's still such a close fight. Looks like it still could go the way of CrowdControl, though, unless Sidestep Kings get a bit more aggressive here. That's exactly what they're doing. Can they zone out CrowdControl long enough?
Cattle's trying. Stormbolt misses from Lauer on the Anubarak. They're trying to zone it, but there's only one skeleton required for CrowdControl. They're gonna get it soon. 39 versus 30. They lose Sylvanas. That's actually a really nice kill by Sidestep Kings.
They're gonna turn this one around. What? Sidestep King.
One skeleton.
Oh no! What? One more. What? Did that actually happen? I am shocked. All they needed was one more.
This is a dream. 39 versus 28 skeletal defenders, and I mean, I wish I could be a fly on the wall in those comms. Be like, okay, who gets it? You, me? Nobody.
Well, you know what happened was they got the kill on Sylvanas about the same time that Cattle was satchel charged back over the wall by the Junkrat, and they all chased him down. They were like, okay, easy kill on the Anubarak, but they lost sight of the objective, and because of that, they're going to lose a lot of HP on this fort.
And that's sour. You think you've pretty much got it in the bag. You lose Sylvanas. You're like, 39 skeletons. We're about to get the Punisher, but we don't have Sylv. While they're working to process that loss, they lost a whole lot more. Because you want to have that Sylvanas pushing along the Punisher to shut down enemy buildings. And, well... that turned sour pretty quickly. Great job by Sidestep, creating a lot of space there with Caterpillars and Anubarak engaged. Lauer did miss his Stormbolt on the Anubarak, and that made everything last a little bit longer.
Now the big deal is, look at this, it's already a 2-level, well, a little over 1-level lead, but the main point is that the heroic abilities have been unlocked for Sidestep Kings now, so they turned that fight, they turned that objective into a pretty big edge now. We'll see how far they can push in this bot lane. With the advantage, obviously, CrowdControl not too incentivized to fight right now.
It's slowing sands, actually. That's the power of having two heroic choices. You have a whole team that can deal pretty well with Temporal Loop. You just go for the other ult. A little bit of extra zone control. And Tomb, slowing sands, and their level 20 upgrades are insane. So I think we have a very strong level 20 team. Leoric, one of the best heroes at level 20, alongside Butcher, actually, ironically. These heroes, they're not the very best. They die a lot. But once you get to level 20, they have this massive team silence potential that can just win a team fight.
Makes sense. Let's take a second now to listen to the Sidestep King's comms as they kind of prepare what to do next.
Yeah.
Good there.
Yeah, go.
Easy. Nice.
We can. What do we do off this?
Just push this.
Okay.
They're on their camp right now.
I think we go.
We go bot. We go bot. We go bot. Yeah, I need an arc camp soon though. Screaming, go do it soon.
Yeah. Actually, I will just go now.
Let's get this tower.
Can we get well, actually?
They might.
I'm be careful soon.
I think we get out. We get out.
We want to get top 3 empires.
Oh, yes, we should have got the
Let's
well.
Robo gasoline.
Yeah, I'm backing real quick.
Can Sukov come?
Yeah, coming.
1, 2, 3. They're all here. Careful here. We play 13.
Yep, 13. Watch out for
And just
right
cap
now.
it, by the way.
Watch out all these pushes.
We're right here.
I'm running bot.
Yeah, you can get bottom.
Yeah. Hey, watch this rotation.
Yeah.
I'm going around. Me and Grayman going around.
Junkrat trap here, or boop. Careful in here. There's a Junkrat W.
Like this, getting this wave for 13.
Yeah, push bottom and come from here. Oh, I'm on.
Is dying.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh,
okay. Leo res is pretty fast.
yeah.
Let's try to steal. How long? 20?
I can look
this
for
one,
roots.
this one's probably gone.
It should be fine.
I'm fine.
Okay. Oh, I fucked up.
It's okay.
Kind of far.
Oh, Sylph?
Yeah, no damage on it.
I think you leave.
There you hear it, Grubby. A little bit of a mistake there from Sidestep Kings, and that ends up giving the second shrine, the second Punisher, the Arcane Punisher this time, over to the crowd control side of things. What do you think about those comps? We might have lost Grubby there. We'll just keep talking. Meanwhile, that Punisher is starting to do a lot of damage to the bot lane. So just as Sidestep Kings was maybe starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, that's turning things right around. Let's see if we can get Grubby back in here in a moment. Meanwhile, Godfilth doing what he can to just clear these minions to try to push back the Punisher a little bit. Looks like there might be a little bit of a fight in the middle right now, actually. As right now, gets YM, his duty to try to take down that Punisher. There is a fight going on in mid. Yep, as we can see, Malfurion already going down Night Vision, taking a dirt nap. Meanwhile, the other healer on the other side, June on the Stukov, taken out as well. Dino getting surrounded by Cattle and Godfilth. And so they say, you know what, there's no shrine. We're just going to fight anyway. We're going to look for that fight we wanted, but they're not going to find it as CrowdControl turning this one around again. There goes Cattle. Now Kyocha going to get taken out, and guess who I am on the run. Can activate the siege camp, but not going to be able to use that leap to get far enough away. And that was a clean fight win for CrowdControl. They lost 2, but they took out the entire other side, and that's just going to mean even more pushing. So despite that early, good move from Sidestep Kings, looking like a better game overall from CrowdControl now. Do we have Grubby back with us? Doesn't sound like it yet. All right, well, in the meantime, CrowdControl getting that half-level advantage, and now they've pretty much got the map to do with as they please. Easy pickup on the siege camp for them. Kyocha just kind of watches in sadness. He's a skeleton, but if he had flesh and blood, he'd be crying right now. Leoric would be sad. Meanwhile, top lane might be the next push. And so at this point, the difficulty is going to be is that this is not a game where you have a lot of vision, right? This is not like a different MOBA where you can put wards all over the place and keep an eye on things, even if you lose a lot of that map control. So now, with 2 lanes already pushed in, it's going to be tougher to approach those shrines safely. And I think that's what Sidestep Kings are going to need to think about a lot as I try to move forward here. They're going to need to find some picks, but more than that, they're going to need to find a way to not get picked. Looks like they might have found one right here, forcing the Dwarf toss out of Lauber to get away safely. And for now, let's go over and listen to what CrowdControl is thinking about.
We're coming. We can
get on you.
We can kill. I stop silence.
We are already down.
It's one on you. Yeah, can we kill on one? June.
Get out after though.
We're killing June first.
Yeah, get out now, get out.
I'm dead.
Yeah, actually. Nice. The class is dead.
I'm dead.
We might be back on time before the shrine starts. They will get top board. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Someone catch me away.
Yeah. You guys gotta be a little bit more careful.
I can now, yeah. I couldn't hear it before. I can. Yes, I can. Can you hear? No, I didn't at all. On my screen, it looked like you weren't even talking in Discord. Weird. Interesting. All right. Well, here we go. So it seems like when we jump in to listen to some of the player comms, when we're moving people back, for some reason it's turning off people's ability to hear or speak. So I don't know what we're gonna do about that going forward, guys, just to let you all know what's going on out there. Because we love listening to what the players are saying, but it seems like it's causing some tech issues on our end. So stay posted, we will let you know what's going on. Meanwhile, big fight around this shrine. Lauber slow walking away. Looking cool on the Muradin. Pops the avatar, stays alive for now. Meanwhile, it's a nice route onto Kyocha. He's going to take a little bit of heat before he backs away. Lauber needs to be careful. Not a lot more healing going to be coming in on him for a little while. That was a nice riptire, though, to take a big chunk out of Sidestep Kings. And it looks like they will manage to claim the Punisher in the end. I can hear you just fine. So I don't know what's going on. All right, well, that is interesting. So like we mentioned, guys, it seems like our efforts to bring you the player comms are also messing our efforts to actually cast the game. So hopefully you'll bear with us here. It's a complex technological machine, this broadcast, I tell you. And sometimes the wheels of technology fall off a little bit. Bahamut, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Doa?
I can hear you just fine. I can hear Grubby just fine too, so I don't know what's going on.
Let's go ahead and, well, you know, sometimes tech does what tech wants to do, but we are 18 up on both sides, 10 to 10 in our levels, and we are currently in this Infernal Shrines game with our next Punisher popping up in the top lane. This is going to be an Arcane Punisher, which if Sidestep Kings gets this, they're knocking on CrowdControl's front door of their keep.
Yeah, well, I was talking earlier. I don't know if anyone was hearing me when we were having some of the tech issues, but losing those 2 lanes, of bot and mid, early for Sidestep Kings takes a lot of your map control away in terms of you don't have a lot of vision out there. Tough to approach, tough to keep your team safe, but they managed to come back and win a fight anyway, so this is just ending up becoming a really close game, huh?
Realistically, for Sidestep Kings and CrowdControl, it's just playing for 20 and then playing around this next objective. Realistically, whoever wins this, we're pushing towards core. Definitely a keep here if CrowdControl gets it, but it's this dance right now. It's this dance of just waiting. Who's going to make the first step and who's gonna? Oh wait, is it Lauber?
No. I was gonna say Lauber looked like he was almost a little bit caught there, but it's gonna be Kyocha, the one that gets stunned. Dwarf toss into the hammer here. Meanwhile, the level 20 talent's picked up by CrowdControl. This is the moment they want to fight. Kyocha extremely low here. They're going to get that 1 kill, and now the 5v4 in favor of CrowdControl. And you were just saying it, Bahamut. Both these teams kind of waiting for the other one to make a little bit of a misstep, and it looks like it's Sidestep Kings that make that off step first.
And they're going to push through this top lane. They want to get the fort down, but they want more kills. No. That's going to be the kill onto Chromie as Cattle's trying to work their way back through the keep front gate. Kyocha in the back line trying to steal some death timer away as Cattle gets knocked out by the concussive mine, but they're going to be fine right now as they back off. They go for the fort itself, and that should be the announcement for our next objective phase soon.
It should be. I was waiting for that next shrine announcement to pop up because I feel like it's got to be soon. The question is, do you think Chromie's going to be back in time to really be participating that much? Got filled, still 30 seconds on the death timer.
Absolutely. Since we don't have the announcement of the Punisher yet, this is just, once the announcement of the Punisher hits, it's going to be 30 seconds. So
there it is.
If Chromie passes that 30-second mark, definitely, they're going to be a little bit behind. I think CrowdControl will have the positional advantage when it comes to our next shrine, which will be in the upper portion of the map, this Arcane Punisher, but Dino and friends are looking for this invade. Lauber's going to go ahead and jump onto one. There's the Riptire onto June and many others, and they do not. And
June.
They had the Riptire extra oomph, so that's going to be cooldown reduction. They get the second one out right there, and losing your support is massive, Doa.
Yeah, June on that Stukov. I mean, it's a strong support, but if you get out of position the least little bit, you don't have those escape mechanics that some of the other ones do. And June isolated, taken down, and that is the absolute worst thing that could possibly happen for Sidestep Kings going into what's going to be probably the. Do you think it's not accurate to say perhaps the final shrine of the game?
It could be Final Shrine. They want it to be right here on the side of CrowdControl, but look at Sidestep Kings on the bottom of the map. They're actually trying to force up the waves, trying to do what a lot of teams do here. They're trying to force the backs. They're trying to threaten the lane to the point where CrowdControl has to leave the objective and maybe defend against this push through bottom lane, but Junkrat is going to play within the vision a little bit here, and it doesn't look like the back's working. Now we need Sidestep Kings to leave this as they have to defend their keep and potentially their core.
Yep, that's right. They're a little bit separated right now, relying on Gotfil to get most of that AoE damage, most of that happening, but the back's coming in, so Sidestep Kings recalling just in time here. Can they defend, though? That Punisher is going to be extremely strong, and he's out for blood right now.
They're going to have a little bit of zoning from the Gazlo on the ground with those Explodium charges, which is keeping the enemy team back while they get the keep for free. Arcane Punisher stepping in, as well as a Riptire. They're going to look for 3 because that's going to be full cooldown reduction. We should hear another Riptire coming out from the back line. That's going to be it right there. They're looking for 3 once again for the CDR. I don't know if they got it right there, and they didn't. They're still going to pop their Tranquility from the Malfurion. Massive shove onto the Muradin as the Punisher jumps on top of June's head, and they find that kill. Nexus Forces a little too OP as the web wrap expires onto Rutso. Can they end the game?
That's the question, and you know, we see kind of the role of that Stukov that we were looking at the beginning of the game, just to try to push that Murden away when he engages, but Stukov going down. Meanwhile, Cattle with the knock-up on the Dino and the Junkrat backing off to try to stay alive. It's going to be Kyocha getting back to base just in time to keep his health healthy, and with that Arcane Punisher down, it looks like maybe they can defend the core for just a bit longer. Oh, the kill helps a lot. Sylvanas out of the way, and looks like they're going to be able to force him out of the base for now. It was a close affair, though. This game's not quite over yet. Oh, the catch on the Gazzle. Great tomb from Kyocha.
You go bottom lane. You have to try and end here, I think.
Yeah,
you have Greymane, you have Leoric, you have a Nubrak, and you have Chromie. It's all of your damage is really in that Greymane, but you got 40-some seconds on average between 3 players, a Junkrat and a Malfurion for defense. You try and take game number 1 here in the best of 3 that puts you into that grand final range.
Yeah, you've got the minion wave right now. This is really going to be your best shot of getting the job done, finishing off this low health fort, trying to get in there and do it. 20 seconds remaining on the Sylvanas. So that damage could be a bit of a concern. Can they kill the core in time? Gotfield loading the damage he can. Cattle getting back on the Dino, forcing him to return to base for the moment. Kyocha just pounding away at the core right now, and guess who I am? You mentioned that Greymane doing a lot of the damage. They just kind of ignore the Riptire. Who I am just plays for the moment, but it looks like maybe they've got enough. Everyone's health is so low, though. Can Sidestep Kings finish it? They can. Barely getting that core down in time, and what a back and forth map that ended up being.
Grubby, do we have you back, my friend?
He is not in Discord, so I don't know if we actually do.
Okay.
So I think what we're going to do, guys, is we're actually just going to send it to a break right now while we get this tech issues cleared out. And when we come back, we will see map number 2. It's going to be a close one. Don't go anywhere. CCL back right in a little bit. All right, we are back on Heroes CCL presented by Roll20, Doa, Grubby, and Bahamut here with you. Apologies for the tech issues. We've got like weird, interesting audio things happening between Heroes and the stuff we're using to put on the production. So we're figuring that out. But props to Bahamut for jumping in randomly to cast at the end of that last one. You've got a lot of experience, but it was still impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, it was exciting. It was really exciting to be able to talk about the game. Usually, I'm just muted talking about the game to myself. So
it's like, oh my god, that was so damn amazing.
Well, let's take a look at what. Oh, go ahead.
Great crisis managed by everyone, and well, you didn't think you could keep me away for long, did you? Technical problems. By the way, big shout out to Twitch chat for helping out, Eliden. Thank you. Hopefully we'll have a fix for this soon. We'll figure out what we'll do with that. But we are ready to go to the next game. What a way to finish that last game. As Sidestep Kings they crushed them at the core. One chase to another, Muradin, Gaslow, and suddenly Bahamut, you nailed it. You said, you got to try here. You got to try to end it. They didn't have their healer. Greymane was low, but there wasn't all that much damage to take them down with Junkrat and Malfurion. The next map is going to be Sky Temple.
Yes.
That's right.
Juice Pirate time, everybody. It's Juice Pirate time. That's it. Get your Tyraels, get your Greymanes, get your Artanisai, and and rush it down. Obviously, Lieutenant Morales. For anyone that doesn't know, Sky Temple is notorious for the Juice Pirates mechanic, which is you grab Lieutenant Morales, you grab Tyrael, you grab Sylvanas, you grab Greymane, and typically Artanis as well, and then you get heroics to your level 10s, you grab the medevac with Lieutenant Morales, and you fly to the keep, and you basically die on keep to get it. And if you get keep and you don't die, you try and go core. Obviously, you need the fort beforehand because mechanics of the game and everything like that, I do believe, but still. My whole point is we could see some cheese come out here. I doubt it, but, this is the map where it originated. This is the map where we could see some of that interesting, unique play. The other thing, too, boss. Boss is a big factor on this map.
Yeah, this is actually a map I really enjoy, and I don't know how controversial a statement that is. I just like the sort of like zone control, sort of like King of the Hill kind of style of playing, a map that we have on things like Volskaya. But this was kind of the original map to kind of have that, and so I've always enjoyed it. It's an older map too, so I've got more experience on it.
Yeah, Sky Temple is one of the maps that it's quite difficult to mount comebacks on, despite its large size, because the one that has map control gets the lasers, and they are a very strong map mechanic, and they're going to take down buildings. But it's actually quite a cerebral map in the end, because laser shot on forts that were low-hanging fruits is a waste. So there's all kinds of things you can do where you don't grab the lasers yet, because you're like, well, it's just going to kill this fort that's right in front of us. And then you want to attack that first, fall back on the lasers, but if something goes wrong, it gets robbed. So there's a lot of cool plays. You need a strong solo laner on this map. Globals are pretty good, and that Brightwing ban kind of makes sense as well for this reason.
Yeah, it's a bigger map, and we saw quite a few Brightwing bans actually in our final series, I believe it was yesterday. It was picking up more throughout the end of the day, but Bahamut, do you think Brightwing's just going to be a hero that we see banned out just more often going forward?
I hope we see Brightwing picked and banned, honestly. I think they're a wonderful hero. They're unique in their skill set, and there's a lot of counterplay that comes out from them, specifically with the polymorph. But no Chromie this game from Sidestep Kings. The other thing I want to note, too, though, is Dahaka's a great hero for a map like this. And to piggyback off of what Grubby was saying with the temples, there's a macro and cerebral kind of play to this. Do you play into the top lane pressure, so that way then you go for the first the first temple, so that you get the shots that prioritize top lane with the top lane pressure from the Bruiser camp? Or do you go mid lane for just those easier shots and a little bit more control? So there's so many like little decisions these teams need to make, as an ETC will be the first pick for the side of CrowdControl, and it's a good controlling tank for a point control based map.
Yeah, just a solid pickup. It's hard to go wrong with ETC. On the red side, Lucio, second pick coming in. I was about to ask what Grubby expected, but it's going to be Raynar. So instead, I'm going to ask for Grubby's reaction to that.
Yeah, it's not something I could have guessed. I'm not really quite sure why Raynar. I guess there's some kind of assassin squeeze going on by Sidestep Kings. They remove Chromie and Cassia. They pick Raynar. yeah, maybe they're just going for like assassin squeeze, but I don't 100% get it. I feel like the truth isn't here in what they picked, but in what they're hiding.
Raynor does also offer a lot of good control with the penetrating round into ETC, so we could be seeing it for that realm as well. But you have Hyperion for really good siege potential as well. You could go into the Raider for single target DPS, so maybe they want to throw that Raider onto Gazlo or to Kerazim to split them in the team fight just to have that sustained DPS. So yeah, like Raynor, they're not showing a ton, but I think it is a little bit of an answer to what they're seeing. Also, I kind of expect Exterminator to be the level 1. It used to be kind of like, Exterminator, why would you take something that gives you faster wave clear and faster shrine clear and faster everything clear besides heroes? Well, it's slowly becoming a little more popular, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was the direction they're going for just wave clear, shrine clear, and just overall control into the ETC. As Azeratul will be banned out, as well as the Lost Vikings.
Yeah,
Free
all
global
the global
mechanics.
heroes.
Yeah. So they just want to play a straight up fight without any macro abuse. There we get the Diablo and the Medivh, such a great team together. It can be Leyline into Apocalypse, or it can be Shadow Charge into Polymorph. Both two very strong ways to kill a player or a team.
Right. 2 more picks, the final 2 picks over to CrowdControl right now.
Polybomb also offers some boss steal potential as well, but that'll be a Sylvanas for more push potential and a Greymane to round things out. I like this. They've got a lot of good dive with the Kerazim, with the ETC. A lot of good point control with the Gazlo. Push pressure with Sylvanas Greymane. This is a very synergistic composition built by the members of CrowdControl as a last pick diva is going to be grabbed by Sidestep Kings. Thoughts on that last pick diva right there?
I was going to say, when's the last time you saw last pick diva? That is interesting.
It's late, for sure.
Super late.
I also never got to react on the voice comms last game from Sidestep Kings.
Oh yeah, please.
Oh.
I only heard Kyocha speak once in the 4 or 5 times we jumped into comms, and it was just, yeah, after he died.
I heard that too. That was...
Yeah.
Oh, that's his voice.
You know, the thing is that, you know, we haven't talked about it as much, but the language barrier is kind of a thing with Sidestep Kings, right? They've got June who can help do a little bit of translation there, but that does take a little bit of time, and I have no doubt that Kyocha can easily catch up language-wise to do enough English comms to, you know, make it not that bad, but might be a little bit rough in these early weeks.
All I gotta say, me personally, looking at this draft, I think Sidestep Kings takes this one. I don't want 2-0s, but I think they might take a 2-0 here.
Interesting. Well, thanks for the input, Bahamut. We will see you after the game, unless we have another huge technical disaster. Then we'll see you much sooner. But until then, enjoy. Grubby, here we go. It's going to be game number 2 here between Sidestep Kings and CrowdControl. Let's just go through the teams real quick. We've got Night Vision on the Kerazim. Quaza going to be manning the Gazlo. GG Lauber on ETC. Rutzel playing the Greymane this time around, and Dino on the Sylvanas. Meanwhile, over on the Sidestep King side of things, we've got Cattle on the Diablo. We've got June on the Lucio. Kyocha going to be playing the Diva this time. Got Filth on the Raynor. And then Guess Who I Am on the Medivh, also formerly known as the artist, formerly known as Ultralist. Can we say that?
So, yes, I believe it's art. Playing games, it can be. Definitely when you're Medivh, you're painting the map with portals. So a very split situation by Sidestep Kings. And, you know, Coach Kyocha, he's not able to communicate much, we heard from the comms. So it's kind of like he's playing Storm League with a very coordinated 4-man. Doesn't it feel like that?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I kind of think back and you know, Grubby, you're a person who can speak more than one language, obviously. And so I think back to sort of my time in Korea playing games like Overwatch on the Korean server, and maybe you can attest to this as well, that as we see a little bit of fight, we'll get back to that point later here, a little bit of a toss on the Lauber as they just harass Cattle a bit here in the mid lane. Good damage on the Lauber, actually. Rutzel getting aggressive on the June, may have gotten a little bit too close on the Lucio, but no, he's going to back away. And so back to the comms talk, I felt like very quickly I could get to the point where I could speak enough Korean to play on the Korean server and do comms, you know, basic comms, like someone is ahead of us, someone's behind us, this person has their ultimate, this person is low. Like, it doesn't take long to get that, you know?
Right.
So what do you think, as someone else who's gamed in multiple languages as well?
I'll have a very short anecdote. I was on a team once with the best player in the world in Warcraft 3, Moon, definitely best in Korea. I said go. I said gold because I didn't have enough money to fight. I needed some gold. I was like, gold. And he heard go because of the inflection, so he attacked 1v2.
Oh no.
Yeah,
well, it doesn't always go great, does it?
Well, he won, so it's...
well, we are talking about Moon, yeah.
Yeah. But it's, you kind of need to learn how someone sounds as well, kind of get the hang of their accent. You even hear that in the German and Swedish and American accents here. Kind of need to get used to each other, so I'm sure it will get better. Back to the game. We have the temple phase going to be starting in about a minute or so. There's a massive bruiser camp here. And if this bruiser camp is able to take down 2 towers and a wall, and it looks like it will, then the temple shots from top represent for CrowdControl the entire fort. So this is a really nice push that they're getting here.
That would be super solid. Yeah, June a little bit in the back. He's trying to find ways to displace some of the opponents into his team. Pushes Labra a little bit with the boop. Cattle, though, the one taking a lot of damage, and it looks like Sidestep Kings still going to need to play it safe. They send the D.Va down to the bot lane to soak a little bit, trying to maybe turn this into a slight XP advantage, but, they lost a lot of wall there, so it might not end up working out too well anyway.
Yeah, it was a sacrifice. It's cool to see when you see decisiveness like that. The mid wave crashed upon the walls of CrowdControl and the bottom wave as well. Gaslow got some of that experience for CC, but Sidestep Kings drew ahead a little bit with that, with the fact that CrowdControl did a 5-man push at 2.5 minutes in the game. That's pretty crazy, guys. You have the Bruiser Camp now going on the wall of the CrowdControl, but it's not going to get nearly as much because the defense is here. And now you see, obviously, Sidestep Kings wants to take a little bit of the laser shots from top, otherwise they're going to lose their whole fort, which means 1 catapult per 3 waves. So Medivh is coming in now, and he wants to make this a 4v4, hopefully, that they will win so they don't lose the fort.
Whoa! Wow, that was a really fast kill onto Rutsau there, and that's going to be Sidestep Kings hitting the go button, finding that gray main where you did not want to be, apparently. And guess who I am? Certainly helping set that one up, but man, gray main, Rutsau just evaporated there.
Yeah, didn't expect Medivh to come in right then and there, was trying to play within the maximum of what was possible until he factored in the Medivh, but that was a really heads-up play by Sidestep. Now they're actually going to get both lasers because they got that kill. So important to win that 4-on-4, and they've protected their fort, so Bruiser Camp value negated.
Protected their fort and done some damage to the opponent forts as well. Nice charge into a flip from Cattle. Die now on that Sylvanas, in a lot of trouble. Might be going to the Shadowlands a little bit quicker than the expansion comes out. Yep, he is done. And going back to spawn for a little bit, but I gotta say, it really feels like Godfilth is or Guess Who I Am rather, is doing some serious work on this Medivh to set up a lot of these picks.
Yeah, it's just that rule-breaking thing. You're not supposed to be able to portal from here to there. No hero can, but Medivh enables the whole team to aggressively dive on people. Now it looks like Quaza is going to suffer. And, Lucio fulfills that purpose as well. Heroes are faster than they're supposed to be. All your judgment of when you're safe in the lane is getting negated. Still, though, they know these tools are available for Sidestep Kings. So, CrowdControl, they were behind last game as well. And then they drew ahead, but then, of course, eventually they lost. There's a lot of back and forth, but so far, CrowdControl is not doing too well early.
Look at this, another portal forcing Lauber to use that face melt and the power slide to get out. But it reminds me to a certain extent of what we saw yesterday between Wildheart and CrowdControl, right? Where Wildheart, pretty much dominated the early game and a big part of the mid game in both games. That said, it was still CrowdControl to come back and win both of those maps in their best of 3 yesterday. So it almost kind of seems like CrowdControl just needs some time to ramp up and get online as a team,
Yeah, I think so. That might be it. It's definitely what you want to believe in if you are on the losing side.
Yeah. We'll see. It certainly seems to be the indication in the first game anyway here, although Sidestep Kings did come back and win that in the end. But yeah, Lauber, like you mentioned, a little bit of trouble. Just so much displacement between what Cattle can do on the Diablo, what June can do. You can do the toss from Diablo into the boop from Lucio just to get him further out of position. It's a dangerous combination for CrowdControl to deal with.
Hyperion was used to value damage the fort. So they're going to be without that. It's about half a fort worth of damage. All of the CrowdControl forts are half damaged.
Yep. Get on the Lauber again. Another toss. Guess who I am comes down to
3-man mosh pit.
The D.Va to the play. That's a big mosh pit indeed from Lauber. June a little bit caught here. Uses the ult to get the shield, but it's not enough. June, it barely got out actually with that portal. Now the self-destruct gives him a little bit more zoning potential here. Kyocha back with a full health mech, dives in. It looks like they're going to try to just push this wave maybe and then come in from both sides perhaps. Giving up a couple shots. They're only wall shots, so you're not super concerned about it. June having to play very aggressively. He's going to get jumped on by Rutsa, like Greymane picking up that kill there. And now you might have to give this one up. Kyocha losing his mech. That might be about that for this fight. This one's going to crowd control.
Yeah, you just had Medivh afraid to commit, really. He wasn't sure who he should help, and I think that's part of the counterplay against Medivh as well, is to go for multiple targets at the same time, and then suddenly, mercilessly switch over to a target when you think either Medivh can't react on time or when Force of Will is gone. We had Ultralisk afraid to jeopardize his Medivh positioning because he has 32 stacks. He doesn't want to lose all that progress. And yeah, maybe that was just a little bit too risky by Sidestep to be in that situation for that long. I think June was trying to extract the deep divers, Cattle and Kyocha. He was not able to get those two out of there.
Sure enough. You mentioned that quest for the Medivh, 34 out of 40, so he's close. So yeah, it does make a lot of sense to play extra safe if you are Guess Who I Am.
Yeah. I mean, I think players should make a new account and just use the name that they want to be known as. I don't mind us calling them by their screen name.
Or just change the name, yeah.
Yeah, out of courtesy, we're reminding you who he was. Now we have to guess who he was.
Yep. He's making all of the fans guess as well.
There aren't a lot of camps left on the map. The boss is looming. The objective's a little while away. Let's jump in. Wait, are we jumping into comms or do we not risk it? I'm not...
I think we'll hold off on that for a little while. Yeah. Producer's like, no, we're not. Yep, that's right. Until we figure out that bug, we're going to hold off on that. Kyocha, though, takes a portal to get out, bailed out by Ultralisk. Meanwhile, they're going to jump in onto Laubry here. A little bit of a slow June. Trying to just put some damage on. Nice, you can do that on the run as the Lucio Quaza takes a bit of damage too before the stun comes in to slow down Cattle. They're kind of positioning around that boss. They're going to have to deal with the siege wave, but it seems like the boss is going to be, you know, maybe the target here going forward.
Yeah, if you only look at the vision for crowd control now, they don't know much. This is how Greymane could get jumped. Cattle finds a point, but he doesn't have enough assassins behind him to save him. Seven-sided strike, Force of Will on. Oh, the mosh pit! They finish off Diablo!
That's big. Yep, they managed to take out Cattle there. That's a good mosh pit from Laubry, but he's going to go down. The kill's coming in. The damage is there from Sidestep Kings. Guess who I am? Has to dodge out of the way of the boss. June desperately trying to keep the rest of his team alive. And that was a big fight win for Sidestep Kings. Able to win that one despite the low health. Quaza not part of that. Up in the top lane is the Gazlo, and that's going to be the boss now going over to Sidestep Kings.
Yeah, Quaza is going to get mass pinged.
Yeah, I guess so. Where were you?
No, but he was defending a bruiser camp, and you know, you gotta choose. Do you stand here mid, just watching the opponent, 5 versus 5, let the bruiser camp kill your whole fort, or do you go clear it and try to be safe? And I think that's where it went wrong. We had Greymane, right? Like Greymane, he got caught, Rutzo, by Diablo from the bushes. Medivh offered the vision. I think it was just too risky. I don't think as crowd control you want to rotate like that past the boss when you know that the Crow is going to have its vision on you.
Yeah.
I think it's a mistake by crowd control, and that's why it's not Quaza's fault. But it's just a nice engage by Sidestep, and crowd control too unworriedly tried to rotate through mid.
Wow, big pick on the Kyocha, just getting caught unawares, it looks like, down near that bot lane. He was trying to get some damage done on the shrine. He got a little bit, but he wasn't able to escape in the end. So those shrines, giving shots to both teams, but it looks like it's going to be those final 5 shots going over to crowd control.
Yeah, let's look at the structural integrity for both teams. We have 3 walls for Sidestep Kings. 2 of them are half, and we have, it's actually 100% identical.
Yeah, pretty much. All the outer forts down. Now it just comes down to the team fights and what you can get out of that.
4 towers each, super identical, equal levels, and yet it's crowd control that has the mid and the bottom lane pushed, which gives them information and gives them access to this siege camp.
Right.
And they want to push with the siege camp, looks like.
Yeah, and I mean, if you remember the previous games from crowd control, this is about the point where they start to get really scary for whatever reason. It's like 60 to 70% of the way through the game, suddenly CrowdControl is like, it is time to win. And it nearly worked last game. It was very close. It was just kind of, I think, a small, team fight issue that ended up giving Sidestep Kings a win in map number 1. So we'll see if CrowdControl can play the end of this one a bit cleaner.
Cattle was standing there in the shadows, hoping to find someone to ambush, but he decided not to go for Lauber this time. I mean, that's not his first priority target, right? Lauber is going to use imposing presence to take less damage from everyone, and then maybe turn on Moshpit and turn the table around on Diablo. Diablo does not yet have 100 souls, so he's not in full fighting shape. So you see Cattle farming a little bit in the mid lane. Bruiser Camp gets taken for CrowdControl. The next temple is here. They go for Lauber this time.
Yeah, they gotta back away though. They know they don't have the damage to burst a tank like that ETC down right now. That said, there's enough damage to burst a tank like Cattle down. Barely survives. Raynor gonna pop the Hyperion here as Godfilth pushes forward.
Yeah, they just made Sidestep burn multiple cooldowns. Sound Barrier was too late to save Cattle from 90% of his life, as was Force of Will. And then Hyperion is used. There's only Apocalypse left, and they're still wailing Moshpit for CrowdControl. So that fake engage, it was a real engage, but that was really just to bait ults, and they pushed back very disciplined.
Cattle!
Cattle!
Oh, that is so aggressive. The self-destruct comes in as well. Cattle just barely surviving. Can they keep him alive? The self-destruct damage certainly helps, but June coming in with the ultimate just in the nick of time. Is it enough to save Cattle? No, it is not, and he didn't have the souls available to come back right now. We'll see if Die Now can survive in the back with that Sylvanas super low health, and Kocha is trying to get something done. But it looks like CrowdControl has the HP, unless Guess Who I Am goes nuclear here, but no, I don't think so. Ooh,
he could have grabbed the camp! Medivh, why didn't you get the camp? After all that fight over it, he could have walked on, but he would have died, and it would probably mean the end of the game. Now at least he's still alive, and death is so final. So he stays here, he damages people, and he prevents the apocalypse. But what a fight over that Bruiser Camp. Crazy. Right. I can't even say everything that happened.
Oh, I'm shocked that Cattle was so aggressive. Because, I mean, yeah, I believe they have the sound barrier for Lucio, but still, he was already going in at like 40% health.
Yeah.
So you can't expect that Diablo to live for that long, but I think they felt like they needed to do something. The pressure with the camp was going to be too much if they let that mercenary camp get taken, so...
Yeah,
kind of desperation mode here for Sidestep Kings.
Yeah, and to be fair, Cattle stayed alive another 15 seconds, but that's a Moshpit hellhole, and we knew that Sidestep used all of their ults already, including Apocalypse, and that Wailing and Mash were available. The stats were not on their side, and it went as expected. CrowdControl counted ults and estimated the situation well, and they've taken a little bit of a lead. Now, both of those keeps are not dead yet. No catapult pressure yet. But Sidestep Kings needs to do everything right from here on out, including controlling all the lanes and the vision, and win the next temple phase to prevent the total destruction of their buildings and just have prohibitive much map pressure against them. And they're not even level 20 yet, so it's tough.
There was a lot of ands in that statement, Grubby. That's a lot of ands and ifs. I don't know.
I guess I'm reaching.
Those are the win conditions, but they are not looking too likely for Sidestep Kings. That said, they look like they were nearly out in game number 1, too, and they managed to win a big team fight, come back and take it. They don't quite have the vulnerability in one of the lanes that they did in map number 1, but still, it's not over till it's over, I suppose. But at this point, if you had to put money down on it, kind of looks like we're going to a map 3.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
All those ants, a few of them just didn't work out. Both keeps are dead.
Yep, pretty much. Here's a fight in mid. We'll see if they go for it. They are. Cattle a little bit stuck there. Everyone already backing away. They have to take the portal to get out. It's nice to have that exit plan with the Medivh. Meanwhile, they do get ETC a little bit low. Hyperion just to zone to try to stop the team fight for the moment.
D.Va was not here because he had to clear the lane. In fact, he's not entirely done with bottom lane either. There's a catapult there. And the wave is going to lose, but not by much. So I suppose they're just going to let it go. And now, temple phase. Obviously, Sidestep is bruising for a fight. The map is turned against them, probably in 70 to 30 odds. So they're okay to take any fight that gives them slightly poorer odds to win it. Because that's still better than passively waiting for the map to turn itself against you. somewhere in the next 30 seconds, we want Sidestep Kings to have a big brawl. So Kata was looking for a fight, and we have CrowdControl trying to delicately stay outside of Diablo's realm of influence. CrowdControl going for a fight over the temple feels like a mistake. But, you know, they're going to try to be very careful about it. They have a bruiser camp pushing top, so they feel like if they win it, they can end.
Right, that's planned. Big Leyline hits 3 people on the crowd control side of things, but they don't manage to turn it into kills. In fact, Kyocha has to discard the mech, go for a self-destruct, not in the place he wanted. Meanwhile, they're going to focus down Raynor and the Diablo. Cattle out, and now the run, the escape, the fleeing is happening back to the base, but I think it's only going to be to watch their core fall. It's not looking good for Sidestep Kings here in map number 2.
Unfortunately, there were 2 really big mistakes for Sidestep Kings and for Cattle. One, Apocalypse was too early. Leyline Seal Medivh Cheat is actually 1 second longer duration, so Apocalypse was about a second too early, and it didn't hit the 3 targets that it was supposed to. Yep. The second one is Lauber Mosh Pit and Caterpillar Shadow charges in, but Shadow Charge does not make Diablo unstoppable, so he joined the dance. I'm not saying he had a lot of opportunity to do something about that Mosh Pit, but the Apocalypse one, that's kind of a big mistake, and we can't blame lag either, so... unfortunate, this was a very important fight. There was a lot of mental pressure, but
sure,
I would really say it came down to the Apocalypse here that gave no chance at all to Sidestep.
Indeed. Well, I believe we've got Bahamut back with us, perhaps. Any thoughts on that last one if we look at the stat screen here?
Grubby, I think Grubby took it right out of my mouth. I was going to say the exact same thing. Is just, I was watching it and I was just like, oh no, that Apocalypse was just, yeah. Because I was sitting there watching the timing. I was like, here we go. Here comes the, oh no. But yeah, exactly. Grubby nailed it right there with the extra little information on Medivh Cheats at level 20. Just also to note though, Dino on this Sylvanas, 70,000 heroic damage compared to the opposing side D.Va with 35,000.
It's crazy.
That's a margin right there.
Raynor 29,000. Like, what is he? A support? Lol. But I mean,
wow.
That's a good point.
Sometimes people just don't give you a chance to hit them all the time.
True.
All right, like it's just not that kind of game. We have this. Funnily enough, this is not the Medivh team, but it's a Kara team, Gaslo, ETC, Greymane, Sylvanas team, and yet they don't like getting hit all the time. This is still a map mechanic oriented map compared to some other maps where we're just fighting all the time. So we have just a lot of macro play, and CrowdControl did it very well.
I think our numbers speak a little bit really quickly just to the last little bit of this game. I just want to point out. I was actually making notes during this game. Like I was just like, oh man, like June and Cattle have like top tier Diablo and Lucio play. Like they are absolutely so strong on those roles. I just think it's a matter of Raynor getting in there and doing effective damage. There was just so much to stop Raynor from doing effective damage that's why D.Va has such high damage themselves, because D.Va was constantly in the fray of all this, but also losing their mech and losing their life a lot. So I think it was just a strong shutdown from CrowdControl. And as always, I'm excited for a game number 3 for any series.
Yep, that's right. Our first semifinal is going to go to a map number 3, but are you worried at all about Sidestep Kings? I feel like I kind of am, because the first game really only went their way because of that one final team fight, and they were able to just rush bot lane and finish it. Game 2, they kept trying to engage, but it didn't seem like the whole team was on the same page, despite that synergy between June and Cattle. It's going to be Volskaya for our third map. What do you think? Do you want to call it either way? I feel like I'm leaning towards CrowdControl a little bit here.
Sorry, I was just getting everything back and ready to go here for us.
I was reading something in chat that's actually really interesting. Some people see the game like so well. Diablo medallioned and queued in to stop Mosh, but Karazim used Q to unstop Mosh.
Oh my god.
Just before it hit, and that made Diablo dance instead, because Mosh goes on 0.25 seconds repeating stance, and I'm sorry, I guess I didn't see that.
No, I have to go back. I have to go back and like watch that. Like I have to go back and watch the clip and just like literally take it down to like 0.25 seconds to watch that, because I was a little confused too. I was like, they went in, but they're just standing still. Wait, what's happening right now? So that was actually really, really cool. So thank you, chat, for calling that one out. Yeah, GG.
The game is even cooler than I thought.
But circling back, I think Doa, you were asking, our opinions on going to Volskaya from both of these teams' perspectives, maybe who who's kind of a stronger going into this after our first 2 games, if I'm remembering correct. And I'm looking at my notes here between the two. I really don't know. Like, I was going to say, like, oh, this team has an advantage in team fights over objective phases, but realistically, Infernal Shrines and Sky Temple both have team fight based objective phases and both had insanely strong fights in game 1 and game 2. I personally think this is not so much a coin toss, but it's going to come down to who gets comfort picks and who feels comfortable in their role and hero in the next game.
So you're saying the draft is going to be a
Critical.
big decider in terms of who takes the series?
I do believe so, yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well, we'll find out soon. We're kind of getting that lobby ready to go. And as soon as we do, we'll jump in the draft and see what happens. I think normally we take a break after game 2, but I think I'm guessing we're probably going to skip that this time because we took a break after game number 1 and they don't want to give us too much time off. You know,
I took a break during game 1.
That's true. You did. That's right.
How was your break, Grubby? How was it? Did you, how's Logan?
We just took Logan on a walk. We're so good.
Perfect. But going to Volskaya Foundry for game number 3. Is there anything that either of you, as competitive players, competitive casters as well, look to see or look to go for? Do you try and go for something big and flashy, or do you go for something safe and maybe more controlling here? I guess I posed that to Doa first, yeah.
I mean, as a play-by-play caster, you always want to see the big flashy stuff. But at the end of the day, what is going to win is going to be the calm, methodical play. That's what's going to get you, the most wins in the end. I mean, I always like to use SK Telecom from League of Legends as the gold standard for this, right? Where sure, you had players like Faker doing all sorts of really, really fancy, flashy stuff, but it was all within the structure of very, very calm, methodical, good decision making. And so that comes first, Okay. The flashy plays can be in there when you need them, but you need that methodical play, I think, to get you more consistent wins.
What do you think, Grubby?
Yeah, I agree with the methodical approach. I think if you have the proverbial Abathur, Tassadar, Murky play that we saw so long ago, was it at BlizzCon from Cloud9?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking of the Tempo Storm one too, because they did a whole thing on Volskaya Foundry, but then there's also the C9 Murky from ages ago. But
ages ago, the first BlizzCon or something.
Yes.
If you have that, you save that for a later phase in the tournament. So, you may have that idea now. I think now you go for the methodical, just play really solid on your comfortable characters.
So you would say
draft time for Volskaya Foundry, and we'll see what the first ban is going to be. What were you saying, Bahamut?
I was just gonna say you save the flashy stuff for the regulation season, is what you're saying, Grubby. You don't show any of your uniqueness in the exhibition. Oh, or not exhibition. Okay. All right.
I think you show uniqueness that you've already shown before.
Okay, I like that.
Look for my Zarya, says Rutso. He shows Zarya. Now it's a fear. Now it's a ban consideration. You show those things. You repeat things that you've used in previous competitions, but you don't show anything you've not used in competitions yet.
So we should expect BBJ. I believe BBJ playing. Yeah, they're on 30K. So I'm trying to remember all the rosters off memory. But BBJ should have Brightwing banned against them consistently, because yesterday
he wants to show that now. He wants to put the word on the street.
Well, BBJ had like a 60,000 healing Brightwing into a 30,000 granted. It's an Iron Fist Kerosene, but still a 30,000 deficit in healing from a hero that a lot of people considered lower in the healer meta. It showcases that maybe that meta isn't so true or correct. But that's all aside. Let's get back into our Volskaya Foundry game number 3, and we're almost done with our bans here.
Pretty much. We've got the Chromie ban over on the CrowdControl side. They're waiting for the second one. Garrosh and Sylvanas banned out by Sidestep Kings. So just simply not wanting to deal with the Sylvanas that they had to deal with in game number 2.
She was strong. And
okay.
Means Diva's up and available. Ana's up and available. Lucio. But also to note is Cassia. And y'all remember that Towers of Doom game yesterday with Cassia's Inner Light at level 4, turning a team fight in bottom lane to basically get 5 kills and take the game in a sense? Like, I don't know if Gotfilth will be on this or if it will be Guess Who I Am, but Guess Who I Am, literally, I think I named a clip like Guess My Damage, because I think one of you two said that after they ended up turning things around. So that's an exciting first pick for them as we get a Junkrat ETC.
Yep. And maybe they have Ana Liming open if that's what they want to go for. That leaves June on Ana, which he's quite happy with. It's a good combination. I don't know if that's still high priority at competitive play, but Cassia Li Ming yesterday for Sidestep Kings was an amazing match.
Yeah, that was actually the same Towers of Doom game. And did they go? No, they were Stukov that game, I think.
Yeah, Stukov.
But either way, it would be a strong pick here. You could go healer or
right wing. All right.
Incoming Shogal calling. No, I'm just someone's got to say it today. What do you guys
just
think,
like completely unrelated, unsupported synergies?
I'm all for it.
Muradin, it's Shogal.
Yes.
Right wing though, a pick that we saw banned in game number 1. I can't remember if it was banned both games. I can go back and look. It was not banned in game number 2.
No.
We'll see.
I don't think so for that one. Yeah. But there's the Diva ban, which makes sense.
All right.
Top damage.
It was banned in game 2. It wasn't banned in game 1, rather, with the Brightwing.
Brightwing is another nice interrupt on Moshpit. More reliable than Shadow Charge, whatever trinkets were used.
Also one to Riptire too. You can polymorph the Riptire, and you can polymorph Junkrat, which I believe cancels the Riptire because it's like a channel ability. So if you cancel, if you stun, silence, or polymorph Junkrat, they lose control of Riptire, and I think it just tips over and dies. Yeah.
Wow. What do you think about the Deckard ban? I mean, he certainly is good at sort of like controlling space, and I suppose that's important on a map like Volskaya. Do you think it's just simply that?
Yeah, it's that. It's he's like the Gaslow of healers, right? And he set up map, especially like Volskaya with the slow objective. He's crazy old man.
Also, Stay a While and Listen's a mega setup for Riptire, mega setup for Mosh Pit, so they're going to go for something that's similar in a sense, and they'll have Malfurion, so they can go into Strangling Vines if they want to do healing reduction. They can go, I can't remember, what is it, Overgrowing Vines? You can get a bigger AoE to zone people back, so a lot of good control with that, and also Urel as well, so a lot of just control in general from the side of, well, crowd control as a Deathwing will be grabbed. And there's the Li Ming we've been talking about. I love Sidestep Kings draft right here with this.
That is scary. When you think about what those are going to be able to do, to the point, that's going to be pretty frightening to go into. It's going to be hard to step on that knowing there's a Brightwing and a Li Ming firing damage in on you.
Do you take us here or Malfio? Do you go for the bait, if you will? Oh, that's actually a great idea. Because I was like, because I feel like if you go into Malthy or Tychus, you're just taking a bait. But Greymane, Grubby, that's a good point, Grubby. Yeah.
Well, it's nothing. It's just Greymane Curse Bullet against Deathwing, right? Like you barely can miss it. Like it's a hard skill shot sometimes, but Deathwing is so big.
Mean, you're talking to me here. I mean, I can miss the skill shot.
It makes sense though. Doing that huge percent health chunk damage to Deathwing is going to be pretty valuable, and you raise a good point. It's a shot that even Bahamut can hit.
I miss Hammer of Justice, Bahamut.
Here we go. We're gonna get. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just want to say my two little thoughts on this is just if crowd control can literally control the pacing of the game and control the game in general, I think this is theirs. But when it comes to the damage and the team fight, I'm a little more afraid of Sidestep Kings for the actual delayed out or sustained team fights. But that's my 2 cents, and I think Sidestep Kings, they're going to walk away with this one in a 2-1.
All right, Grubby, do you agree Sidestep Kings 2-1? Do you think crowd control is going to take it as we get into game here?
Yeah, I think this is a very assassin-centric game for Sidestep Kings. I think they're doing great when they have Cassia and Li Ming. So I'm very excited to see what they can do. Now, you look at someone like Diablo, he really needs synergy. Went a little bit wrong last game sometimes. But in this game, you have these really independent characters. Deathwing, Johanna, they can barely be CC'd. Yeah. Brightwing is very slippery. So that feels like Li Ming, Cassia don't really need to be 100% like worried about their allies. Those are all really independent, so they can just focus on dealing damage. And then you've got all these damage reduction capabilities from Brightwing and Johanna. I feel like this is a very robust draft by Sidestep. I love it. But on the left side, I mean, there's too much to talk about. CrowdControl has a very solid team with loads of CC. And they're very chunky frontline.
Hey, it's all in the name, right? Crowd control. They want to bring the CC to the games and get the picks with it. So we'll see if they can follow through. Either way, 1-1 in our first semifinal. You couldn't ask for more. They're going to go for a gank attempt here on Dino on that Greymane, he's going to be able to walk away, and so it's just going to be a quick lane push from them instead. Lauber joining the fun there.
Quick
A
look
little
at the
bit of an
talents.
opportunity.
I don't see too much out of the ordinary, except actually, this is a talent that we don't really see in Europe all that much on Deathwing. If we take a look at Kyocha, he went for Dragon Soul. Destroyer's Incinerate heals Deathwing for damage dealt, and his World Breaker's Lava Burst explosion damage heals Deathwing as well. So,
Interesting.
this is usually we see the regen from Swamp Grota, and then we see like the armor plates against someone like Greymane to protect Deathwing from burst post-cursed bullet, which will immediately make Deathwing protected. Not Kyocha. Let's see how he does on this. Kyocha has sometimes looked a little out of sync with the rest of the team. Deathwing is a perfect hero for that. Let's see how well he does with this hero and with this different talent set than we are used to.
Sounds like trust issues to me, Grubby. He's just like, well, I guess I'm just going to have to heal myself this game.
I mean, that's all he can do, right? That's how Deathwing works. He can only
understand.
heal himself.
That's actually true. I forgot about that.
He just flew
Deathwing
up.
won't accept it. Yeah.
I don't
Not
think
very much of
Deathwing
a team player that way.
can enter the Triglav either.
Well, I mean, if Sergeant Hammer can,
No, but
I'm not going to be surprised by anything anymore.
I'm not talking about lore. Like, the whole thing about Deathwing is he's not supposed to get any help from anyone, and I feel like getting into Triglav is safe, so it would help.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. That would be interesting. It would not surprise me if that was the case, because he's essentially almost bigger than it anyway. So I'll be curious.
What is
Maybe
this?
chat has the answer. I'm sure they do.
Heatwave Destroyer, after hitting an enemy hero with Incinerate, Deathwing deals damage. Yeah, this it's just a different build. I guess I've just been watching too much Swamp Grota. Some people in chat think this is the meta build. It's not what I know, but it's all good.
All right. Meanwhile, it's going to be about 15 seconds until point A unlocks here. Kyocha going to take to the skies. And Siege Camp coming down top lane on both sides here. Meanwhile, Cattle has to become unstoppable to get out of that for the moment. And so a little bit of a positional advantage for Sidestep Kings, as they're going to be the ones on the point first. And now it's on CrowdControl to see if they even want to try to contest this, and if they can. How do you do it? Quasza rather. Taking a little bit, but he's on the Arel. He's got nothing to worry about.
The race to level 7 before the you go in full fight over the objective. Always you want to get that level 7 first.
Well, Kyocha's got plenty of health, but it's dropping rapidly as he's taking damage from all 5 members of CrowdControl. You have to be a little bit careful here. Cattle, again, just trying to keep this in the neutral, but it looks like it will be swapped over to the CrowdControl side. They're going to start gaining potential. Both teams hitting level 7 at about the same time. Sidestep Kings, rather, just a little bit earlier.
Greymane still forced to clear the siege camp at the top. Dino, is he going to greed for another wave and delay? Yes, he is. Dino will still stay for a little bit as we have Junkrat, Rutzo, and Night Vision on Malf taking the turret camp. Likewise, Godfilth is getting his turret camp. It's very comfortable for Sidestep as they have the objective tagged still.
Yep. They see the turret camp, the fortification camp getting taken by CrowdControl. Meanwhile, everybody jumps onto Cattle there. Cattle, nice body block to keep him in there. They have to use a big heal. Here comes Deathwing. Kyocha jumped on the point right now. Now Lauber the one in trouble. Nice condemn to bring everybody back in for a little bit more damage. The blind onto Dino just prevents a bit more from coming in. So just a nice solid retake, and it looks like that's going to get them the Protector, and it will.
Yeah, nice to get that Protector. Cool Deathwing play. He goes in with the Firestorm so that he can fly more often, dealing a bit of damage around him. It's not a lot, 96 per enemy hit, but he lands there and he makes his presence known. Deathwing not easily dealt with until Greymane is level 10. The first objective goes to Sidestep Kings, and they are conversely going for the bottom fountain. Usually it's top fountain, and I haven't seen a whole lot of experimentation with that, but I wonder if this is bucking the trend for the sake of it, because they expect Protector to go top, or if, I don't know, they feel like the top well is not as important. Even for the second phase, they're actually preparing for phase C. Interesting.
Yeah, it would make sense because the second one usually is on top, so that makes sense that you would go for the top fort generally with the first Protector,
people always do that, but then the top one, I guess, can never make it to the bottom fountain. So this is like they're preparing, like they're thinking more steps ahead. I wonder if that's the reason, so that they have a stronger third objective phase.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, because, you know, we talked again about crowd control being stronger in the later phases of the game. So the more things I suppose you can do to lay the groundwork for your stronger late mid game, you know, late game in general, the better.
Curse Bullet actually missed. So I think Kyocha can survive. He also has the silence, the AoE silence, so he can use that now to hopefully stay alive.
Yeah.
He called the fear. Wow term.
Yeah. I suppose. I mean, I see the little horrified face.
Actually, it is called fear.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it effectively, I suppose, it kind of silences and makes you run away. You can't do anything while you're running away, so it is a silence to a certain extent.
Yeah, but it's also a run, and that's indicative of fear.
True enough.
I'm usually quiet and run away when I'm afraid to.
That's true. How silent are you when you're running away from a giant dragon?
Extremely.
Really? I suppose if you don't want them to know where you go, but
yeah,
a lot of people would be screaming too.
They can't see. I mean, that's not logical. They can't see you when you're quiet. They're very motivated by sound.
That's right. Kind of like a T-Rex. Its vision is based on movement. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, they're like a T-Rex, but with sound. This is how
vision is based on hearing.
Yeah.
It's like wasn't there like a horror movie that came out recently where it's like if you made noise, then it would know you were there?
Yeah,
so you had to just like be quiet.
With Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, and Jim from The Office.
Yeah, I don't know Jim.
Bird Box. Is that what it was called?
Bird Box. Yeah.
Oh no, that was a different one.
With Sandra Bullock, Bird Box. Yeah.
There was one that was called like Be Quiet or something. There was a different movie.
This is a children's
Bird Box is where you can't see it because they're all wearing blindfolds, and the other one is where you can't make any noise.
Oh right, yeah, you can still make noise when you have a blindfold. That's true.
That is true.
Well, that's a children's misconception that my brother had. He thought if you close your eyes, people can't find you. But yeah, I guess
works the opposite.
That's not true.
Yeah, we all learned that the hard way in hide and go seek.
Yeah,
point B looks like it's about ready to unlock. We did see that silver bullet hit Deathwing. Oh wow, big kill on the Li Ming there. Guess who I am? I can guess where he is, and he's respawning.
He's everywhere.
That's true. Yeah, he was scattered to the four winds. But man, nice catch on the Li Ming. The timing couldn't be better with the control point about to unlock.
Yeah, really. I mean, they're gonna get like 60% by the time Ultralisk comes back onto the field. I don't even know if Cattle should stand on that for a bit, but he's getting zoned out. Oh, the final 1 second, Cattle stands on it and prevents the percentage. That's actually super sick. You had Rutso and Lauber trying to push him off repeatedly to make sure it just starts counting.
But he might pay for it though.
Yeah, he's got no unstoppable, but the Brightwing is here. So that was a really, really good delay that just buys more time for Deathwing to clear up shop in the bottom and the mid lane and then join a little bit later.
He probably saved about 40% there, which is, plenty of time for the Li Ming to get back again. Yeah. Now Cattle back on the point once more. And we'll see. Can they switch it over to their side? Lauber's going to have to run at some point. There we go. So now Sidestep Kings swapping the point in their favor. 57% gained by crowd control, though. So not a bad first hold.
Now they have a turret camp to push the lane. We have Urel actually pushing. We have Quasar and Dino pushing with Greyman and Urel, getting an entire fort. Deathwing is like, I should have stayed, but he wanted to help. And he's gonna fly in.
It's a good trade. And they're gonna take fort for fort, it looks like, as they take the rest of the point as well, up to 47% there. Deathwing getting aggressive. Kyocha, a lot of damage on the Lauber there. Gottfeld has to get away on the Cassia, but very close to doing a lot of damage himself as well. Quasar comes in to try and disrupt. Nice displacement onto June. Separated the Brightwing. Has to try to sneak away. Can't quite do it. They're able to take out Kyocha as well, so crowd control turning this fight around in a big way. And you know what? The point has not even yet been taken by Sidestep King, so they might not get too much out of this at all. They're on the run.
Yeah, it was tough. They were losing a fort to 2 players. What do you do? Oh, wow. Gottfeld gets a kill.
1v1. Can he get out? Yeah, I was going to say, Lauber all over him with the ETC, and Gottfeld just trying to, be as annoying as he possibly can. Essentially just kind of buying time for his teammates to respawn, but he is eventually going to go down, and that puts him way out of sync with the rest of the team, which is going to be annoying when they deal with this Triglaf Protector later.
He did force a turret out of Junkrat, so it's 1-for-1 plus a turret. You're also down on XP, so you get some comeback XP. And while he is now 1 death timer, he bought time for the other 3 death timers to simultaneously recuperate. So it does still feel like a win. But going back on that fight just now at the fort, Kyocha, he had to engage. He had to, because 2 people are pushing your side fort. How can you just let them push and not take a 5v3? It's just that they got back so fast, Quasar and Dino, that it was still a 5v5. Very frustrating.
Oh, Dino.
Yeah. But you lose a 5. You lose the 5-man after having 2 people push down a full fort. That's tough. But nice rally there by Sidestep getting Dino.
Well, Dino just kind of went into the 1v3 and he just would not give up. I'm a little bit surprised that he decided to take that fight when it seemed like it was just not going to go in his favor. I mean, you've got 2 teammates in the mech right now. They're not going to be able to help you. Malfurion wasn't really close by. So I'm a bit surprised he was that aggressive, that he stuck with it for that long. He paid for it.
A little bit of drunk on victory.
Maybe a little bit. The eyes get bigger when you feel like you're in that winning position, and it comes back to haunt you. That said, damage done with the mech either way. It's about to end. Cattle coming in. Oh, he actually got knocked into the position where he could get the condemn onto Rutzau, but they didn't really have the follow-up damage. Either way, Sidestep Kings still very much in there as they're about to hit level 17 themselves.
Take a quick look at the damage numbers. We have Greymane with a 30,000. That puts him head and shoulders above everyone else on CrowdControl. He's been targeting Deathwing big time. Kyocha has been feeling the heat. And on the other side for Sidestep Kings, we have 23,000 or so from both Li Ming and Deathwing. They have shared duty in dueling damage. It's Cassia who hasn't quite delivered the damage yet with 17,500. And what we also haven't seen is some value Valkyries. Trying to get Malfurion, who has no Twilight Dream, no Ice Block. If this quest ever succeeds, that could just be a window into getting ahead for Sidestep.
Right. I mean, you've got all the damage potential if you take the other heroic ability. Got Filth instead going for the pick ability with the Valkyrie. But you need to make those picks. You need to find those hits to give your team that little edge. Okay, so I am taking some damage. Gonna get the shield. Meanwhile, got Filth on the run. Dino going in to try to secure that victory on the Cassia. Cassia extremely low. He's gonna get the kill anyway. Junkrat finishing that one off. Rutzau as well. Now June on the run with the Brightwing. Maybe he can teleport down, but it might be too late. Kyocha coming in. That's another kill though for CrowdControl. Now Kyocha on the run. And it just seems like I was talking about in game number 1 that Sidestep Kings just seem a little bit out of sync in terms of some of the teamfight plans.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Kyocha did a 1-man bellowing roar on a Greymane that passed by him in a bush with no follow-up. And you can't say that that was the best, right? And then we had Godfilth on Cassia. He got caught and rip-tired. No one there to interrupt the rip-tire. It was all kinds of chaos, and it was kind of Sidestep Kings' making. They were the ones that were laying the trap, and it just didn't work out at all. I think it is what you said, the sync.
Well, again, Sidestep Kings, playing with players on 3 different continents right now. So that's that introduces a level of complexity for making sure things go off at the right time. You've got the language barrier as well. They've got a lot of talent on that team, but getting it all to work together is going to be their challenge throughout the season. It's an exciting amount of talent, but that's a big hurdle to overcome as an organization.
Yeah, very well put. We'll see if they can. For now, it looks like CrowdControl is probably going to be able to use the power of friendship and teamwork to draw ahead here for now.
The power of friendship. Yeah.
Control point C is going to be unlocking, and we have a superior structural advantage. But history has taught, if you're 20v18 and all you do is grab the objective, Bolt of the Storm, power slide, boom! See, this is better.
Great pick. Yeah, that's it. They just find the Cassie, and there's nothing that they can do to stop that one. Unfortunately,
anytime you're
caught totally unawares.
Anytime you're like level 20 versus 18.8 and all you do is grab the objective, you will give away level 20 and 2 forts. It's kind of stupid. It's how to get behind after being beheaded.
Well, after no getting anywhere after that. But.
After being ahead, That's the way to get behind. Because on Storm League, the team that's level 20 first, they always lose 2 forts. Because they're just going to camp 5-man on the point. So this was the perfect counterplay against that complacent objective. Lauber from the shadows, Bolt of the Storm, power slide, no counterplay possible. How do you prevent that even from happening? It's by not being there, which is by predicting such a move, by knowing that the ambitious level 20 team will not just be complacent and take the objective. So that's Godfield's mistake. That's the communication mistake for Sidestep here, sadly.
Oh, we talk about it a lot, right? Where you don't have a ton of vision, you know, when you get pushed back that far. So you get into those situations where you're maybe halfway up your lane and it feels safe, but you're really not.
Yeah.
And Godfield learned that. Sidestep Kings, they do have level 20 though now, so maybe a chance to turn this one around if they get a good fight.
Oftentimes it's like that. Like, I used to play on the European ladder in Warcraft 3. You get to know roughly how good people are. I went to play on the Korean server. They were so much better suddenly that I started losing games way before it ever gets hard in terms of matchmaking. And then you just kind of have to get used to that. They're experiencing something similar here. All these players are playing in a coordinated format against very good teams, and they have to relearn what constitutes a mistake. They have much smaller margins than in Storm League, or even in scrims maybe, because there's more at stake now.
Well, you know, you see across a lot of different games that being at the top of the ladder definitely doesn't mean you've got what it takes to be a pro player too. You need that teamwork, you need that coordination, and that's something that most players can develop, but it takes time. Meanwhile, the push coming in the bot lane here from CrowdControl. They want to end this series. The Triglass Protector stuck. Nobody inside it right now. They just decided to go for the team fight at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've never seen it be used like that, but it's probably more common. It's actually taking all the tank shots from the fort because it is considered as a player and it attacked the fort, attacked the player previously. So they use it as a tank. They use all of its HP benefits without relying on its abilities. That means they have a full team fight available to fight without defender's advantage because the fort is shooting the Triglav. Really cool to use it that way because one popular defensive play is to say, hey, they have 2 key role heroes stuck inside the Triglav. Let's engage past it. They don't have a healer or they don't have a tank and so on.
Yeah, exactly. Neat tech use of the objective. They did get the fort out of it. Now they have to go on the defense here now. And that might be a little bit tricky. Again, Sidestep Kings, you know they're looking for those picks, but again, they need the coordination to be there. Can they maybe just muscle their way in and take a fort for now?
Well, we have a small macro advantage for CrowdControl. They've got Catapult Spot. We have 2 globals, Brightwing and Deathwing. But at this moment, we just have Sidestep trying to say, all right, we know we're behind on the map. We've been doing a little bit worse in the team fights, but if we keep letting the map go by itself, eventually we fall behind, ? So we want to force a 5v5. CrowdControl didn't give it to them. They only engage when there's a back off by Sidestep, and now they hard engage.
Yeah, that's right. Lauber taking a ton of damage as well as Die now, but they do manage to get Cattle in the middle of everything. Kyocha waiting for it, uses the ult. A lot of hits with that one because it was kind of a narrower corridor, but CrowdControl managed to find a way out on that conveyor belt. That was
turret
close.
On turret war. All the turrets and heal tokens are there. Nobody died. Many trinkets were used, many medallions.
Well, we see a lot of players. We've seen, at least in the last couple series, you know, yesterday, we seem to see players holding on to the items a lot more on this map.
Yeah.
And using them in kind of like these big apocalyptic fights like what we just saw. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really serious fight, so everyone used it. Still no kills, though. Big cursed bullet on Deathwing took away an armor plate again.
Easy hit there. He's not going to be moving during that channel, generally.
Yeah. So he flies. We'll be looking for a fight now. Sidestep King still down a good amount on macro. They don't have superior vision, but they do have this cool top camp push. If they fight within the next 10 seconds, there will be a distraction for the camp. But immediately CrowdControl reacts, and we don't have Sidestep Kings quite ready to engage. Lauber is in vision and is showing his team that they're safe by showing 4 enemy players.
I was going to say, how was that well still there?
Yeah.
Usually you don't see a well still alive in that situation, but It almost feels like CrowdControl is playing a bit passively now, just to sort of wait to see if Sidestep Kings makes a mistake. They still got a little bit of an XP advantage, and there's been a couple little coordination errors on the Sidestep Kings side, so CrowdControl seems to kind of be giving it more opportunity for that to happen, but they have to fight now. You got to do something about this point.
Deathwing on the flank. He wants to make sure he doesn't get hit by a cursed bullet and gets taken down. Deathwing actually needs peel if Greymane jumps on him and sticks to him like glue.
Oh, the angle.
Dino with the flank. He's on Li Ming. Li Ming teleports away.
Yeah. Gotta be careful with that.
Blessed Shield on
Malfurion. That was good.
Pull him in.
Great engaged Blessed Shield and the Valkyrie on the Malfurion. That's the pick they were looking for all game long. And now can they turn it into a team fight win, though? They got to get that follow-up. The Riptire kind of deciding where to go back towards the team, then going to go ahead and detonate on June, but he is going to be just fine. Kyocha zoning as they swap the point over to their side. They've got the 5v4 advantage. It doesn't look like they want to try to chase the team down, though. It looks like they're content to just sort of control the point for now. It's a long death cooldown for CrowdControl to be back up to full strength.
Yeah, that's true. It's another 30 seconds.
Yeah. But that was the pick they were looking for, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what they've been wanting all along. Like, if they can just keep doing that.
Yep.
And it started with the Blessed Shield. So, Caterpillar redeemed himself definitely with the with that Blessed Shield. It was just perfect. Now, it's not enough to just get the point. When you're 5v4, you need everything. So, stealing the token here, great job for SSK.
Yep. Nearly have the protector up. 80% CrowdControl may fight this now. They've got their Malfurion back again. Can he get to the point in time? They might have to try to start. No, protector actually goes over to Sidestep Kings.
Yeah.
The percentage counts up faster than it does in Overwatch, so it's been throwing me so far on this map. I'm like, oh, they've got a few seconds yet, but it's not second to second. They're going to jump right on the protector right away. Knock back on the ETC.
It's awkward when you fight 5 people with the protector and all you do is side soak, then you might as well not be on the map. Like, yeah, I guess they did a little bit of wave. Okay, now we've got Li Ming and Deathwing joining. I feel like that's too much damage on the protector, more than required. But here we go. Deathwing uses most of his mana, but not all, to torch the wall. Are they gonna go for a fort, or they're just deconstructing walls for now? Dino with the cursed bullet on Kyocha, chasing him. Quasar here as well. They're letting Deathwing go. He's got a healing token, but it doesn't work on himself. He needs peel. The team just let him go.
That's crazy. Like, when do you see a Deathwing just get picked like that? That is so much HP to burn through, and you know, the Greymane helping out so much with that cursed bullet, that big percent health chunk that you can take out of the Deathwing. And Sidestep Kings, you know, I would say this is kind of that kind of mistake that CrowdControl was waiting for. They got it. Now they got to capitalize on it. But no, Li Ming comes in from behind. They get the kill.
You guys didn't see that, I think, but you just had Li Ming Ultralisk. He did the huge combo, repulsioned Malfurion right into all of his own spells, and he just did like completely blind vanilla mass spell burst, killing Malfurion.
That they needed that.
Yeah,
it was going to be rough, but it might still be rough if this mech goes down in a place where the members of Sidestep Kings aren't able to defend themselves. Now they're turning around. This is polymorph onto Quasar, so they are actually able to get some damage in.
Deathwing is back in 3 seconds. He's going to be calling on comms now that he has flight, and I think they want to turn on the pressure. They've got 15 seconds before Malfurion is back. Can't they use turret and Deathwing's flight? Wait, does he have flight? Yeah, they're not going for it. He has it. He has flight. He's not using it.
It looks like he wants to clear out the bot lane first and just get that pushing in their favor for now. But yeah, you know, I'm sure he's going to be coming in soon.
I guess maybe Sidestep, if Deathwing wasn't coming, they shouldn't even have been here. Oh, Blessed Shield only on ETC.
Oh, that's enough. They get the pick. All that damage. Now we see the Cassia and the Li Ming damage coming together for that huge burst potential. Cattle backing up as well.
That was
just
sick.
Evaporated that tank.
He Blessed Shielded the minion, and it was the 3rd Blessed Shield hit that hit ETC, and I thought that's it.
Big.
But perfect follow-up. Godfilth and Li Ming are so on point. With that follow-up, they got this big burst, and ETC died.
Yeah. Well, that is just so much damage. If both the Cassia and the Li Ming target and burst at the same time,
Yeah.
And you see, obviously, no ability to stop that with the stun. And Sidestep Kings looks like they might be able to close this one out. We'll see. We're going into the mega ultra late game, though. So really, it's kind of whoever wins the next team fight decisively is going to probably be able to take it, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably. There's always the other way where slowly both teams lose a lot of players and catapults finish things.
True.
But what Sidestep Kings has been neglecting for a long time is that bottom fort. It's a little bit easier to take down than keeps generally. And it is providing a catapult versus no catapult every single lane. And at level 24, that becomes a really big threat. Would there be an opportunity for Sidestep to ever go for that bottom fort? They have mid keep, which is cool. But still, that bottom is going to be an issue, especially with the next objective on the B point, Doha, in the north. Bottom lane is going to be the furthest thing from their minds.
Pretty much, yeah. So now it's just a matter of the setup, getting all the items you can. Gonna pick up another turret there. And this is, I think this is the latest we've seen a game go yet this weekend.
In CCL Icebreaker, yeah, for sure. They're finally going for that fort.
Right. They're going for it. It's a good opportunity. You've got a little bit of time before the point pops up again. Doesn't look like they're going to be really contested on it because it looks like CrowdControl is more interested in getting a better position on the point itself and pushing up that top lane.
And you have Dino and Greymane going for the top fort, and I think he's backing probably because you have Sidestep threatening core / bottom keep. And now they have the vision advantage. The lane is pushed for 1, and 2, they have occupied the position and forced backs.
Yeah. Kyocha going back to just control the point early. So he can always rejoin his team.
I want to see Johanna Caterpillar's movement because he gets invisibility from Brightwing. It's a moving blur cloak, but if you stand still for a few seconds... Okay, he was spotted. If you stand still for a few seconds, you become totally invisible. So far, he's been spotted. Everyone is trying to reveal him. They know... Oh, they go for Junkrat. Does he have enough follow-up, though? It seems like really, really far out.
I was going to say, yeah. That coordination. Yeah. He went in, but the rest of the team was not ready to go. Kyocha just kind of waiting here. He's going to go ahead and use the Cataclysm to jump in onto the enemy team, try to disrupt things a little bit. Does give Cattle the time to run out. But yeah, it's what we were talking about, where Cattle went in, and it didn't seem like anyone else was ready to follow up.
Everything needs to be right. Your position towards an enemy out of position assassin, and your allied assassins to you. You can't tunnel vision on that. That Blessed was a waste, but it's back in 20 seconds.
Yeah. Looked like it may have had an opportunity on Quasar, but no, he's going to turn it around instead. Cattle goes for the Condemn, doesn't pull anybody in. Die now a little bit vulnerable maybe, but CrowdControl playing this so safely. Both teams know the next minor mistake might be it.
Quasar flank.
25 to 25. Wow.
Quasar flank from the south. He's going to wrap all the way around. Are they going to go for the healing token? No. Quasar still revealing vision. He wants to know if healing token will be grabbed. Sees Cattle with the invisible Johanna again.
Good spot there. Meanwhile, the core is getting a little bit poked here by the minions in mid lane. CrowdControl needs to send Greymane back to deal with that, I suppose.
And what about bottom lane? 3 catapults with a 4th one soon. That's going to be an issue. You ignore that, you're going to have a 50% core soon.
Yeah, very true. Here we go. Riptire trying to find a bit of damage. Onto, well, didn't really get too much, but another one comes out immediately. Ooh, Cattle drops low, but he stays alive for the moment. June trying to just protect the back line. There goes Cattle. They were able to isolate him, and everyone trying to back now. They're going to give up the protector. They got to go back and protect their core. It's down to under 70%, and those catapults, like you mentioned, Grubby, did a 50% ton of damage.
6% more than I thought. But yeah, ignore it for 3 seconds more, and they're dead.
Yeah.
So this was a high-pressure fight that they also ended up losing while the core dropped low. It seems like at this point, with that Caterpillar death on Johanna, the game is played.
Yeah. Be hard to come back from this this next protector that's going to be all crowd controls to play with in about 30%.
I think it's impossible to stop a level 26 protector in front of an open core. But let's say they either have 2 choices. They 4v5 now, knowing it's probably going to be a loss, or they wait for Johanna, and in 10 seconds from now, Johanna comes out, so in 18 seconds from now, they try to ambush the Triglav allies. Look, you can't even see the health bars. It's one big
huge.
chunk of blue. They gotta kill the Triglav allies immediately.
Oh, they're doing some damage to it. Got it about 10% now, 20% down. He's rushing for the core. CrowdControl just wants to end it. Ignoring the forts, just wants to take the core out and end this series with a 2-1 victory. Charges forward, and look at that core damage. There is no way Sidestep Kings can finish this, and CrowdControl gonna take the series 2-1 and make it to the finals.
Yeah, I think even if they killed all of the Triglav allies, it would not be enough. The game was played with Johanna death.
Yep. And, it's kind of like we talked about, the first kind of significant, error or pick that happens. That's generally what's going to determine the game when it gets that late. Bahamut, that was a long game, wasn't it?
That was a wild one, a 31 minute, just shy of 31 minutes. That is going to take the achievement for the longest HeroesCCL game so far. I know it's Icebreaker, it's preseason technically, but I'm going to mentally count that one as the longest game. Just a little fun fact for anyone that was wondering, the Triglav Protector had 48,850 HP or something like that. So yeah, because Grubby said you can't even see the little ticks because I think it's every tick is 5. No, God, I think it's
2.5K maybe.
I forget how much it is per tick, but there's an established amount per tick.
500 normally.
I think it's I want to say 500. I was like, is it 1,000 though? Is it 100? Either way, amazing end for CrowdControl and really, really well played from them. Super, super slow play coming out from them, and also keeping their head on a swivel consistently. The picks in bottom lane were great. They kept themselves level-headed even when they got the picks against them, Lobber in that mid lane, and I believe it was Retso as well at one point, or no, it was Malfurion, excuse me. But overall, an amazing series, and Sidestep Kings are going to get knocked out of this one. I'm wrong in my predictions.
Hey, I mean, Sidestep Kings, like we were saying during the game, they look like there is a ton of talent on their roster. That is unquestionable, but getting it all to sync up across 3 continents, that's going to be challenging. We'll see if they can do it later in the season. They're out of this one for now, but we are not even close to done yet here on CCL Icebreaker Tournament. Guys, don't go anywhere because we got our next semifinal coming up next. It's going to be Oxygen Esports versus 30K. It's going to be a great series. We will be right back on HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few.
Roll20 lets you build maps, drag and drop tokens, and other features that your kitchen table just can't do.
My table can't do any of those things.
No. Also, Roll20's video and voice feature let you connect with more people. So if you wanted to invite Lucas and Ariel...
Hey guys.
Hello.
What's going on? That's no problem at all.
Ready to play?
Your friends, your games, your table, Roll20.
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big-ass beer soap. This big-ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back to Heroes CCL, presented by Roll20. I am Doe. With me are Grubby and Bahamut. As always, we just saw our first series, but it's time to move on, see who is going to be facing off against CrowdControl in the finals. And I'm really looking forward to this one. I was looking forward to all of them, but this one in particular, because it's Oxygen versus 30K. Oxygen has, you know, if we can take one best of three as any indication, they have looked just on another level in terms of team coordination and just overall play than the other teams we've seen, I think, this weekend. And again, very small sample size, but it looked really good. What do you guys think? I'm going to throw this one at you first, Grubby. Going up against 30K, they looked good yesterday too, but Oxygen, what do you have to say about it?
I mean, they were having 3-4 level leads. They were level 21 when their opponent team was level 18. They played the most disciplined, fewest mistake heroes that we have seen so far, I think, in the Icebreaker. Mm-hmm. Because their opponent was a little bit less good? Or is that just their excellence? They're going to have a much bigger challenge today with 30K, but they looked on point. And their name synergy is on point. They've got all their clan tags in front of their name. And somehow that just feels related. They looked really, really good.
Yeah. Bahamut, what do you think?
Oxygen did their research yesterday, and I don't think that they didn't do it today either. Like, they have an amazing coach in that Cavalier guest, so I think they're looking really strong. Grubby, I agree with you. Having, like, seeing the little OXG next to all their names, it's just so cool. But I don't want to count out 30K because they had some explosive games yesterday, notably BBJ. That's a big standout support for me.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our bracket, just kind of review where we're at in the Icebreaker Tournament. We just saw CrowdControl take a pretty tight 2-1 victory over Sidestep Kings. That was a competitive match, but now we're moving on to our next one that we already chatted about a little bit. Oxygen Esports versus 30K. We're going to look at those team rosters a little bit more in depth, I believe starting with Oxygen soon. But this is the one, again, like I think we all have a lot of question marks for, because this 30K roster, we'll take a look at them first too. You mentioned BBJ, but there's also other, pretty star players on this one. Hasawabs, of course, really every name.
A good thing to note too, or a big thing to note, is yesterday's Sammy. I just peeked back at my notes in my journal, and I was looking. I just wrote Sammy Li Ming is strong, and they had some very, very strong showings on their Li Ming play yesterday, as well as I want to say some Tychus. They had some really cool mechanical denial moments as well. So I'm super, super excited for 30K and some of these standout players. But on the side of Oxygen, Madara is one of those up and coming players that really stood out to me yesterday. And Red Robot's tanking was beyond, it was just so good for someone who technically rose through the community playing on just, close to death, which was a post HGC open division team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was. They were great in sync as well. The Red Robot, his tanking, it was great, but it's only as great as the follow-up as well. So that teamwork that was there as well. And he had Nazmaz coming on the Diva. It was so hot. He drew the ban in the second map there. very excited. We have Vespertines, 30k Vespertines, Urel. There's all these players with these heroes that are just too strong to let go, but we only got the 2 bans on either side. First map is going to be Tomb of the Spider Queen.
Wow, nice spoil.
There can be a lot of fights. Oh, sorry.
You didn't even wait for the graphic, Grubby. Come on. Let's take a look at what the first map is going to be. It's a big mystery.
Dragonshire!
No, you're wrong. It's Tomb of the Spider Queen.
I do.
Well, that's the map. First time we've seen it today.
I want to note one thing though. Ban-wise, Garden of Terror wasn't banned out, and I'm a sucker for a lot of these more unique maps, if you'd say that. But it's also, Doa, you and I were talking about this earlier today. It's just a map that I personally don't get to see a lot in competitive play because it's just now being brought into a lot of different leagues and grassroots events. So I always like to see it. It is a slower map, but hey, Tomb of the Spider Queen moves just as fast in my opinion, and we are here. On Tomb of Spider Queen, do we have any priority into any of those heroes we saw yesterday? Any Lucio bans, any Diva bans? Do we have anything on the opposing side? Brightwing from BBJ, Urel from Vesper. There's a lot of already targets that I can think of.
Yeah, well, a little bit of deliberation going on the 30k side of things, besides that before they announce their first ban. I'm surprised it's taking this long. You know, you go into a series with a game plan. Maybe they're just kind of leaving their opponents in suspense. It's going to be the Diva ban. All right.
It's respectable against Nasmus from yesterday.
Sure.
Anything that you'd ban out here, Grubby?
Yeah, I think Diva. Diva was good. Nasmas made himself known with that, I believe, before Diva got hip.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's Diva main for life. Next up, Medivh, Gazlo. They stand...
that does make a lot of sense, yeah.
Gazlo been good since the rework. There's a Medivh ban. Grubby's just calling everything, man. You've got the playbooks for both teams, apparently.
Urel for Vespertine is an option. Hanzo for Hasuops, but not first.
I agree, yeah. I think it's either BBJ or Vesper that you want to prioritize. Masquerade only showed Joanna yesterday. No, that's not right. I'm trying to think back what else they played. I think they played some other tank. It might have been Garrosh as well. But they're actually going to opt for Hazuob's Junkrat first. Seems like they're not afraid. Wow.
Okay. I was wondering, like, are you going to allow BBJ the opportunity to pick up the Brightwing? But they're definitely not. They're going to grab that away along with the Joanna.
I like this. This is strong for the map. You got great rotational advantage with the Joanna being able to condemn the wave. Brightwing has the not the dream shot, but the I can't think of her Q, but she's got that little AoE which will help wave clear. And then I'm assuming we're going to see some mage in that. But a Urel for Vesper coming out, and there's going to be a Cassia as well. Such high priority into Cassia, or at least, you know, priority draft wise in the earlier portions. I'm loving what we have so far for Team of Spider Queen, but I think both teams need a lot more wave clear.
Yeah, Stukov and Deathwing, the final 2 bans as you go into the next phase of picks.
I remember when
after this.
Remember when Ragnaros and Zul used to be good here, and Leoric.
Yeah.
Haven't seen those guys in a while. Rag, not the greatest team fighter, but he used to get used to absorb the first Web Weaver push.
Oh, there's a Malthael on the Hanzo. All right, so saying, all right, well, if Hasuobs isn't going to be playing the Hanzo, let's play it ourselves.
Malthael hasn't been doing that well this tournament yet.
Yeah. It does feel like he's been having trouble getting picks.
Yeah.
Into Urel, the Malthael Urel matchup actually should be stronger for the Malthael. It really just could come down to the 1v1 when it comes to literally Nasmus versus Vesper. But this will be a main tank Imperius, which we actually saw them run something very similar to this yesterday, where they were going for the Celestial Charge, the single target burst, and this is exciting for 30k. Last pick, in my opinion, they still need wave clear. Some sort of mage here would be really strong. Kael'thas, Jaina, Gul'dan, all of them are open.
Li Ming's still open, right?
Li Ming as well. I feel like this is a little bit of a weaker map for her because you want fast wave clear and the minion wave might get but at the same time, like, I've seen her being played as well, so you can argue it both ways, but they're going to go for push power overall and grab that with the Sylvanas. And Prismaticism has shown prowess on Sylvanas yesterday and in the exhibition games.
So as we get ready to load into the map, Bahamut, I'm going to come to you again and say, just looking at these drafts, face value, what do you like a little bit better for Tomb of the Spider Queen?
For Tomb of the Spider Queen, I'm leaning into, like, I'm staring back and forth. I'm just not who I really like overall in this.
Sure.
I think it's early game. I really like the side of Oxygen, but I think as the game progresses and the team fights become more empowered by talents and such like that, the 13 to 16 area could be and will be a big power spike for 30k. So I think it's going to be 30k denying Oxygen's game plan of getting a small experience gain and then just running away with it like we saw yesterday. That's going to be, I think, the big factor for this right now. Overall, I'm going to give it to Oxygen, though.
All right, Grubby, you've looked deep in thought for the last 30 seconds or so. What are you pondering right now?
Well, I'm just like casting abilities in my head. Like we're gonna have like a stay while listen, then they're gonna interrupt it with wailing or dragon arrow, and then they're gonna try to blow up. I dig what you're saying, Bahamut. It very well might be good for Oxygen in the early game. I really can't tell. I feel like this might just be an even draft. I don't see a clear weakness in either draft, so I think it's gonna come down to skill.
Fair enough. Well, let's introduce these players here. On the Oxygen Esports side, we have Red Robot on Joanna as a tank, Madoru Uchiha on the Hanzo, Prismaticism will be playing the Sylvanas, Banana on the Brightwing, and Nasmus on the Malthael. Meanwhile, on the 30k side in the red, we've got Vespertine on the Arel in the offlane, Sammy on the Cassia, Hasawabs on the Junkrat dealing the damage, Masquerade trying to tank it up on the Imperious, and then BBJ playing the old man, Deckard Cain. He's got a lot of cubes.
He's got a lot of cubes, and the Ruby cube at level 4 is going to be key to keep Masquerade alive. Because between Malthael, Brightwing's Polymorph, and Sylvanas' single target damage together with Hanzo, I believe when Imperious dives in, he could take so much damage, and it's going to come down to Deckard's Ruby to throw potions all around him to keep him alive. Because it looks like Oxygen has mostly a kill the frontline comp, while disrupting Deckard's stay while listen with their long-range ults.
For now, we see the normal early game rotations for the most part, it seems like. Masquerade a little bit on his own, gets hit with the Polymorph. They gotta watch out for the damage, just like you mentioned, too. That Imperious can drop a little bit quicker than some of the other tanks, or characters played as tanks anyway.
Yeah.
Red Robot not deterred. Take some damage, use the Condemn to bring in 3. And that's dangerous, man. There was a couple people in turret range, so 30k needs to play it a little bit safe. Hasawabs walks right into Prismaticism and the Hanzo Madoru Uchiha. Hasawabs extremely low. Can they get the finish? Doesn't look like it. It was close. Masquerade going to protect his teammate. He drops down to 50%. Some wells not needing to be used just yet, but that's taxing on BBG's potion supply, isn't it?
He's got more where that came from.
It's true. Endless pockets.
Masquerade taking a lot of damage. That's 3 people on him. Scatter arrow partially hitting. Going with the Celestial Charge over the wall, survives with 123 life. That's 2 very narrow escapes so far, Doa, on both Hasselhoffs and Masquerade.
You know, and you could argue, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Grubby, but this seems like a fragile early game for 30k, where it's going to be good later, but they really need to make sure they don't give up picks early, and that can be a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, you know, they're waiting for angelic armaments on Imperious to get that shield so that he can survive moments like that. But it's also just speaking to Oxygen's coordination to twice nearly find a pick already early without really heavy CC. They're just walking and doing damage for the most part. There's Condemned, there's no Blessed Shield yet, so Oxygen looking good so far.
True. Meanwhile, we have the solo lane. Nasmus versus Vespertine, the Malthael versus Zerel. It's going to be hard to really decisively win this one v1 either side, so it's more about, you know, can you maybe push ahead and do a little bit of damage to the structures? Meanwhile, structure damage coming in from 30k onto Oxygen right now. Banana kind of on his own as the rest of the team catches up. There's a spear onto Madoru Uchiha. Red Robot there to turn that one around, though. So not too much threat towards the Hanzo. Did enable a bit of a turn-in, though. On the 30k side, they're up to 24 at least.
Yeah, Hasselhoff's got to pay with that Bruiser Camp distraction. Now let's see if Oxygen can do the same. Their Bruiser Camp is now crashing upon the wall of 30k. Masquerade is going to try and prevent Red Robot from paying. Hasselhoff's likewise with some frag launchers, but it does not connect. We have 24 gems being paid, 34 already for Oxygen.
Yeah, another 4 coming in from Banana. Hey, every little bit counts. It's okay. Thanks, Brightwing.
Yeah,
that looks like they're going to deny that, yeah.
It literally has nothing else to do. Come on. But it's the maths. It's maths. 13.
17 total. That's enough. That works out, and they will get the first web weavers of the game. I'm not going to be the strongest, but hey, again, every little bit counts.
It definitely does, and you know, there's no vision right now of the blue team. 30k doesn't know where they're going to go. Suddenly they show up top. They're pushing that lane. Mid-web weavers are going to spawn very far forward. Maybe too far? It's right at the wall because they pushed that lane. If we can take a look at the mid lane.
Yeah, the mid lane has a web weaver pretty far forward. Looks like Sammy backing away with a lot of damage onto that Cassia. Needs to be careful.
Sylvanas making sure to get extra value out of this. That makes a lot of sense, actually. When you have Sylvanas, those deal more damage, even when they're very close. Black Arrow lasts about, what, 8-10 seconds? When it's finished, they leave immediately, and they go top. Where Hasselhoff is trying to kill that Web Weaver with great success. 1 tower down, and that's about it. Decent results, yeah.
Yeah, not bad. So definitely some progress being made by Oxygen right now. Every time I look at Hasselhoff, I want to say TL, but it's not. It's a different team.
Yeah.
It's his other team.
I really feel like it has a mental advantage to rename to the clan tag S5. So
I agree.
Maybe later on.
Maybe we'll see.
Saving up for a second account.
There you go. He's got his reasons. Meanwhile, there's enough to turn in and get the Web Weavers on the 30k side. That's a nice route on a Red Robot, about 50% damage done before he gets some healing coming in from Banana. Gonna see if maybe they can get something going with Masquerade. That's a good polymorph, gonna deny the ability to get out easily. There's the spear, he makes it out in time, but with not much HP remaining. And all of this is serving pretty well to let Oxygen just deny that round of Web Weavers and get themselves time to build up their own gem collection.
And Nasmas is paying 3 gems right now at the bottom. And not quite enough, but I guess he had nothing to do.
I guess so.
Still not stacked on Hanzo's quest, so we have a little bit of damage missing. And with all those close escapes that 30k has had, Madara would love to get that final quest so that he can deal max damage. Masquerade has been low. Let's see when he's level 10, will he still be so at risk?
Yeah. I think things might turn around a little bit at that point, but we will see. The gem count slowly building up once again for Oxygen. But this is pretty typical of their play that we saw yesterday too, where they're just being very calm. They're saying, we're just going to deny the Web Weavers, slowly build up our own gems to maybe get another round of that. Level 10 comes in at about the same time. A little bit of a lead there for Oxygen, but they didn't quite find a big fight to utilize it. It was a small window.
Going for Madara is Sammy. Did he go a little bit too far? Red Robot trying to cut him off. Is there a Blessed Shield? Goes in with the Condemned. There's a Riptire to zone. And he says, I'm not going to force my assassins to walk through that Riptire. I'm backing off. Didn't feel like it was a good target anymore. And that's great. You know, he didn't tunnel vision on the Cassia that seemed to be sequestered in the top lane. Just backs off.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like we're still at the point in the game where we're not really going to see any kills unless someone just gets totally cut off from the rest of their team.
Yeah.
Which neither one of these teams seems to want to allow right now. Who would? But man, tons of gems on the side of 30k. They got to find a way to turn these in.
Oh, Celestial Charge uses his medallion, gets away.
Yeah. That's the kind of play you need to make, though. If that medallion's not there, maybe they can turn that into a kill. Meanwhile, it does give them time to get the Web Weavers on the 30k side.
Yeah, I think Vesper team paid top, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Gonna keep chasing Masquerade down. Everybody getting into the action there. Vespertine with the Arel. Oh, he can't save his Imperious, though. Stay a while and listen from BBJ, but they are not really in the position to fight this. He's gonna cancel. It seems like a little bit early. Might have been canceled for him. Either way, 30k has to retreat slightly, and they're Web Weavers pushing anyway, but it hurts a little bit to lose your tank like that.
Yeah, Blessed Shield actually missed. but there was still enough damage on Imperius. And that's gonna make this push a lot less strong. We go with the Valkyrie now on Banana Age, but he ports away with the Blink heal in a 3v4 defense. If you survive ults and do not die, that's great. No, no more Gladiator's Medallion. You talked about this. Doa doesn't have it anymore. Banana Age, the frag launcher.
Oh, 70 HP. He survived just barely, but yeah, they did manage to pick up the kill onto Nasmus. Just like you were talking about, that medallion out of the way definitely hurts a little bit. Very fragile team on Oxygen's side as well. They also need to watch out for the engage. Both teams have strong pick potential, it would seem.
Yeah, you're right. They are fragile. They have a very low total health pool. They really rely on their long distance and mobility. All of them have, outside of Johanna, who is the tankiest. Well, Webby's got paid off again to fight for 30k. They are not level 13 yet, and the Webbies aren't here yet. So there's a small period where 30k has to be careful. You can see that in their positioning. They're on their own half of the map. Yep. Bruisers captured for Oxygen forces a larger response by 30k mid if they want mid to do anything. But they're going to show Imperius bot, they show Cassia bot, Deckard is hiding, Junkrat's showing mid, and Urel is showing top. So all the cards are on the table for 30k, nothing special. They force Brightwing to come here, which means mid is now no longer defended. So everyone goes mid,
right?
And maybe they can get a fort there.
Perhaps. They've certainly got the edge in terms of they can get more damage done before Oxygen shows up. Trying to focus down the well, maybe they could take it, they certainly can. And that fort is definitely looking a little bit vulnerable. We'll see how aggressively Oxygen wants to fight this red robot walking into the bottom, tries to find a plan to Sammy. There's a Blessed Shield to get the sub, but they are ready for it. BBJ pulled in with another condemn though, but we were still doing damage to that fort. They're gonna lose it. We'll see if they lose more than that. Nice stay a while. Listen, 4 people caught by that, by BBJ. Prismaticism comes in to try to shut that down, but it's gonna leave red robot all on his own, and he's going to need a tune-up after that. The heal comes in, though, from Brightwing. They might be able to keep alive here. Banana actually blinking out right after using that. Now Sammy chasing down Prismaticism, but no kills found there either. So many people close to dying, but in the end, it was only Nasmus again that was not in that fight.
Dude, that was a sick save by Banana H there on Brightwing. Yeah. It was so sick. Blinking in, actually eating the Celestial Charge by Imperius, then blinking away on an ally and having saved Red Robot. But that engage started with basically Oxygen burning everything on Imperius and 2 others, but not really doing a lot of damage. We had the very dutiful Blessed Shield into Wailing Arrow. No, it was Hanzo Arrow first. Blessed Shield, Dragon Arrow, Wailing Arrow, and no one dropped below 50%. And what was really missing was the giant Scatter Arrow and Sylvanas haunting waving inwards and unloading all of her spells. That wasn't there, so it was kind of a half-committed synergy. Oh!
Hatsuab's got polymorph, tries to dive back to his fort, but he gets picked. He decided to stay down by that siege camp long enough to just wait to coordinate it with the web weavers a little bit more, but paid for it with his life.
Yeah. It was a very near cool escape where he gladiators then used his concussion mine to blow away.
Right.
It didn't quite get there. There was the Blessed Shield and the Dragon Arrow from Hanzo. They took him down. Now we have a Sylvanas empowered Web Weaver push. Still pretty healthy bottom Weaver. It's gonna hit a little bit later. If they distract enough mid and top, then it's gonna be tough to afford a 30k player to go down there and defend it.
It's gonna be annoying to deal with for sure. It looks like that fort's gonna drop either way. Woo, maybe not. Oh. All right, like 0 HP fort. I think they can probably just step in and just cough on it and it'll go down.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is exactly what happens, maybe without the coughing.
Yeah, no coughing these days.
Yeah, they're wearing masks. They're social distancing for the most part.
Yeah.
Actually, none of them are. Well, some of them just have masks by default, but...
They phone called the fort safely from a distance and it went down.
That's right. Yep. They zoomed it. Trying to get the turn-in happening here. There's another polymorph onto Imperius. It's going to be a lot of damage loaded onto him. See if they can turn it into a kill. I don't know. Malthael coming in. Nasmus trying to find his own opportunities here, but that is not going to happen. Good zoning from BBJ, actually, again. And we talked about the plays BBJ was making yesterday on the Brightwing. I feel like we're seeing a similar thing on the Deckard now today.
Yeah, I mean, he tried to stay a while and listen. It got instantly interrupted by Madara with the Hanzo Dragon Arrow. That was great. Like, no one even stayed a while and listened at all. Too long did not listen. Oh, Madara now stepping into a trap, into a bear trap in the woods, but he actually got saved and got away. That was really scary for a bit.
Yeah. Expert escape artist, apparently. And meanwhile, people going down to contest the turn, and they know that 30k is close to getting theirs. Red Robot just zoning out. Masquerade a little bit. Masquerade spear over the wall to rejoin his team. It's going to give the turn-in opportunity to Prismaticism and the rest of Oxygen here. Maybe.
Delaying pace so that they can start the Bruiser camp.
Yep. That's right. Also gives their team a little bit of or that gives their waves, rather, a little bit more time to push down the lanes.
Nice job to also get the Bruiser camp. Let's see what that does to the waves. Mid wave is pushing. How do you want to do this? I think this is good. Like, the bottom wave is delayed, which is what you would want. Right wing does seem to be gonna be pushing it out a little bit. Banana H there with the Arcane Flare.
Right.
And he's gonna blink in most likely on Johanna with the Z, since Johanna's a little bit hurt. At the right time. Malthael also ushering out Urel from the bottom lane. So they're actually going for that triple simultaneous Web Weaver. A little bit mid. There goes Brightwing. This is the start of the 5-man mid, and we have 2 simultaneous Webbies pushing top and bottom.
Yeah, that's really, really nice for Oxygen to be able to put pressure on all 3 lanes at the same time. They get the fort in top lane as well, just from the Web Weavers alone. And 30k just forced farther and farther back, and this is the same thing we saw from Oxygen yesterday, just slowly choking out their opponents through just very, very methodical shot calling.
Vespertine, meanwhile, doing a great job defending against Nazmas. Nazmas can win the one-on-one with Malthael, but he keeps hammering him away, just making sure that he damages the wave and make sure he doesn't get...
Yep, condemn into the polymorph. That's going to be Sail While Listen from BBJ to try to save his tank. We'll see if it ends up working out. Sammy turns around. Valkyrie does not connect on Maruuchiha. He was going for it with the Cassia. Missed that one. Vespertine, though, a little bit low here. But look at all the damage in on the banana. He gets pooped out at the end, but lives, but it doesn't save Nazmus. Nazmus out. Red Robot on the run. He has no HP remaining. And now 30k turning this fight around. And this was really what 30k needed. They needed a fight to go their way so that they could get this turn in and maybe put some pressure back on Oxygen, because otherwise it was just kind of, it looked inevitable for a moment there.
That was on the razor's edge, though.
Yeah.
Like, Deckard dropped to 100 life while being poisoned as well. And he drank a potion, was super, super close. But yeah, that's a very narrow one for 0. Now they get the Bruiser camp and the Webbies. The lanes are a little bit more pushed, though. So they gotta be so fast to clear out these waves, especially bottom wave, where there's also a siege camp. Oxygen with that siege camp knows that 30k needs to go bottom with at least a few players.
Right.
And that allows them an almost free clear top or mid.
Well, gonna try to jump in on Red Robot with the spear, just forcing him away. Giving the Web Weavers more room.
Dude, I love how 30k is doing this. They showed with 5 mid to prevent that free clear I just talked about. Then they sent 2 people bottom for the siege camp. Very dynamic play. They're making sure to get that simultaneous triple attack. And that was just really, really subtle, making sure they're there if trouble breaks out. Oxygen recognizing that and immediately backing off.
Yeah, this team is looking really good. We talked about the crisp shot calling. 30k certainly bringing it as well, despite being behind for a little bit of the game earlier. Now all the pressure comes in onto this mid lane. Just bull rushing through. Prismaticism displaced. Again, the Valkyrie not connecting really the way they wanted, but that's okay. They've still got the pressure on anyway. Managed to take out the wall. And where will they rotate? Looks like they might be going top here.
Yeah, they want the fort.
Yeah, prep the fort maybe. Maybe they can just take the fort. I don't know. That seems kind of risky, doesn't it?
The bottom weaver is not a lot anymore. Brightwing is going to deal with that. So that allows most of Oxygen's non-teleportation enabled heroes to be here already. Right, it was risky and they backed off. Very few mistakes in this game.
Yeah, this is probably the cleanest game we've seen yet this weekend. Hope I didn't jinx it by saying that, but oh, nice stun onto the Deckard Cain. PBJ rather is down. Here comes a Riptire. Can they maybe turn this fight the other way? Doesn't look like it. Riptire gets taken out. And getting a pick on Deckard Cain has been one of the main objectives for Oxygen in these fights, and they finally were able to do it.
Yeah, I feel like BBJ was a little out of position. When you get a Celestial Charge on Johanna with Deckard nearby, you don't go in and slap him with the stick. That is not a real engage.
He didn't take the talent or anything.
No, yeah, I checked for it.
Yeah, I know, right?
Does he have the stun talent? But this was a situation where you engage, but you're expecting it not to work. You're seeing if you can draw resources. And I thought that they were kind of on the same page with that, but Deckard, he was just too close. Then there's the counter engage, because he's a lot more of an attractive target than a Johanna. That was the first mistake. I did jinx it. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Well, no.
But again, it was small. It was a small mistake, honestly. Just a small mispositioning error by BBJ, and now the map's suddenly back in Oxygen's favor. But, you know, it could turn around. Both these teams are playing really well. Can Oxygen close this out soon? Got the Web Weaver pressure for now.
Vespertine was actually thinking about clearing bot Weaver, like really early on, really deep. But he Hearthstone out because he recognized it's not worth it. I cannot let my team fight this 5v5 as 4v5. So he joins in, he's here, middle Web Weaver, not much of a threat. Really want to be keeping this top keep alive. That's the objective for 30k here. Can they do it?
Seems that way. Masquerade going deep, gonna take a lot of damage though. Where's the rest of the team? Vespertine over the wall to take over positions, and it looks like they're gonna find the pick on the Nasmus. Again, we see that Malthael just, you know, not able to get in the back lines and get the kills, get the assassinations that you'd think the Malthael would be looking for.
I don't know.
Back into 30k's favor.
I don't know if production can look at the death count for the heroes at this time, but I just did take a look, and Oxygen is 0.0005 on Malthael.
Yep, that'll happen. Yep. Stay well and listen over the wall from BBJ. He's whispering to you through the wall, and that was enough for a 30k to pick up another kill on the Brightwing this time. They're gonna find one on a Red Robot, and this. You think this is enough to end it?
Yeah, I think so. You're 5v2. They are the assassins, so they technically have the biggest teeth. But you don't need to end it with a vanilla push, which is a little bit riskier. You can utilize the bombs.
Yeah.
Boss, turn in. You definitely get one keep. You could get two. Or you could try to do the long run and go straight for the core. Everyone will be back, though. So, I don't know. I don't think you think about core. I think your goal is 2 keeps.
Sure. Makes sense as well. This is such a back and forth game, though. Smart to take the advantage you can of the boss. I really loved the stay a while and listen over the wall from BBJ in that last fight.
Yeah.
I think people were not expecting that.
I didn't even know you could hear him from across the wall.
Yeah, he's just like, there's like a little hole and he's just like telling it through it to you. I don't know.
He's just orating and it's echoing around the corner. You can't quite hear him, but it's like very fascinating anyway.
He's like that annoying neighbor in the apartment next to you who knows the walls are thin, and he keeps trying to ask you things. He's like, hey, what are you watching over there?
Oh, God. Have you lived through
stay a while and listen. Not for a long time.
Boss push, Half-Life still, Webbies are coming. The other two are quite staggered.
Yep.
I don't know that they're even going to get one keep out of this. There's an amazing amount of deep-pushing power by Oxygen.
Yeah, that's right. There's an amazing amount of, assassination potential, too. If they push a little bit too far forward, you got to be very careful here. One last boss AoE, but oh, look at all the damage in the back line. The Web Weaver there to soak a little bit of that. Red Robot, though, running in. He's going for it, but the disengage from 30k, they don't want to fight on Oxygen's terms. They're going to turn it around and get the engage they were looking for. There's a Riptire that's going to push Red Robot into the enemy team. He's going to go back, get the heal from Banana on the Brightwing. Meanwhile, Vespertine deep into the back lines just to try to disrupt things a little bit. That's the job of the Urel, for sure, in this team fight, but I think 30k is happy with that. They actually gave their bottom Web Weaver time to take out the fourth there.
Well, this keep is very healthy, no problem at all. And it's dead. And it's gone.
Yep,
almost.
Oh, well.
Hazuops finishes it off. So one keep finally. Not what I expected from a 5 versus 2 situation.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Fight's on. Can they finish off Masquerade? BBJ comes in with the defensive stay a while and listen to try to save his tank. They're actually going to chain that into a kill on the Johanna instead. Now Vespertine, that's a go button to jump into the back line. They're on to Nasmus now to force a Malthael to run away. That's the last thing you want to do on the Malthael. Prismaticism as well. And just look at the way that 30k has separated the team of Oxygen. Splitting people off, dividing and conquering. taking some damage here from Prismaticism. That's a concern, but they got the pick. Now, what do you turn it into?
Well, they need 6 gems, and those are not within easy reach. I guess you start by grounding yourself to get a bruiser camp. You pay what you have, get a bruiser camp, find the final 6 gems, and try to get a keep off of that.
Yeah.
It seems like a slow play. Your 5v3, normally there should be a chance to get more than that. I don't know if this is the ultimate call. I guess it's just too risky. Like, normally I think if gems didn't exist, I think you start slow pushing a keep. But because of the risk of overstaying and potentially losing 64 out of 70 gems and not paying that, I think that colors people's decisions.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And it does seem like 30K has picked up on that as well, as they do get the next round of Web Weavers going. Makes sense. They do take the bottom Bruiser camp as well.
Yeah. Siege, Bruiser, Web Weavers. This is quite a big push. Nothing wrong with that. Definitely pushing a keep would be inferior, because now I think they stand to gain the game, not just to keep.
It's quite possible. Ever since that fight on their side of the map where they were able to turn it around against Oxygen, they have had all of the map control they can desire, and they had a lot of gems banked for that too, and they've been using them pretty well to push. And here we go. Bottom lane is going to be the target. Riptire activated, trying to find a place to use it here. No, it's just going to end up falling over in the end. They didn't really find a place to detonate it. Prismaticism trying what he can do to push things back. A little bit of damage put into Masquerade after he got hit with the polymorph. Waiting for the engage here. Vespertine walking forward, unafraid. Maybe a little bit afraid, jumping back.
I think
that keeps teams down. The core taking damage here now, though.
Yeah, they let the keep go because they need to deal with the top Web Weaver, and I think they can and keep that keep alive.
They're just gonna lose a little bit of shield.
Yeah, a little bit of shield. I wondered if they were just gonna like slow siege with Junkrat on the top keep. Are they that confident? But there's really nothing left to do for 30k. They've got vision. Every lane is pushed. They got 1 keep. There's no objective available to them. So we get to like what? Traps, boss in 30 seconds, fight over the Bruiser. They're too far ahead to fight over the Bruiser, it seems.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I think both teams just showing a lot of respect to each other right now. We're going pretty late. Level 24 to level 24 now.
They're pretending Vespertine is solo pushing this. They go for Malthael, and it's definitely enough. I love the story they were selling. 4 people hiding, you don't know where they are. We know, right? But they don't know. 4 people are hiding, and it looks like Vespertine is just doing Urel things. Like, oh, you know, it's one-on-one, my team is anywhere. Boom, suddenly jumps on the Malthael, stuns, sets it up, minus 20 armor, no ults used. Malthael dead.
He can come back right away, so at least there's that. At least they aren't short-handed at the moment.
But that puts his next death timer, if it happens, on 80 seconds.
Yeah. You don't want to use that up unless you need it. And that's the case. Looks like we might have a turn in here. Ooh, are they going to get it? No, they don't have enough, do they? No, not quite yet.
They knew Red Robot must be hiding somewhere there with that invisibility. They couldn't see it, but they remembered he must be there.
Right. It's a dangerous thing, too, to not know where that Joanna's coming from. Yeah, ping's going down. I think they spotted him.
Yeah, they know.
They
they're using abilities on him, so that's still kind of a win.
Yeah. That does help. Boss is back up, so that might be sort of the focus for the next conflict between these teams here.
What an exciting game. It's 10 versus 3 in takedowns, level 24 apiece. 2 versus 1 keep.
We're going into the deep late game here. Oh, there's a spear onto Prismaticism. Can they make it into a kill? No, they can't. He backs away. Red Robot steps forward to try to protect his Sylvanas. Urel jumps in. That's a Riptire onto Red Robot. That doesn't accomplish a whole lot. But they do manage to get the push going again. It seems like Nasmus, I hate to say it, but is the easy target here. They have killed that Malthael many, many times. And if they can force another 5v4... maybe they can get another objective. Maybe they can get that boss and look to end the game. Turn-ins started here. Nasmus completes his. There's Red Robot, but Nasmus again getting picked. That's what we're talking about. Nasmus seems to be the weak link, the fragile, easy target for 30k here. And now you go for that boss.
I mean, that's a Nasmus mistake, but it's Oxygen as well. They have no vision of the bush. They know the enemy team is near. Nasmus paying 4 gems to the north side of that objective. That is a problem for Prismaticism. Oh, whoa!
Ooh, wow, I'm shocked that he got out of that. Well, I guess he'll take the Brightwing instead. Yeah. All right, well, you got to pick. It's going to be an easy completion on the boss now, probably.
I feel like you have a bush, it's got to be Johanna that checks it or is there.
Yeah.
Nazmas needs to be protected, encapsulated on the inside. That's an easy pickoff. Like, Vespertine literally had 4 seconds to plan that move and to call it to his team. They're not going to fail that 30k.
A Masquerade finds a Red Robot. Red Robot trying to get back onto Sammy here. Gets rooted. Low health. Blind trying to stay alive. Can't do it. The boss is going to come out in favor of 30k and with a tank lost as well. Now it seems like you're looking to set up that game-ending push.
Yeah. I mean, there's no stopping this. You again have the 3 assassins doing enough damage, potentially, to stop the boss before it even scratches the shield. That's if there's no players for 30k. They are here, and they're here to play Doa.
Right. That keep is going to drop really fast, and then it's kind of elementary. You don't have to deal with the tank. You can get as aggressive as you want to. Nazmus is a squishy target as well on that Malthael. Trying to just do what he can on the Vespertine. Maybe slow walk his way into the back. It's going to be a stay a while and listen from BBJ. That doesn't really hit anybody, I don't think. They do get in the back and get the kill on the Hanzo anyway. And the core targeted by 30k. And after a close, long, back and forth game, it will be 30k to take the first win in this semifinal match. That was a great start to this series, wasn't it?
It really was. We had 0 deaths at level 12 for both of the players. For both of the teams, just really careful, trying to scope each other out. And then, a lot of cool fights. With 30k coming ahead with some amazing damage numbers on Cassia, Junkrat, and Imperius. No one died more than once. Malthael got a little bit bullied. He is the melee assassin here in this situation, so he is going to be the most vulnerable target.
Well, we are seeing more and more, why it seems like we don't get a glimpse of a whole lot of melee assassins in the meta right now, because you go in, you're squishy, the backliners are going to be there, a little bit farther away. You're going to be tangling with the tanks, and it seems like you get evaporated pretty quick. It's hard to say. Well, we're back with Bahamut again. Pretty intense first map, huh?
Insane first map right there. I was sitting there and there were so many moments where I was just like literally like yelling like into my muted microphone, like, end the game, what are you doing? Like, the whole play in bottom lane with Vesper was super interesting. I thought they were actually going to have the attempt to end on the side of Oxygen. They just weren't able to push things in. And I think the last game on Volskaya Foundry was Sidestep Kings versus CrowdControl, going 31 almost minutes, and this one going 26 plus minutes, if I'm remembering correct. I think it's showing a lot of the nerves and a lot of the excitement in a sense from these players. Like, they don't want to lose. Like, they're not like, oh, we can lose and just go next game. Like, they're like, we want this game and we want a clean 2-0 or whatever. So I'm ecstatic for this, but I really, really like that 30k recognize that Oxygen likes to find that little bit of a lead in the early game. You two are noting that there were constant dives and a constant players getting away with slivers of health in that early game. That's Oxygen trying to find their window, as they always do. And they shut that down fairly well on the side of 30k. My next question is, can they do it for the next game and take it in a 2-0?
That's the real question. I mean, Oxygen still looked really good. I mean, I felt like that one could have ended up going either way, even, down towards the end. But, 30k just poised. Like, 30k showed that level of sort of poise, of calmness that Oxygen's opponents did not have yesterday, right? So now, maybe Oxygen has kind of hit their match. And again, we had that small sample size. It was only 2 games yesterday. They looked really good, but 30k showing us that Oxygen is not the only team that can have that level of coordination right now in CCL.
Yeah, they found their match in each other. And it was just, it was an incredible game. The takedowns are a little bit more lopsided, but that was super close. Like, you consider the first keep went down on the side of 30k, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just poring over why Malthael is having such a hard time in this tournament. I don't think it's just Nazmas. Like, it's easy to say it's all on him, but there's always a bigger story than that. It's why is Malthael getting picked in the first place? We need to break that down. And I believe it's kind of a problem with how many good solo laners are there right now. Like, Urel, is she by far the best?
It's hard to say. It's player hands, because Liam would argue that D.Va beats Yrel in the solo lane because you can utilize when Yrel goes to Avenging Wrath the Wave, and then God, I forget the name of the ability that you use afterwards, but essentially there's a combo that Yrel uses to clear the wave. D.Va can use the Nitro boost to bop her every single time she goes for that jump. So D.Va can beat Yrel in the solo, and in the past it was considered that Malthael's a fine matchup into Yrel, but Grubby was saying, we're analyzing why it's being picked and why it's losing. Part of me also thinks that this is Vesper understanding the solo lane matchup so much better than Nasmus, because I think they're a little more veteran in our current meta and our current Heroes of the Storm iteration post HGC.
Certainly could be. Well, looks like we're ready to see where the next map is that we're going to go. And it is going to be Towers of Doom.
I love it.
Very important solo lane again. You need to have a safe solo lane hero because the lanes are so deep. There's almost always a Lucio or a Brightwing to catch you if you're too far out of position, if not a Medivh. Yrel is going to be important again. You give that to Vespertine, he's going to be a much bigger threat than a Malthael or anything you can put against him. I would not be surprised to have Oxygen deal with that Yrel pick.
Grubby, was it you yesterday who was saying why ban out the things that you don't understand and play against and lose? Or was that Doe? I'm trying to remember because
I think that was Grubby, yeah.
I feel like this is a good example of that with Liam here. Like, don't ban it out. Learn how to play against it and watch it in a weekend where technically it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Obviously, there's bragging rights and maybe a bandit trophy, but Wait, Joe, do you want to mention that?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. So we just found out that the prize pool for CCL is now up to $6,200. So it continues to go up. This is amazing. And again, like this is just kind of showing the world that Heroes Esports is legit, right? Like this is a great game. It's a great community that wants to support it, and that's awesome, you guys. Keep it up. It's so cool to see the players and the orgs get this kind of support, and obviously us too, putting this on. It's awesome. So thank you, and yeah, keep it up. That's great.
Yeah, thank you very much for the support, guys. This is only the beginning. This is the Icebreaker Tournament to kick things off. All this prize pool will be destined for the main regular CCL season that's starting in 2 weekends from now. And this is such a great starting point for us to get some data and to see some drafts. And to hinge back on your previous point, Bahamut, do you want to start practicing against some of the things that you're going to be having to deal with? So let's say Vespertine Yrel, you let him have it again. Malthael didn't work. What do you go for? Do you go for D.Va? But I have a question too that I have no answer for. Why not Rexxar? Rexxar's so good. No one's Rexxar. Why? I don't get it.
I don't have an answer either. I wonder if it's just player pool at this point.
I wonder too.
Because
it's hard to control two things at once,
But I think Grubby, you have a really good point in that, because we don't see a lot of Rexxar into Yrel, and I don't think the bear gets countered by Yrel because there's so much 1v1 outplay that you can actually get with Rexxar. There's I think it's a level 13 talent where basically, I think if you hit them with the swoop from Rexxar, and then as long as Misha's auto attacking into the hero, you can continually have an auto attack buff onto Rexxar, where essentially you can shred. Like, I have watched Leorix into Rexxar where Rexxar loses the vast majority of the early game, and then later game they pick up this 13 talent, and then the Leorix are wait a minute, you couldn't do that a minute ago. What's happening? So definitely that's a good direction, Grubby, and I hope we do see some Rexxar play because it could be wonderful for Towers of Doom.
And he's a lot more useful than Malthael, I feel like, in team fights with the boars, with the bear doing the stun. And he can use Bird of Prey at level 1 to clear waves very quickly so that he doesn't need to fight Yrel too much, because it's risky to auto attack with Rexxar, not the bear, but with auto attack with Rexxar into Yrel, because then you're in jump range, you can get stunned. I don't know, maybe they already tried this. There's always much we don't know on the sidelines. There could be other reasons for it, why that's not a safe pick. But maybe they will train it.
Oxygen only played Malthael once yesterday, too. They just played it on the first map. It was Infernal Shrines. They didn't pick it for the other two maps. So maybe we'll see something similar here, where it's like, we tried it. They feel comfortable pivoting away from it. We're going to find out right now as we go into the draft on Towers of Doom. and see. I would imagine, I don't think there's going to be Malphel pick this game. Not by Oxygen, at least.
Yeah.
I think there's room to argue some of our more... God, can Oxygen let me talk about it first? Like,
Nope.
I wanted to talk about Vikings, but the other thing, the other unique note that I wanted to kind of pull off from that as well, because I was expecting a Vikings ban, is Abba Samuro. Either that run in tandem or those heroes just on their own are really, really strong on a map like this.
True. Waiting for the ban to come in from 30K now. Chromie, all right. No big surprise.
100% involvement rate still, correct?
Yes.
She was played in one game, but still banned in all the rest.
The only game Chromie has not been banned, she's been picked.
Yep, and that was Infernal Shrines, and that was our game 1, was it not?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So
I think it was the first game of the day, yeah.
Yes,
It's been so long already.
I know, it's
it all blends together.
I can't remember, but Junkrat Tiberium moves, so that's a target onto Hazuabs, which I like, but Hazuab still has Falstad for this map, still has Hanzo for this map, and probably a slew of other heroes as well, but those are the two that would definitely stand out to me as they get rid of a Medivh. Respectable for a map like this, absolutely.
Okay.
Cool.
Nice. Abathur, first pick for Oxygen. They are going for it.
Might see a Sergeant Hammer coming out again for Sammy or Hasu-Ups to counter Abathur. Didn't they try that on Volsky Foundry?
Yep. Yesterday they did. Sammy was the Hammer player. Out of curiosity, Grubby, were you as surprised as I was to not see Hazuabs on the Hammer? Because I felt like that was like a Hazuab special. And it's cool that 30K has 2 Hammer players, essentially. So it makes it a little bit more of a potential threat in these drafts. But a Brightwing Cassia, very strong, and BBJ gets to showcase the Brightwing here.
Indeed. Yeah, they let him have it. It was banned out against him yesterday, but he gets it this time. Joanna Stukov, the 2 picks now by Oxygen.
They're hiding which damage.
Yep.
I mean, there's many options. There's the Greymane, Reyna, the Zeratul, but Samuro is the mega monster pusher together with Abathur, and it's crazy when you can symbiote fake lives like Murky or a mirror image of Samuro. So that's the best.
I mean, it's, Way of the Blade at level 1, I believe, with armor reduction from the auto attacks. I might be saying a central talent at level 1, but that paired with the Adrenal Overload at level 4 is just so oppressive as well. And then you get Hive Mind at level 20. So, no, thank you.
You do the slow spikes at 16, and then you get the merciless strikes at 16, so that you always proc crits. Yeah, it's insane. That's not gonna happen. It's banned. You gotta think about it. Is it gonna be Zera? Is it gonna be Greymane? They go with Chonky, follow up, Diva, a little bit of damage reduction, etc. with the peel. Who's gonna be the ABBA target?
You mentioned.
I'll find out. Well, they did ban out the URL, so I wonder if that is kind of a clue as to what they might be picking here.
So, I'm thinking of just clone targets. Yeah, like Jaina is in the past a very good target because her trait from the clone and the trait on the real Jaina do affect the actual hero. So I was wondering if we see that kind of prowess and burst potential, but it's going to be the Zeratul, as Grubby was noting beforehand, that with an Abathur hat has tons of burst potential. Sylvanas, played by Prismaticism in the last game and previous games, we can say very, very good hero for them. But last pick, they need some wave clear and a little more poke, I think. Do we see Hanzo, Falstad? What do you think?
I mean, they've got the opportunity. We saw the Hanzo-Obs multiple times yesterday.
Yeah, I almost said that earlier in our draft, the Hanzo-Obs, but Thrall here, yeah, Grubby.
Maybe the Earthquake to reveal Zera, and Earthquake, you reveal Zera, you get survivability. At the end of the day, if Thrall positions well, I guess he's quite survivable. And then, he can do Earthquake. He has that, Blood for Blood that it's called. A lot of self-heal. I must say, I don't 100% get it. You need someone for a solo lane sometimes, which isn't Diva or Brightwing, that can also stay alive and trade against Zeratul and get away. Is Thrall that hero?
Well, interestingly enough, Simplicity picked Thrall against 30K yesterday, and it did not go well for them at all. So... in that sense, I'm a little bit surprised, but then again, it's 30K saying, hey, we saw that Thrall yesterday. Let us show you good Thrall. We'll find out if that happens.
really quick thinking about this, I think the Thrall is being grabbed here for a lot of setup and a lot of empowerment between the Cassia ETC. You've got the Feral Spirit for a root. Cassia can dive in with a Fend, and then you can have ETC power slide and do that as well. So I think I see, in my mind, I can kind of see where they're going with this on the side of 30K. But the big outlier for me is going to be Oxygen's Abathur. That's what I'm really excited for, because it can be really annoying to deal with. And then you have a Zeratul who's floating around this map looking to probably punish BBJ consistently and maybe look for some picks onto that pilot form diva when they do maybe get forced out.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure here.
Do you just go Sundering? You don't rely on the slow burn because you know Zeratul is like a burst guy. So Diva pops out, you save your Sundering, you throw it on Diva, knowing Zeratul is going to come in, and just try to blow him up with Polymorph. We have a little bit of a game crash, so we're just going to rejoin the game and get back into it.
Remake the lobby, yeah.
Don't have to redraft. We're still going to see Thrall.
Yep.
Is there any realm of this? And you know what? I feel like I'll watch the VOD back later and I'll see all the hate from chat. Do you think there's any realm where we could possibly see a Crash Lightning Thrall here?
Not likely against ABBA. There's even fewer bodies. There will be periodic grouping. Okay. I mean, it is possible. Like, the question is, do you need that level of burst or do you want more survivability? The Green Lightning always gives more survivability. I think that's the key against the burst comp like Zera. Like anytime you have a Zera, it's burst.
I think the Rolling Thunder at 1 probably is going to be the go, and then they can go into the Frostwolf pack at level 4, if I'm not mistaken. I might be misremembering that one, but I think those have a synergistic value with those two talents. But overall, the two drafts, which one do you kind of lean into, just purely based on, like, not looking at who's on what players, not considering what teams they are, just purely based on the draft and the map? Which one do you kind of go for? I guess maybe, Grubby.
ABBA, Zera, they only get really good at level 16 plus. Zera can do things before that with his level 4 talent, but it's at level 16 plus that generally Zeratools, they're waiting for that to come online and do massive damage. And Abathur is best at 20. It doesn't mean they're not good before you can't get things done, but it's a very late game comp here from Oxygen.
Well, let's take a look at our bracket one more time to see where we're at in the tournament. We've seen it already. Let's take another look at it, though. As you can see, 30K rather, up 1 game over Oxygen Esports. And the question is, can they keep that up? First game was really, really close. And, you know, honestly, with the little bit of a delay going into game 2, I feel like that kind of works a little bit into Oxygen's favor in that they've got a situation now where they've got a little bit more time to regroup. That was a very close game. It was very intense. It went really late. Sometimes as a player, the emotions are a little bit higher after something like that. And so you're kind of happy. I mean, if I was the coach of like Oxygen right now, I'd be a little bit happy that this happened, because it'd be like, all right, now everyone has time to kind of cool down, reset mentally, going to the next game fresh, and see if they can tie up the series.
I think. Go ahead.
That's probably true, because actually one of the hardest things to learn, though, is anytime you've lost and it was a little bit difficult to accept. If you feel like you're rage queuing to erase the stain of the memory of the past where you just lost and the embarrassment and the pain, you're queuing and you're still emotional. That's never good for your win chance. And we don't know the case. It's hard to get in their minds. Maybe they're super chill and they know why they lost and it's not going to happen again. But usually the team that lost benefits from that, the break.
Well, we got a chance to listen to their comms a little bit yesterday, and they were very, chill comms. They were not seeming to get too flustered by anything. And yesterday was going really well, so maybe that's part of it. But now it's a chance to sort of have that sort of calmness in adversity in a situation where you're down a game.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess I think the big thing here, as I'm looking at this and just thinking about what you two are saying, it's the outliers for me in this matchup, as I look back at my notes as well, is can Oxygen find the early window that they like to find and exploit and find this massive experience gain? Or is this going to be 30K matching them consistently throughout the game up until that 13 to 16 power spike that they really seem to be comfortable with? Because the last game was exactly that. They hit that 13-14 range, and it seemed like Tomb of Spider Queen went from Oxygen running it to 30K pushing back into them. And I think that's the big outlier for me as I think we finally load back into this. So I'll leave you two to it. Enjoy the game.
I think so. Thanks for joining us, Bahamut. We are finally loading into the game. We are ready to go. Here we are, Towers of Doom. And let's introduce the players. It's been a little while, so let's talk about it again. So Red Robot on the Johanna, Madara, Uchiha on the Abathur, Prismaticism playing the Sylvanas, Banana on the Stukov, rather, and Nasmus on the Zeratul. And so that will be Oxygen. Meanwhile, on the 30K side of things, we have Hasovs playing the Thrall, Sammy on the Masquerade on the ETC, Vespertine playing Diva, and BBJ on the Brightwing. And we'll see if they can make this a 2-0 series, or if Oxygen can tie this one up. I've got a feeling, Grubby, this one's going to go the distance. What do you think?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope your feeling is accurate, because I'm loving the games between these two players here.
Yeah.
Between these two teams. And I'm very excited to see how Thrall will perform, how Hasselhoff's on Thrall will perform. He went for that Rolling Thunder at level 1. He's going to be part of the 4-person rotation as Diva goes top and meets Zeratul for the top lane.
Right, that percent health damage from the Thrall is nothing to laugh at. That can get pretty serious later on. And I just want to see oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm just excited to see a different kind of Thrall game than what we saw yesterday, because it looked like, unfortunately for Simplicity, that Thrall just got punished over and over again. So I want to see what a more successful Thrall looks like here.
And hopefully maybe we'll find out.
Yeah, hopefully.
So
we'll see.
Thrall catching the mid. Abathur is so good on on Towers of Doom, by the way. So that's definitely a great pick. Taking it first is usually the only time you can get it. And it also makes sense that they banned Vikings, because Vikings is one of the best counters to Abathur. Big move here on Johanna.
That Red Robot, though, so tanky on the Johanna, so it's hard to get that pick early, but it does let them muscle their way in and steal away the Siege Camp, which, at this point in the game, maybe that's a little bit more useful even than the early kill.
Yeah, that's why they're here with 5 people. Diva coming top. Zeratul trying to delay Diva a little bit. He's actually doing body blocks. Vespertine goes to use his boosters. Top gate is already down. What's happening down there?
Well, it was a power slide onto Red Robot. Looked like he was maybe in a little bit of trouble for a moment there, but the rest of the team stepped up to deliver him to safety here. Just lots of damage being traded back and forth in the bot lane right now.
Needle Spine for Abathur, not going with the auto attack speed empowerment for Zeratul. We can also see that Zeratul is full cleave build. He didn't get Psionic Strength at level 4, which I believe is meta in Europe, if I'm not mistaken. So instead he has that 40% bonus damage. The problem with the Zeratul level 4 is it doesn't reset off of... like when you go for the 2nd and the 3rd cleave from your level 10 and 20 talent, I believe it's called Shadow of the Nerazim or something, it doesn't stack. It refreshes the duration of damage over time. So that makes it a little bit more likely that perhaps Zeratul is going for Void Prison rather than massive Q resets.
I suppose it would fit, right? Because if you can avoid prison and just kind of like force that lopsided team fight in your favor for a few seconds, find those picks, try to move ahead, and it seemed to be those like small things that made the difference in game number 1.
You give up a lot of damage with that, but you rely on good team synergy to kill the ones that aren't caught inside of it. And maybe that's exactly what we're gonna get. You and I have already talked a lot about the synergy of Oxygen, so if anyone can void prison, certainly it could be them.
Yeah, we know how on the same page they have seemed to be. Wow, Red Robot not afraid to go in despite the low health. It looks like they will bring BBJ down on the Brightwing. Banana taking a little bit of damage himself. And, I know they really wanted to try to prevent that Siege Camp, but do you feel like that was a little bit too aggressive of a push?
Feels a little aggressive. Yeah, it feels a little aggressive, but anytime Abathur teams can take a fight and not lose it, not necessarily win, but just not lose it, that's pretty fine. He's doing some symbiote skullduggery somewhere else in some other lane, and you're just kind of slowing down the game. And I think they treaded that line very well, though.
True enough. Another good condemn from Red Robot. Just, being annoying. It's just annoying to get hit by that, get slowed, maybe have to use an ability, a little bit of extra mana you don't want to. And I suppose going back to the fight at the siege camp, you have to kind of remember when you're looking at the team from Oxygen, there's that hidden Abathur that's not quite there. So it may not be like a 3v3. It might be kind of a 3.5v3, but oh my, that is a nice polymorph onto the Banana, and that Stukov is going down, not able to recover from all the damage after that CC.
Yeah.
That is exactly what 30k needed, and they're going to steal away the siege camp again.
Yeah, Banana needed peel, but he didn't get any. Johanna was going top, Zeratul wasn't here, and there was just not enough protection for him, so we get 30k taking him down, getting another Sapper stolen, and starting to work away on this wall. There is a Mule Abathur, even though none of the structural damage on this map is permanent, still going to be used, not just to protect their own forts, but also to take any future enemy forts that Oxygen steals to keep them in tip-top shape. And what you often see from an Abathur team is that when they're losing the bottom lane repeatedly, they send 1 or 2 members top, they take top fort kind of as a consolation prize. But it can be quite nice to occasionally run sappers into the top tower line as a compensation for losing the more important one.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, teams positioning around the bottom shrine. Looks like they're going to get the channel off without too much issue there. BBJ and Masquerade both guaranteeing that it's going to go through, and that's another bit of damage on the core. And we know these maps can come back from a very low core health on one side, but it is looking like all 30k so far.
Both Sylvanas and Stukov are such cool picks on Towers of Doom because both the silence arm of Stukov as well as the Black Arrow from Sylvanas actually stops sappers from starting their explosive charges, which gives you a lot more time to take them down before the towers go down. Everything from Oxygen is geared towards slowing down the game, which allows Zeratul to get to the late game. And we do see indeed with that Wormhole pick, that Void Prison, it was foreshadowed. I think it's no surprise for 30k, but that's going to be the play here for Zeratul from Oxygen.
Very cool. And like you said, just slowing down the pace to try to maybe find those shrine channels later. We will find out. Meanwhile, a little bit of a fight down in bot lane. There's a root, there's a polymorph. They do manage to save Red Robot on the Johanna, but it feels like so many things are so close. Nice massive shove from Banana just to eject Sammy from the fight.
Yep.
Don't want that Cassia anywhere near you. She's got the ball lightning this time too, so it's the damage, right? That's what you're worried about.
Whoa, nearly the chain light. Let me actually check how much it would have done. 249, then 125. Yeah, it wouldn't have killed him even if it hit him, but still pretty cool. So far, successful game by Oxygen. Yes, they're down 8 shots, but I feel like they're on par with where they should be. With
they're keeping up.
Yeah.
All right. Well, meanwhile, have to back away again. Like consistently, 30k has been able to steal away that siege camp, which, even if it's not a ton of damage from this point on, it is very annoying to have to deal with. Madarauchi on the Zeratul looking like he's trying to get into the back lines a little bit on a BBJ, goes in for the attack, but he's so low. Can they finish him? No, wait, never mind. That's just the Abathur. It's okay.
It's just
I got baited
copy.
as well. Yep. I'm new, guys. I haven't casted Heroes of the Storm very long. Forgive me. There's the real Banana, and he is really taking a lot of damage. It's going to force out the self-destruct from Vespertine to just try to push the rest of Oxygen back a little bit.
Oh!
Uh-oh. Banana down. Can we say he got peeled? That's too. Nah, that pun.
No, don't make that joke. I would never make that joke.
Real Zeratul has also died.
Yeah. Yeah, he tried to come in here, get the shove to save Sylvanas, died instead. I do think he did save Sylvanas, so it's it's a sacrifice.
Yeah, sure. Still more core damage coming out from 30k though.
Yeah, they're building up a really important lead in that. On the one side, as an Abathur team, you can say, well, it's not all about the shots. Let's just get to the late game. For 30k, it's quite a lot more supercharged than that. They do need to build up this lead because they know that it's going to give them superior decision making when they don't need to worry about their core. They know it can be tough against ABBA later. So if they, in the late game, only need to get 1 out of every 2 altars, that's really convenient for them in their decision making process. So they're about where they would want to be, losing almost no shots at all.
Exactly. Well, they're still not worried about the aggression at all. Ooh, maybe they should be because they finally got the kill on the Johanna that they've been looking for so long, but they might lose Masquerade. Now the heal does come through. It's going to stay alive for the moment. Let's see if it continues here. Prismaticism having a hard time keeping that fort alive.
Yeah, and they get that fort. That's what the non-Abathur team is supposed to do. Meanwhile, Zeratul trying to go for the consolation prize. Sappers on the top fort. Nazma's now empowered with some symbiote power, trying to take that top fort. We've got Vespertine going for the defense, and a very cool move by Banana and Prismaticism to try and join Zeratul, who's doing body blocks. Can they take down the D.Va? No, we do not have the root from Stukov landing.
Yep, just speed boost to safety again. You're just fine.
Yeah. I mean, if
like
Stukov gets the root, it's a kill, but it was really long distance. 2
shrines on the way now. In about 1 second. Oxygen trying to take position over the strong. It looks like it's going to be BBJ activating the bottom one. You can always teleport back up to the top one. To be annoying there.
Sappers actually threatening the tower line. 1 goes over, 2 goes over.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. Even more core damage being done. There's another one. Meanwhile, the fight on the shrine is happening. Nasmus getting jumped on by Hot Swabs in the backline. Meanwhile, it's all damage onto Masquerade. He power slides away. Has to give up that position, though. The rest of his team still trying to keep that shrine away from Oxygen, but I don't think they're going to be able to do this time. They're going to be lucky to survive this fight. BBJ and Sammy managing to exit it. First stun on the Prismaticism. They're going to use the mosh pit. Wow, really dedicating a lot to get that kill in the Sylvanas, but it worked out. Massive shove pushes BBJ away. No more healing for you, but now Nasmus a little bit low. Vespertine absorbing some of the damage, setting up that kill on the Zeratul. And Banana on his own, the Stukov. He can walk, but he can't run very fast, and that is a massive 3K for Cassia on the side of 30K. That is a ton of fun for Sammy.
There's still 0 kills for Oxygen Esports. It started to get a little bit more harrowing. They did finally, for the first time in a long time, get some tower shots, but it was only 3 cannonballs. They're now 16 against 33 with the talent down. Whatever this Void Prison comp was meant to achieve, they need to turn on the heat at level 16, or Oxygen is looking like they might just get wiped clean off the map.
Yeah, might just get rolled here. We'll see Red Robot a little bit low again. Oh, they're so close. 500 HP. Can they find the last few hundred? No, not quite. That was a close call again. I mean, one thing that 30K has really been doing a lot of is just every opportunity they have, pouring damage into the tank, into the Johanna, forcing a lot of the defensive abilities out early.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's been some really good CC chain, but especially between ETC and Brightwing. Just making so that he can't even use his Unstoppable.
Another shot onto Core goes through. Meanwhile, the team fight happening as well. Red Robot again taking a lot of damage. And, you know, they didn't get the kills, but 30K doesn't care. They got another shot on Core, and that just brings them 1 step closer to closing out this series in a 2-0.
Hasselhoff, by the way, didn't complete his Frostwall pack yet. Once he does, he's going to get a cooldown reduction on his Wolves. But if he dies, which he hasn't, or if he misses, it's gone. But so far, he's been doing a great thrall, hasn't he?
True. Yeah, much, much better than what we saw before.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. BBJ gets caught. Vespertine can't keep his support alive. Now Sammy maybe can answer with a little bit of damage. Hot Swaps and Masquerade coming up to help out. Red Robot a little bit low. Can they finish him? Not quite. Masquerade with the mosh pit to try to secure the kill on the Nasmus. He's going to walk away with that Zeratul. Has a little bit of help, of course, from the Abathur. And Banana with the shove just to keep him out. Oh, wow, double kill. It took each other out. It was simultaneous. We call that a draw in fighting games. 1 for 1 here.
Yeah. Yeah, Stukov helping there to finish off Cassie as well, even as he took down Sylvanas. It's heating up. The first 2 kills for Oxygen. May there be many more, they think.
Oh, I'm sure they want that. They need to start controlling these siege camps, though. That's what we're seeing more than anything. As 30K has controlled those non-stop through the entire game, and yet again, they dive in, trying to force Nasmus to back away. They separate Red Robot from the rest of his team, and that is going to be yet another siege camp in the bot lane for Oxygen to deal with. It's getting really annoying.
Zeratul has a little bit less mobility options when he plays Wormhole. There are some higher mobility choices with level 1 and 7 talents that differ from what he has. And I feel like 30K is anticipating quite well the range of his motions. They're not really getting confused. Because Wormhole is restrictive. He doesn't have blink cooldown reduction at 1, and he has to return to the place where he came within 2 seconds. And Polymorph kind of messes with that, as does Thrall Root.
Oxygen trying to take the fort down now. Red Robot.
Big Stukov Root?
Maruya, yeah. All right. Not bad. Self-destruct gets pushed away. That's exactly why you have that Stukov in there. They do, it looks like 30K, though, do manage to save the keep for a little while longer.
Yeah, and at some point it just starts taking too long, and they have to let it go. Focus on the two the two altars. But once again, 30K creating a secondary objective. Making these sappers push in with the delay allows them to go 1 for 1 and feel happy about that.
Yeah, exactly. It takes so much pressure off of winning every single shrine battle if you're sending those siege camps at your opponent over and over again. There's a power slide onto the tank. He's going to get knocked out of the mosh pit, though. Masquerade in a little bit of trouble here. Gets stopped by the Zeratul. Trying to back away, blinded, taken down now. That's going to be a big pickup for Prismaticism. Meanwhile, the Root, Stukov doing so much damage to PBJ, tries to go for the pick with the arm. I like the effort, Banana. I like the effort there with the massive shove into the almost kill onto the Brightwing. Didn't quite nail it. And there's the channel onto the shrine. More damage into the core. It is sub 10 HP now.
And we saw the first best Void Prison usage so far. Doing a Void Prison on the backline while ETC was caught out by himself doing a mosh pit. And because Oxygen was actually able to take the top fort, it wasn't too bad of a trade, 4 for 4. But we're getting to the point where it's nearly impossible for Oxygen to make good late game decisions. If they drop below 6, if they drop to like 4, it's going to get tough. Vespertine, it's not right, but he goes in anyway.
Oh, he's going to try, and if they lose Vespertine here, that could be bad. The shove actually delivers the D.Va to safety a little bit, if I saw that right. Maybe I didn't, but Red Robot, meanwhile, on the run. Vespertine now knocked out of the mech. They got the Horseman involved in maybe a fight they didn't want to take here. We'll see if they can turn it around. There's the Polymorph. This Thrall doing what he can.
Nasmas has no Void Prison.
Yep.
He's got no Void Prison. 15 seconds out. Seems risky to play here.
Does indeed, but they can't let them take that the boss camp.
Yeah.
That's damage on the core that they can't afford right now. Wow. Action-packed second game. 30K backing off just to get the lanes in a position they want them in again. Waiting for the shrines to come up in 30.
Yeah, it's tough for Oxygen to let it come down to a fight over the shrine because there's so little wriggling room for them. There can be like a boss steal. What do they know about the positioning? They see ETC in the lane. They do not see D.Va, Cassia, Brightwing. They now see... Wait! Oh, Earthquake misclick by Thrall.
Yeah, that's not exactly the time you want to use that.
Earthquakes are unpredictable.
A little bit, yeah. Haswab's just... He's playing the lore Earthquake. You never know where it's going to strike or when or for what reason.
Are they just gonna let it go now? Are they doing like the tough laydown? You got pocket aces, but you're like, nah.
I don't know.
It looks like they just let it go.
Yeah, a little bit more core damage, and this is what we're talking about. On a map like Towers of Doom, it can still turn around.
Well, let's face it. They had to make the tough rational call. We lost Earthquake, and we're not gonna fight for this. Oh, the big root by Banana H from the shadows!
I was gonna say they may lose more than that. The tank pretty low right now. Masquerade manages to just barely get out with his life. Meanwhile, Sammy on the Cassiopeia, still something to be afraid of. They take out the Abathur clone. And now you can maybe push forward a little bit.
The Mosh Pit is still available, but ETC did use Bolt. Another root from Banana H! So much damage on Masquerade.
Really good ones. That's for sure. Banana manages to, or rather Masquerade managed to slide away. They get the kill on the Red Robot now in the 5v4. Maybe they can go for the boss. Maybe they can go for another siege camp. We will see. Haswabs, they get a nice stun. A polymorph, great CC chain onto Nasmus, onto the Zeratul as he tries desperately to escape here. Vespertine denying some of the return damage. Prismaticism, though, he's not going to be deterred.
Yeah, 1v5.
He wants to do it anyway. Yeah, he's not afraid. That's the boldest Sylvanas I've seen in a while.
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous, but I think he did it on purpose because he feels like he can still get away. He has Gladiator's Medallion, and he wanted to prevent the boss from being taken.
Makes
now
sense.
they can get into this impossible situation where Johanna spawns 1 second after the altars are available, and they need to fight for both. That's just impossibly difficult.
30k on the boss right now. Banana pushes Vespertine all the way away. There's the Earthquake where they want it, though. The boss will go down, and that is some final damage on the core. Final as in one more from anything is going to finish it off. 2 HP remaining on the core. And there you go. There's the channel. How do you stop it? Self-destruct is going to ensure nobody gets there. And that is it. 30k comes in and 2-0's Oxygen Esports. First game was very close. Second game looked pretty one-sided in favor of 30k. Solid effort, though, and 30k is going to the finals.
Yeah, great series. 2-0 victory by 30k. It was just so comfortable play by them. Look at the death counts. Like, it's the same as last game. 1 max per player. You can fool me once, can't fool me twice.
You know, and you got to give a lot of credit to Oxygen as well. They played so well yesterday, and they still looked solid today. I think they're definitely going to be one of the stronger teams going into the regular season. But 30k kind of digging deep and finding the win. Let's bring Bahamut back in to get his take on that. Bahamut, pretty exciting series. I think a lot of us, you know, we thought it might be close. I know I wasn't expecting the 30k 2-0. Were you?
As the game went on, yeah, but also a little bit in draft. I'm not gonna lie. BBJ got Brightwing. I'm sorry. Like, I actually tabbed into the healing stats 9 minutes into the game. At 9 minutes, Stukov had roughly 22,000. At 9 minutes, Brightwing had roughly 36,000. We end game with Stukov having 64,000 roughly and Brightwing with 102. So BBJ, probably the MVP of this game for me. And I do want to shout out, though, Vesper on this Diva was just always, everywhere, constantly a harassment tool. Didn't just sit in the solo lane. They lost a little bit against that Zeratul, but I think they were okay with that. I think they were okay with losing the top lane a little bit to amplify their team fight when when Abathur didn't have 10s, didn't have the ultimate evolution, so they could punish the constant 4v5. 30k, recognizing the small window that they had and utilizing it consistently throughout that game. 30k is a name that is going to be strong throughout HeroesCCL, but Oxygen, I definitely think that they stand out very, very strong.
And so that brings us to our final break before the finals here of the Icebreaker Tournament on HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. It's going to be CrowdControl versus 30k. It is set up to be a pretty awesome best of 5, so do not miss it. We'll be back in a few with that. See you then.
Roll20 lets you build maps, drag and drop tokens, and other features that your kitchen table just can't do.
My table can't do any of those things.
No.
Also, Roll20's video and voice feature let you connect with more people. So if you wanted to invite Lucas and Ariel...
Hey guys.
Hello.
What's going on?
That's no problem at all.
Ready to play?
Your friends, your games, your table, Roll20.
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big-ass beer soap. This big-ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here on HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. I am Doa, with me are Grubby and Bahamut, of course, and this is it. The finals of the Icebreaker Tournament, the finals of the preseason, if you will, and it's going to be an awesome match. We've got CrowdControl versus 30K Gaming, and let's take a look at the bracket and see how we got here. But I got to ask, I'll send it over to you first, Grubby. Thinking back over the matches this weekend, what stands out to you? What's your fondest memory of the series that we've seen so far?
Well, I really liked Oxygen's just very, very clean play in the first series. We didn't know if they're going to take it all the way, and they didn't, but that's the one that stands out most fondly because I love immaculate macro play.
How about you, Bahamut?
It's Wildheart versus CrowdControl. I that Towers of Doom scrappiness will never leave my mind, and that was just such a fun. That was just such a fun map and a great time and a great series as well.
Yeah, for sure. Two great series, I think, so far today. Let's take a look at the rosters for our finals here. There's a lot of exciting players here. Looking at CrowdControl as well, we know Retzau brings out the Zarya ban. I felt like Quaza was doing a really great job just being very disruptive on the URL especially. What stands out to you guys?
Yeah, Dino's Greymane was great. Like, he punished Deathwing so hard with 105,000 damage, only one death. Just really, really clean play. As for on the side of 30K, we have Vespertine also proving that if he doesn't get URL, he was fantastic on Diva. My favorite moment from last game was where his spider senses were tingling in front of the boss. And it looked like he was going to make the mistake of walking into them. And as everyone's finger got on the trigger to try and gank Diva, boom, burst through the bush where he knew they're going to be and start at the beginning of the end. And I thought that was really clever. And Vespertine is, he's a smart player.
Yeah, for sure. Got to talk about BBJ as well. I mean, CrowdControl was watching that last series. And Bahamut, do you think you have to ban the Brightwing?
There's no way. There's no way Urel and Brightwing make it through the draft. If you're CrowdControl, why? Like, I get the whole argument of, play against it to learn about it, but at the same time, we're in our best of 5 finals, which this is a simulation of our regulation season. This is going to be 5 games where there's the potential for a reverse sweep in the traditional manner as we know it. So I gotta say, the big outlier for this matchup here is going to be, do they respect ban things out from what they've seen, or are they just gonna try and force face and just play the game they want?
Yeah. That's the big question, isn't it? Is that this is sort of, like you said, the simulation of the way the games will be approached during the regular season. So you kind of have to approach it with a little bit of a different mentality as well. The bans are going to be a little bit different as far as maps go. And then, your overall match strategy too. I suppose the other interesting thing to think about is that neither one of these teams have really had the time to prep against each other as well. We had the overnight prep opportunities for the semifinalists. Now you go right into the grand finals, and especially for a team like 30K that just came out of that last match, you got to adapt fast. So I think this will be a great opportunity to test some of those other skills too. Let's take a look at the map we're going to go to for our first game in the finals here at the Icebreaker Tournament. It's going to be Infernal Shrines.
A little note for anyone at home wondering as well why we only have 1 map ban. It was discussed internally, and we listened to the community, as we always say we do, and everyone was like, hey, can we take it from 2 map bans on a best of 5 to 1 map ban per? So that way you're not literally left with only a single map. So we are going to see Garden of Terror and Tomb of Spider Queen banned out, but Infernal Shrines for game number 1, Grubby. In the previous series, actually our first series of the day, you noted that Infernal Shrines is such a nice tried and true map to start a major series on.
It's a great place to get a feel for each other and to kind of see the baseline of where you're at. After you know how well you're doing on Infernal, you know whether you want to go to a cheesy map if you don't feel confident, or another map like it if you're doing very well.
That's true.
I gotta say too, like even coming back and getting back into Heroes after being away for a while, like Infernal Shrines is still one of my favorite maps. It's fun to play, but it's also fun to watch because it provides so many exciting moments. You remember our Infernal Shrines game earlier today? We had one team at 39 out of 40 skeletons, and they still lost the shrine. So you see these extremely tense moments too. It's a ton of fun. But it sounds like we're time or it sounds like it's time soon to move into the draft in just a moment and see exactly what the heroes are going to be. What's the comp breakdown going to look like? Let's find out.
Now, if I remember correctly, back into the CrowdControl draft from yesterday, X-Ray had a really strong, was it Malfurion or Brightwing on Towers of Doom? I can't remember, but they had some outstanding play on their support role yesterday, and that's what I'm honestly looking forward to the most coming out from CrowdControl in this draft is X-Ray or Night Vision, as we also know them, to kind of showcase their skills here.
They just renamed.
Excuse me. I noticed that too. Yeah, X-Ray. They originally they were Night Vision, and also CrowdControl. Literally, did they do this in between the series?
Yes. After they won their semis, they heard what we said about name synergy. No, but they finally got around to it. They
Pro players, guys. Pro players.
X-Ray. Night Vision is now X-Ray, and everyone has that fancy CrowdControl abbreviation in front of their name, acronym.
I mean, that's great, but if there's one thing I've developed an intolerance for over my years of esports casting, it's players changing IDs all the time. So it's fine. You want to be X-Ray? That's cool. Just stay X-Ray, please. No more changes. That's all I ask.
I do think they were known as X-Ray, and then for a little bit they just had the name of Night Vision.
Yeah, smurfing. But then don't take your smurf into a tournament.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you make a good point with that one. But reeling things back into this draft right now, we have a Cassia being banned out, so they're respecting Sammy from the last game on that Cassia, and just the hero in general. This is going to be a ban onto a Junkrat, which overall Hazuabs has been strong on this, but I do believe Dino, I think, played some Junkrat already. I'm trying to think back previous.
Probably everyone should be able to.
I can try to look. Let's see.
It would either be Quasar or Dino, but either way, Medivh will be banned out. So Brightwing up and available, Urel is up and available. There's a lot of tools and a lot of priorities up and available for both of these sides. I guess while you're looking, Doa, Grubby, what do you think?
I have no idea. Oh yeah, of course. Chromie, Hazuabs, finally.
Yeah, I think there was one Junkrat yesterday, maybe.
Okay.
Just quickly skimming through my notes.
Yeah, sorry to pull you away for a second there, but Chromie didn't get banned out. First pick.
Nice. Yeah. Well, we saw what happened. The funny thing is do I recall right where the Chromie did not win the game that it was picked earlier?
It was Sidestep Kings that got it, and Sidestep Kings won game number 1, if I'm not mistaken, because they ran through bottom lane after getting 3 kills.
That's right. Yeah. It was a close affair, but they did win it.
Yes.
I wouldn't say they won it because of the Chromie, though. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, I think it was one of their winning tools, but definitely not what they won this. They won consistent fights because they had Chromie. But a Gazlo Joanna, strong anchor, strong setup and control. But this is BBJ Vesper. What do you expect?
You give Hazuabs the Chromie, you give BBJ the Brightwing, you give Vespertine the Urel. It's kind of like CC's. It sounds kind of like CrowdControl saying, "All right, let's see what you got. Give us your best stuff, and we'll see how things measure up."
I guess just a complete tier S draft for 30k.
At this point, yeah.
I mean, maybe it's can't care about your draft is what CC stands for. So I don't know. But this last ban on the right-hand side, they could look to prioritize a healer here just to, obviously just to lessen that pool for X-Ray, but maybe there's something that they don't want to deal with the Brightwing. Deckard Cain actually is a little bit of a nuisance into Brightwing because there's a lot of AoE stuns and slows, and that forces the Soothing Mist out from Brightwing here and there. But it's actually going to be a Sylvanas, as they do not want to deal with the push potential coming out from the enemy side. But we get into our next set of picks after our last ban phase. What's the priority? Wave clear?
Support? 2 unstoppables so far against Chromie's potential temporal loop, both Robogobo and the Shield of Johanna. Sylvanas gone. Haunting Wave can also disjoint temporal loop. Nice ban by 30k.
There's also Will of the Forsaken as well, which is the activatable.
Right. Oh, that's true.
So
Leoric could get away. Hanzo can't get away, but he can try to stay out of range. And Diva, well, she's not a high priority burst target usually.
But as we were talking about in the past, Diva's considered, at least in the words of Urel, of Vesper. We might as well just call Vesper Team Urel. Like they should just rename to Urel. But this is considered the counter by their standards. So we'll see if Rutso is able to play this counter potential into here. I'm very excited to see that solo lane matchup.
Oh, right.
Our last 2 picks, we're going to need a main tank. So it's a main tank Imperius from Masquerade, which is a special for us. I need to make a note of that. And Sammy on Tychus, which we actually had played yesterday, and Sammy was strong on the Tychus.
A lot of percentage-based damage coming in for Imperius and Tychus. They can make Lauber run back very quickly and take him down with that. And we got the Odin for the Shrine Control.
Yeah.
Last pick coming in for Crowd Control now. What do you go with here?
A healer.
Unless they're gonna play. Yeah, I was about to say there's no way they play this crazy, but you know.
Deanna.
Wait,
all right.
I'm trying to think. Do you go maybe like Spell Power Hanzo and Nano Boost the Hanzo or something? Or this feels like an Eye of Horus game, honestly.
You know, there's that. I'm kind of thinking on the. I'm kind of thinking about the biotic grenade side of things. You know, with Brightwing's healing being kind of like passive, you could shut a lot of that down with it sometimes.
But doesn't that mean it's extra bad to have like a short period where you shut it down when it's so staggered?
Maybe. It depends on if you shut down, or you could shut down a vital blink heal too.
Yeah, that's true. Shut down some blink heals, or Imperius's self-healing, or Urel's self-healing from the absorption.
True. Some of those tools you rely on, and you don't notice they're gone until it's too late. But yeah.
All I gotta say,
last sauce, Bahamut, before we let you go.
30k takes it with a very aggressive draft.
All right, there you go. Bahamut calling 30k. We will see if that ends up being the case as we get started with our first game of the finals here. It is going to be Crowd Control. Lauber on the Johanna, Rutso on the Hanzo, Quaza on the Diva, Dynel playing the Gazlo, and X-Ray, the artist formerly known as Night Vision, on Anna. Meanwhile, over on the 30k side, fresh off of their win over Oxygen, it's Vespertina on the Urel, Masquerade playing the Imperius once again. Hasawabs gets the Chromie, EBJ gets the Brightwing, Sammy on the Tychus. It's going to be an exciting game. The gates are down. Let's get things started on Infernal Shrines.
I hope we do get to see that Eye of Horus. Would be pretty cool. It does seem nice to give spell, cooldown reduction to Hanzo and some spell power. Definitely not bad. Not the primary target, because he's got, especially for the Q, you need to aim and increase distance, and that makes CDR a little bit less good for him, but it's good for spam W's. So we'll see. Might be Eye of Horus. That's a story for later. For now, it's who wins the mid wave.
You know me, man. I'm a Eye of Horus only player, so I don't trust my teammates enough to nano boost them. I'm sorry, it's just true. But we'll see if BBJ, or rather, if X-Ray has a little bit more faith in his teammates. I would hope he does.
I'm sure.
Oh, nice polymorph into the kill on Johanna. That was a really heads-up play, and BBJ's polymorphs, they always come at exactly the right time, it seems like.
Yeah, that was great. But for what it was worth, Johanna already didn't have Unstoppable anymore, at least not the trait, but would still have the Gladiator's Medallion, so that polymorph was actually totally key to get the Johanna.
Yeah, Lauber drops. Now teams both back off to take their siege camps. Normal moves on the map, it seems like, aside from that early pick onto Lauber. He looks angry, though. Looks aggressive. They're going to really try to push this bottom siege camp, I guess.
Yeah. You could also nano the Gaslow, but he doesn't get mana from nano boost, unlike most other heroes. So if he's out of scrap, at the very least his turrets are not getting any help from that. Laser is a channel. He really only gets more bombs from it, and I think that doesn't make it worth it.
Okay. Rotation up to the mid lane with a lot of members of Crowd Control's level 4 is hit by both sides here. And Rutso needs to be careful too. That Hanzo is very vulnerable when he's on his own in that mid lane.
Let's see, everyone going for the Bruiser camp. We have Gaslow pivoting into... he's got the bomb build, so we'll probably get the multi-bombs at, I believe, level 16. A lot of CC for his team. 0-1 in takedowns thus far, and none likely to happen very soon from now. Just grabbing the camps. The announcement is made, Shrine will be top.
Indeed. All right. So Shrine all the way up on top. We will see which Infernal it's going to be. Which Punisher, rather. Didn't get a chance to check that out quite yet.
I don't think you can see it from the light.
No.
I think it's Mortar, maybe. Or maybe you can't see. We'll see.
All right, let's find out. Kwanzaa taking a bit of damage on that D.Va.
Oh, it's frozen.
Ah, there you go. Yep, we can see down the bottom right now. All right, so it has begun. A couple early skeletons for CrowdControl. DeQuaza taking a pretty aggressive stance on this right now, pulling a lot of them towards him, which helps a lot. So the question is, can 30K find an opportunity to break in here, or will they just kind of let this go, even on skeletons so far?
Yeah, Lauber's actually doing 2 waves with Johanna bot. He is arguably the fire starter for his team, and that proves that CrowdControl, as much as they're fighting for this, they're not that invested in this shrine. He picks up the XP mid, doesn't dismount, and lets 3 minions go. So he joins now, and you know what? His team has done very well for themselves in the 4 versus 5 situation, essentially. Or it was 4v4, Urel's also bot. Cool plays by CrowdControl, and they're going to get this shrine pretty easily.
Seems that way. It really a lot kind of relied, I think, on the play on the D.Va from DeQuaza too, as far as just like providing a really hard opportunity to get in there. Also, I was going to take a lot of damage actually from the self-destruct, but that's okay because they end up getting the kill anyway.
And D.Va down. Yep, he held that mech explosion as a threat, and it was worth more than the actual explosion. That's how they got the shrine, which is, I think, what you were saying, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Just able to have a lot of zone control with that D.Va. Very useful. So, the Punisher able to get in and do a little bit of damage here. Meanwhile, it is going to be actually the slowing sands for Hasuabs on the Chromie.
Let's see where Hanzo is going with his quest. He still needs to hit Urel 3 times. He needs to hit Chromie once, Brightwing twice, and Tychus twice. That's how he's going to get off his quest. So Hanzo, who's playing? Let's see, who's playing Hanzo? Rutzo, he still wants to find Urel and hit her. Imagine not completing that quest. I don't think I've ever seen that.
It would hurt bad.
Yeah,
I have not played Hanzo in HOTS yet myself, so I don't know how hard that really is, but I'll leave that up to you.
It's not hard in Storm League. It's definitely realistic to complete it before level 10.
Sure.
The only mistake you can make is picking it against an Abathur comp, of course.
Yeah, that's true. Very good point. Long sleep against a couple members of 30K. Good siege damage being put in by Hasuabs, that's right. And again, just sort of teams feeling each other out right now, it seems like. Nobody's really dedicating to any, overly aggressive moves at the moment. Just one kill so far in the map.
I'm looking
I think you're just trying to... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just looking only at the vision for CrowdControl right now. They see Tychus Brightwing mid. They are up against Heroics, and they don't know where everyone is. Imperius showed bot, which makes them feel more comfortable. Because that's always this really exciting moment where you don't have level 10, they do. Where's their tank? But Imperius, I think, accidentally showed, which made CrowdControl be able to make a play. Going top. Brightwing is solo. DeQuaza with the cutoff. She has Blink Heal, though.
Yeah, Blink Heal to make it out just in time. That was very close, though.
I think he plans that, right? Like, even if I get caught at all times, I'm aware when the next wave is. And BBJ just made a 5-man rotation, wasted. Urel, not even worried. Vespertine still down here, didn't come to her aid. Probably BBJ called, I'm fine. I got Blink Heal.
Oh, yeah. Almost certainly. But that's BBJ, right? It's just so hard to pin him down. You know he's always going to have the CC on the right person at the right time.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to get out of situations like that. That's why we've seen it banned against him, that Brightwing.
Exactly.
We should mention, too, that this match is actually a rematch of a show match that happened earlier this week between CrowdControl and 30K. And I believe 30K won that one, but I could be wrong, actually. I feel like I got that wrong.
30K won
30K did win it. Okay, all right. I thought so, yeah.
Yeah, they won 3-1.
They won it 3-1, I'm being told. All right. I caught a little bit of it, but I didn't get all of it. But that's something that's certainly on the players' minds, too, as they come into today. A little bit different scenario, but we do at least have a little bit of historical data, even if it's not in CCL, between these two teams.
Lauber falling sword, Johanna, by the way.
Exciting. All right. That's aggressive. Masquerade with the spike onto Dino. That Gazlo running for the hills. He's going to get knocked away by Vespertine, perhaps setting up a kill. They do manage to do that despite Dequaza trying to absorb that incoming damage. It's not going to happen. They knock him out of the mech. That is probably going to be another pickoff. Yep, they do find it. Another one for the Tychus of Sammy. And it looks like this second Shrine, the Punisher, going to be fighting in favor of 30k.
Yeah, that was a well-placed slowing sands that forced Johanna to either burn her trait or to get slowed. Wasn't able to help a lot. D.Va already getting caught before that. And Lauer could have falling sword in, but he probably didn't feel like his team could follow up on that. Now he's going to have to use it as an escape.
Yeah.
Or not.
Well, I mean, you know, he's escaping with it. I don't think that's necessarily wrong. Vespertine's like, all right, fine. I'm going to lane. Enjoy your siege camp. It's all yours. Because the Punisher's coming out. Arcane Punisher in the favor of 30k, and they're going to, well, it's going to send itself right down mid.
Yeah. I wonder how much Impaler does to defend against it. Yeah, they got one hit.
Why not? All right, now the aggressive slowing sands coming in. DVJ getting aggressive, trying to find that polymorph target. They're going to do some decent damage to X-Ray. Ana, not the most mobile hero in the game, of course, so you got to be really careful when you're playing that healer to stay way back. Easy fort kill for that Arcane Punisher, and still a lot of HP remaining on that too. Might be able to do a little bit of damage to the next wall. A little bit anyway. Or not. Punisher doesn't care. He's just going after the kills.
Yeah. Yeah, the lasers will do damage, but he's distracted.
Yeah. He's bloodthirsty.
Nice situation so far for 30k. Never really got to see what CrowdControl is packing. Didn't really see any kind of nano into anything really. As 30k has been dictating it, led by Masquerade, followed up by BBJ with that polymorph, and just taking people down really quickly before CrowdControl has any chance to materialize a defense or offense.
Right. Well, it's interesting because, you know, Ana does have obviously the biotic grenade that can improve healing, but usually you're using to use that in a more offensive way. If I am correct with that.
I would say so.
That means like the sustained heals can really kind of be cut off quickly, right? If you get any sort of crowd control in the Ana, you're not doing any healing. It is generally single target healing too, so it is a little bit tough to keep up with the burst damage sometimes.
Yeah,
especially if you're not aware.
Yrel can go from an unmounted state with... oh no, he doesn't have Divine Steed. Okay, he's Holy Avenger. So it should be possible for Ana to stay out of reach of Yrel in most normal fights. So we look at the bottom lane. We have a 4 versus 3. Johanna taking damage. Lauber trying to get away. There is still a Celestial Charge.
Polymorph in the stop. They're going to get him out though.
That's ult down though by both tanks. A little bit shorter cooldown for Johanna, so technically a win.
Yeah, it always feels bad falling sword away from the action.
Yeah, I feel like you use it like that more often, really, than aggressively.
Depends on the game, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a good escape tool, if nothing else.
And you can never use it mid-fight. That's the problem with Falling Sword as a main tank. You can use it to engage, but you can't use it mid-fight because you'll be gone for too long as a tank. And that's a lot of Storm League players don't get. Lauber does get it. He uses it as escape. He recognizes that against a team like Tychus and Imperius, there's so much threat on warriors with all that percentage damage that he may need it as an escape. Ooh, big rotation top. It's a 4-man. Dino, can he get him?
They get Dino. Ooh, maybe not. They can catch Dequaza though. Get him out of the mech. Can they finish him off? No, not quite. But it's nice to get the mech out of the way at the very least.
Yeah, that's half a hero worth of experience. Yep. He's gonna attack the bruiser camp to get his mech back.
Should be able to have it back, I would guess, by the time the shrine is coming up. Plenty of time for that.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. But
I'm not
still,
sure
annoying to deal with.
I'm not sure he should even use his guns. Like, he needs auto attacks to get the mech back. I guess it doesn't slow him down too much. He's going to be able to mount up and mount it in the mid lane. And now D.Va with Explosion. Equal talents finally again. This is supposed to be CrowdControl's moment where they get back in the game. Can they do it, Doa?
Yeah, we will find out. Putting a lot of damage into Masquerade here as the shrine comes online. We'll see if they can pick up some skeletons. A little bit of an early lead for them. Vespertine splits the team in two. CrowdControl reforms to try to jump back on the shrine, but Question is, can Sammy draw some of the attention away? He's got a little bit of pressure onto X-Ray in the back, and that Ana will drop fast if she's not careful about avoiding that damage. And that does allow 30k to come back in. Nice big stun, though, Dekwaza. A little bit separated from the rest of it. That's a great polymorph to finish off the kill onto Lauber. They have really had that Joanna's number all game long. And now, once again, 30k seizing control of the Shrine. Here's the self-destruct like we expected, but they say, all right, fine, we can just jump into the fight here. Masquerade stays alive. BBJ dropping low as well, but they are barely just edging out this team fight in their favor. Super close. Dekwaza comes in, sees if he can take matters into his own hand. He can't. He's dead. That Shrine is going in the favor of 30k. Ooh, that was
look at the skeletons.
It was close.
Look at this. Look at the skeletons. It's 39. That's why he boosted in. I wasn't looking at the skeleton defender count for a moment. He thought that he could get that final one.
I mean, we've seen that twice already today now.
Yeah.
Oh, they managed to track down the Ana. A little bit of a dance from Masquerade and celebration at the end there. X-Ray can't be feeling too great about that. And here comes the Mortar Punisher.
We had a nano boosted Hanzo that got everything down to 20% life. Everyone on 30k. And he was so eager to finish it that Vespertine on Urel jumped in, just killed him all by herself. It was pretty sick. This could be the end of the game. Certainly, it should represent a keep. Not sure they're going to go core. They will get level 20 in the process of this, so it's very possible.
Well, that's the real danger, right, Grubby? That's the level lead that 30k is built up. They're going to have that extra talent, and maybe you do go core. I think you're going to be happy with a keep, but the opportunity might be there. We'll have to see what happens in this next fight. That Punisher being dealt with, so CrowdControl at least won't have that much to deal with, but they're the level 20 talents. Can they turn into a teamfight win? Lauber jumping in, uses that contempt, doesn't find anybody. Masquerade, meanwhile, pops the ultimate as well. We do have Brightwing with the heal available. Urel nearly has the ultimate again. They get the keep. Yeah, I think you pull back. There's no reason to be overly aggressive with that. You've got the level lead. You might as well do things that secure the win in a few minutes.
Masquerade trying to do a cheeky attack over the wall while he knew that Odin can still follow up on him with that big red button. Just kind of fishing in the dark. He didn't have information as far as I know, and there was nothing to be fished. But you got to be patient as a fisher. That's another celestial charge.
It's not about the catch, it's about the experience, right?
Sometimes. I actually don't like fishing.
Oh, really? Oh,
I don't have the patience for it.
It's so chill.
Yeah.
I understand that, though.
Do you like chess?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you're like the smart thinking person. I like action. I hate the graphics on fishing and chess.
The graphics on fishing? What? It's nature. What are you talking about?
I'm an adrenaline junkie, dude. It's like, and then someone's like, what, climbing? It's like, no, RTS.
Oh, I love climbing. I'll do both. There we go. I had my RTS time. You know it. Well, in this game, 30k has done the right thing, I would say, and backed off, crossed the T's, dotted the I's, dotted the umlauts, I guess. They you don't want to use those as well.
They got some umlauts for sure.
Yeah, they're really making sure they got this one. Woo! Nice catch on the Dekwaza there. Knocked out the mech immediately. That Diva gonna back away. But Sam's mech, it's gonna be annoying. Try to get that back again. Sammy pops the Call Thor one more time as they try to push this mid keep, and they really still look like they have the advantage. Still, no level 20 talents yet achieved for CrowdControl.
Yeah, the lane is actually getting pushed. Sometimes that's a double-edged sword. Look at the top lane. They cannot soak it easily because they got catapult pressure. So they cannot actually get experience very easily. And you'll note that 30k is intentionally not pushing that out. Even though it seems like cleanup duty. You see a little bit of puke on the floor, you clean it up. No, 30k is leaving that because if they clear that out, just leave it.
Leaving it on the floor. It sounds like what my Sims do.
Dude, Sims are never happy.
Like, they never clean unless you make them. Man. Yeah, I'm done with those Sims. You can build other things.
Finally level 20, but they're down to keeps. So this is the situation where you generally don't get fair team fights. It's up to 30k to make that mistake, to give it fair team fight. Like, why would they? They can wait until someone is going to clear the bottom lane.
Fair enough. Now, how aggressively do they go with the Shrine here? Oh, that was the arrow from Hanzo used on the Imperius. Well, there's the mistake that they were looking for.
Well, that wasn't
Unfortunately
fair.
for 30K, Masquerade out of position a little bit farther ahead, and all the CC came in. That Dragon Arrow from Hanzo, from Rutso, really did the trick.
If CrowdControl wins the game off this Punisher, which is a huge if, this game will be used as an example of one late game team fight is all you need. Of course, this wasn't a team fight. This was a slaughter.
When it comes down to it, it wasn't a team fight too. You're right. It was a pick. You know, they're gonna try to fight a 4v5 anyway. Haswap's getting chased away a little bit by Lauber. Rutso in the back still able to throw some more damage in. They're so close. 35 out of 40 skeletons. Desperation here a little bit from 30K. BBJ pulled in by the Condemned. Drops a polymorph, but it doesn't matter. Lauber still helps Agazo pick up the kill. Die now grabbing that one, and now with the Arcane Punisher in the fray, 30K is sweating a little bit here.
And they should. They just lost Brightwing in a bit of a chain death. They try to apply some pressure to the CrowdControl core. Hanzo arrow hitting 2. The Gazlo follow-up. The laser, the stun.
Beautiful
All
ultimate.
you need is one pick-off in the late game.
Pretty much. Rutso finds it with the Dragon Arrow. Vespertine and Masquerade doing what they can, but they just have to kind of watch in dismay as that fort goes down, and the core may be soon to follow here. Still 20 seconds until BBJ comes back on the Brightwing, and this is looking like, despite that, you know, relatively dominating game by 30K through a lot of this, it's going to be a CrowdControl win in the end. Maybe a little bit of revenge for that show match earlier in the week. They're going to go one game up on 30K if they can close this out, which it looks like they can.
Yeah, 1 kill on Ana, Brightwing coming in, but there's too many different targets to take down. Even if Sammy had the damage, he wouldn't have the time.
Yep. Core drops.
Whoa.
And CrowdControl with a come from behind victory over 30K on Infernal Shrine. They take the lead in the series.
Man, that feels rotten as 30K. You've done all the due diligence to eke out a living, eke out an advantage across the entire game. How long was this game? I'm gonna ballpark 17, 18 minutes. And the Imperius gets caught.
There, probably.
And it just leads to the loss. And that was only one of his 2 deaths. Overall, very solid game by both teams. It was quite even. I think the stats say enough. 5 versus 10 takedowns. The 5 team won. Lol.
Yeah. I mean, what can you say? You get into that late game scenario, and this is kind of one of the situations that happens in a game where it's group leveling and not individual leveling. Is that when the team is powering up, it doesn't matter if one individual has been particularly good or one individual has been particularly bad. You're going to have that team strength, and if you find the pick, that makes the 5v4 that much stronger. Let's bring Bahamut back again. You saw that game. It was looking like all 30K. CrowdControl, though, using the CC appropriately to come back and win that one, huh?
I was watching that game, and I'm surprised 30K didn't pull the trigger on ending that game quicker, because I feel like 30K had opportunities to try and end the game, but they were, maybe it's nerves, maybe I'm misreading the game, but I feel like there were so many opportunities for 30K to really push the advantage they had, and I think they were a little too nervous and maybe wanted to play around objective too much, but the later half really kind of waffling around a little bit, just kind of waiting for something to happen, and that gave the slow time that they needed to find 20. And I gotta say, Rutso on this Hanzo, they had a insane, that Dragon Arrow at the end, that lockdown 2. But the other thing to note is they went bullseye at level 20, which gives a stun. So they actually fired the arrow, got the stun off of that, which was like 1.5 seconds, maybe 2. Don't know if it actually got that full duration from the duration of it flying through the air, but finding that extra stun with the bullseye, oh, that really solidified those kills towards the end. And I think the big thing with 30K, they just really got to pull the trigger a lot faster into CrowdControl. If you give CrowdControl time, much like Turk, they'll turn things around at 20.
Grubby, it looked like you had an objection, like you're in a courtroom or something in a second there. What's up?
No, I was just trying to help. It's 1 second, not because I remember, because
okay.
1 second stun, bullseye.
Oh,
well,
yes,
yes.
I was just trying to help.
Helps.
I thought maybe you'll see my webcam and you'll be able to incorporate it in your discussion.
I just keep thinking to myself, though, that if we hadn't had that Masquerade pick in the late game, 30K would have had it. Because, we talk about the passive play a little bit, but then it goes both ways. Say you push the core where they, fell back. Then you're in a situation where you know, your opponents just hit level 20. It's still a little bit scary. And if you lose that fight, you're going to look like you were the team that was too aggressive and should have pulled back, right? But then you do pull back. You do theoretically the right thing, but then your main tank gets picked. You know, you can't really predict that sort of thing too. So I don't necessarily have a problem with what, you know, 30K did, but it's tough. You know, hindsight's 2020. And when you lose like that, you do think maybe we should have pushed it, you know?
It is interesting though, because there was dual map pressure on the mid and the bottom lane that 30K was able to leverage to provide distraction and potential game-ending threat. But it wasn't imminent yet. There was no large catapult buildup. And we're not at level 24, where catapults are just like orcas. Like this was at most a pod of angry dolphins. And then you look at the top lane, you're fighting over the Punisher, and it's 30K is missing their fort. But as bad as the structural integrity is for CrowdControl, they had their fort there. So you don't really want to give a Punisher away and allow it to go all the way to your keep and potentially end you, but you don't want to take a fair 5-on-5 for the Punisher either, because why would you when the map is looking so good for you? So locationally, that was quite a bad Punisher for 30K, and that makes the chance of mistakes slightly bigger. Still think Masquerade shouldn't have been there, but it was tough.
Yeah. Who knows? And when you have two teams playing at as high a level as we're seeing from these two teams, you know, in the Icebreaker Tournament so far, it's not going to take the biggest mistake ever to turn the game around. And it is that little innocuous thing like getting picked one time that can do it. Let's find out where we're going for game number 2 between CrowdControl and 30K. It's going to be Volskaya, the pick from 30K to try to tie things up in the series.
That's interesting. 30K actually did this yesterday. And the reason I say it's interesting is the standard, if you will. Most teams, as the losing team, opt for first pick priority in a game. Like, I feel like there was like maybe one game of the 36 exhibition games that had the exact same thing. And even in the grassroots, I typically see it's you lose a game, you go for first pick. So 30K with this, once again, unique option to opt for a map pick priority. So they have a plan in mind. Let's see if they're able to execute it, or if it gets removed or stolen away by the opposing side. Actually,
Gazlo.
Oh no, I think I said that backwards. I'm sorry. This has to be the map pick of CrowdControl, because that's first pick first ban to 30K. So I think I might have misread that. Sorry.
Oh, the graphic said 30K was the pick, but yeah, 30K did pick the map. Yeah, and they can't see a ban coming in on the CrowdControl side. Let's see what the second ban is for 30K here. They're worried about the Gazlo, of course.
Mm-hmm.
What else do you go for? What else are you worried about? Do you maybe ban away the D.Va here?
It's either you ban it away or you try and steal it, I think. And I think that's the game plan right now, is maybe they're looking to grab it themselves. Or maybe it was just a misplay and they don't care. Like, they were just like, oh, we misplayed that top lane engagement. We gave them too many staggered deaths during that objective phase. And they're gonna chop it up to just a misplay on the map rather than a misplay against a hero. I think that's maybe the direction they see this, but we'll see with this first pick, as it's going to be a Chromie again.
Wow.
Okay.
Haswabs gets the Chromie one more time, and you know, it did work out well for them, despite the fact that they lost that game. You know, it certainly wasn't because the Chromie pick didn't work out or something like that. It really did up until that final pick on Masquerade.
Yeah, and I guess it wasn't just Masquerade, it was the subsequent BBJ Brightwing death. They might have still been able to rally and pull the Punisher to the mid-keep. So it was definitely a little bit of chaos in the entire spectrum of 30K's communication and play. But it wasn't Hasselhoff's fault. He's probably shouting right now, it wasn't me! No.
That's right.
They have good team spirit.
Okay, so our graphic was a bit off going into this one. It looks like CrowdControl did pick the map, so that would explain why the picks and bans worked out the way it was.
So
makes sense.
I wonder, does Vesper go for the D.Va here? Because I know I keep harping on the solo lane matchup, but I feel like it's one of those things that I love to watch and we rarely get to talk about enough. But it's going to be BBJ's Brightwing, which, just for anyone who might have missed this, BBJ once again had 30,000 healing over the opposing side. I think it was like 60k versus 90k. So still showcasing a lot of prowess on this healer. ETC strong overall. They're not going to go for their cheeky Imperious. They're like, all right, we'll play a real main tank. And ban wise, maybe they consider the D.Va here if it is a counter into Hero.
And they will. They'll do exactly that. D.Va banned out by CrowdControl. Last ban of the map going over to 30K. What do you think, Grubby? What do you ban here?
I'm not sure. You could ban Ana to prevent Ana mage synergies, but that hasn't seemed as high priority as I thought it was going to be going into this. So. Maybe an assassin, Cassia or something. Oh no, she's already gone. Oh, it's Li Ming.
Li
the
Ming?
other part of the Li Ming Ana combo.
Oh, banning a lot of other damage from coming in, a lot of poke. That is.
Yeah, Li Ming can also get a really easy flank on Chromie, especially if she doesn't get temporal. You can find that flank, you can damage her, you can dodge anything else Chromie throws at you. So it is quite a good matchup for Ming.
I like the idea of the Ana here. Sleep Dart's good against the ETC. You can rip that as there may be power sliding. And then, okay, so they'll go with the Sylvanas. They still need wave clear on the side of CrowdControl. So I would expect them to go for some sort of mage to nano boost, but Sylvanas is still a great nano boost target. Last 2 picks, though, for the side of 30K, they're going to need a solo lane into the Urel, so that's going to be whatever Vesper thinks is viable. We could see Malthael, we could see Thrall. This is a great map for Thrall. And then last pick, they're...
Oh, all right. Chen Vala, the pickups here.
Can
we
I
were
just
talking
say...
a little bit about the Chen yesterday before the broadcast even began. And Bahamut, what were you telling me that yesterday about the Chen?
Just keg W all day. It's my favorite. Just barrel bullies all around. We could see Storm, Earth, and Fire for the viability of the prolonged team fight, the outplay mechanic, but we'll see if they actually go into this Wandering Keg for a little bit of control, displacement, maybe some peel, because that is a big factor from that, as the last pick will be a Hanzo, and they played fairly well in that last game on this Hanzo. I like both drafts overall a lot. Bala can be weaker when it comes to our ranged assassin. She's not, the A, S tier heroes, but it also comes down to the player themselves, and Sammy has shown some prowess on a lot of ranged DPS.
Yeah, very true. I'm really curious to see what the Chen is gonna bring us, though. That is definitely more of a unique pick based on the drafts we've seen lately. I'm psyched. Final thoughts, Bahamut, as we load into this map.
Oh, all right. Well, the members of CrowdControl have a semi-similar draft in at least the Hanzo, and I don't know. There's some repetition from the CrowdControl draft, but I think 30K. I think they're going to be able to take us to a game number 3 and even this out.
All right. Well, there you have it. Bahamut, we will rejoin you next, or after the game, rather. But Grubby, it is time now for game number 2 between CrowdControl and 30K. Teams lining up. And you wonder, are they going to be a little bit more aware of Rutzo with that Hanzo, avoiding those arrows? It's a scary thing.
Yeah, I think Hanzo is a big threat with Nano Boost. He did good damage last game, but I really do feel like 30K shouldn't feel too heavy after that. Simply, it was 2 consecutive deaths that sealed the deal. Let's not overanalyze it. Imperius died, Brightwing died. There was nothing else that was really wrong with that game. So do whatever has been working and keep your confidence. I feel like it's very different from a methodical deconstruction. Just make a mistake like that, you move on, you don't even recriminate each other. What I really am interested in is in that Chen. Because Chen, if he goes Storm, Earth, and Fire, he pops that before the fight and he jumps on an Ana or on a Hanzo, he can just shut them down. A lot of damage, a lot of roots, some chase potential, and that means that Ana won't be healing priority targets. So loving the Chen here. I do think he's a little underplayed, and I'm very excited to see him coming out here.
Yeah, it should be fun. Rotations down towards the mid lane for the moment, as both teams get ready to probably fight over the support item.
I have no idea what the meta build is for Chen. When I play him, I just pick whatever seems good at the time, and this isn't it. So I'm a little disappointed. He's gone for self-healing. Okay.
Hey, you want to get that sustain in the off lane, so I understand that. Why not,
Yeah, that makes sense. It's not a team fight talent, it's just for that off lane. I don't think 3.5% healing per ability is much in a fight. But yeah, like you said, some talents exist to make your solo lane better.
exactly. Interestingly enough, Sammy got hit with the sleep dart, but was on the conveyor belt, so they had a little bit of trouble chasing him down to do the damage, helped him get out. But hey, that's one of the fun things about Volskaya.
I love sleeping on the train. I think when I was young and naive, like I always slept on the bus and the train because I thought it's a great opportunity to catch up on some sleep while I'm traveling. Then when you learn more about the world and you read the news, I stopped doing that. But yeah, I love sleeping on the train, and Sammy's no different from the looks of it.
Yep, that's right. He didn't voluntarily sleep on there, but you know, hey, hopefully he got a little bit of rest either way.
That's even scarier.
That's very true, yeah. All right, Power Slide forces out the Unstoppable from Lauber, just to make sure he doesn't have to deal with any extra damage coming in.
Vala, in a large part, has that lovely level 1/4 talent to take camps so fast. It means if you ever have 1 second alone with the heal token, it's yours. Monster Hunter, Puncturing Arrow, it's just crazy amounts of damage, just like what Raynor can bring, but she's a little bit more mobile. I like, if you compare the difference between picking a Vala or a Raynor, I like Vala with her ability to follow up on a Chen. She does a better job of that than Raynor. She's a better pseudo diver, as it were.
Okay, can definitely see that. All right, here we go. Point is unlocking now. Point A. We'll see who manages to claim the first protector here. Masquerade just taking a walk through it just to try to slow it down slightly, but ends up just mostly giving up a lot of health in the process. Is he gonna hit the well? No, not quite. Getting the healing from BBJ and diving back in. I suppose he's got a little bit of self-healing himself on that ETC. But they are letting the percentage go over. Oh, Vespertine taking a lot of damage too. Ooh, gets aggressive
he jumps
here.
In. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going for it. Masquerade, meanwhile, gets a stun onto Die now. Vespertine getting aggressive again. It's a fight on the conveyor belt. Vespertine running off of it now. He is isolated. He is in big trouble, but the stagger helping out. They need to get the heal, though. Oh, not quite enough. And the stagger damage comes through. Chen v. Chen. You played yourself.
Yeah, he did kind of play himself, because that was anything but necessary. That fight started with solo Chen versus 3, then Chen and ETC versus 3, and he keeps jumping in, and I'm like, I'm giving a lot of credit here, right? Because why would you do that if it leads in your death? You think he's got full control of his faculties and his destiny. But no, he did indeed die.
He's like, oh, my healer's going to take care of that, like, stagger damage. I'm not worried about it. I'll get healed enough that it's not going to finish me off. Well, it did. But the good news is that 30K was able to flip the point through all that, too.
Yeah, that's true. You know, distraction, I guess, or something. And
yeah,
maybe
that's what I always tell my teammates when I die. Oh, I'm just a distraction. It's all for the team.
So Chen went for that Withering Flames. Igniting an enemy hero reduces their spell power by 60% for 4 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Can you believe those numbers?
That is it's a huge damage nerf.
Yeah.
Of course, for the crowd control side to have to deal with. Late game, it's going to come in very handy.
Yep, Savannah's now only doing 40% spell damage. Took her a long time to take down the trap.
It did, yeah, there you go. Vespertine, though, who takes a bit more damage. Nice polymorph onto Lauber. They've got the stun to follow it up. Lauber goes down. Great crowd control chain onto the crowd control tank. Meanwhile, stun on Masquerade as he power slides through to try to set up another one. But they're going to be happy just being able to fight the 5v4 for a little while. You have to worry about the damage. Masquerade has to back off, get some healing here. Don't know if he has the ability to hit the fountain right now. He's going to go ahead and go back. Daquan's slowed down by the Chromie ultimate, able to take a couple sandblasts as a parting gift. 99%, and it is going to be the first protector going over to 30K.
Yeah, really cool sequence of moves. 30K went for the kill on Johanna on Lauber, who actually lost the healing token. Then Masquerade went to stand on top of the token as ETC to prevent crowd control from blocking, from picking it up. But finally, Dino on Savannah's did pick it up as they forced ETC to move by critical amounts of damage. They used the token, and it looked like that was enough reason for crowd control to stay. But there were still double turrets for 30K. Engage now.
Sure. Ooh, big jump on the Hasawabs. That Chromie is vulnerable. Oh, the stop.
What?
Right at the end, that let Hasawabs get out. Are you kidding me? Hasawabs had like 0 HP, and he's still going to go down. He extended it a little bit.
Yeah.
They did get the kill onto the support on the other side.
Oh, yeah.
Managed to take out X-Ray there as well. So a trade. Yeah.
Did they get the top healing fountain yet? Yeah. So objective completed.
Yeah.
They trade hero for hero. So overall, kind of a median result. The first protector is not that exciting.
With the positioning that Haswab's found himself in, I think they're going to be happy for a medium result out of that. Just happy to avoid a bad result.
Yeah, exactly. Falling sword again by Lauber. Looks like that's his choice against Chromie. Like, if he ever gets caught without his unstoppable inside the slowing sands, that's how he gets out.
I can respect that.
But we haven't seen him use it much as an engage, or if he has, I must have missed it.
Yeah, I think you're right. We've mostly seen it as the escape tool. Teams just going back, picking up all the items they can. All the turrets.
Yeah, what do we got? We got the siege camp prepped but not taken by CrowdControl. They have one turret on Dino at Sylvanas bottom. Dequaza's trying to bait Vespertine into another push.
Somewhere Bahamut is shedding a tear as well because it's Storm, Earth, and Fire and not Wandering Keg for Chen. Maybe next time.
Keg wait.
Yeah. BBJ, speaking of waiting to activate that siege camp.
Yeah.
Ooh, same thing. Aboard the pinata, it looks like. Trying to make sure I think, activate those siege camps right as the next point becomes contestable.
Yeah, it's pros and cons. Your next siege camp will be later as well, but it looks like they want that siege camp pushing during the objective.
Yeah. X-Ray does leave his, though, so I wonder if anyone's going to get sneaky and try to steal that away. Don't think you really can.
Yeah, you saw that in older HOTS, like older HOTS games long time ago. Steals invades for that, and then someone actually not stepping on the point, and they give it away. It's quite annoying, but there's such a large chance you go there for nothing and you get caught on your way out. People don't do it anymore much.
True. BBJ has been so patient with the siege camp.
Technically, I feel like it's a mistake what he's doing. If you step on and off it and you keep it at 90% blue, you step off it so that it doesn't proc. The next time when you want to take it, if the situation rapidly changes, you can take it in 1 second instead of in 3. But it does require constant micro, moving back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it might make your map awareness a little bit worse. But I've always thought they should like go on and off. Oh, T-Tours?
Oh, all right. No kidding. Hey, well, it was a nice pick onto the Vala. Sammy going down via Rutzo. And we talked about how dangerous that Hanzo is going to be. He didn't even need to use his ultimate to do it either.
He didn't, but Falling Sword was used as well as Nano Boost.
Well, that said, looks like they're going to try to get a little bit of aggressive moves on this camp here, trying to take the item away. Can they maybe do it? No, not quite. They don't. It's going to leave a turret for them. It's a parting gift, I guess.
Yeah. Using a turret to get a turret? Oh no, they lost the turret while not getting it.
I think they picked up the item, though. It seemed like 30k. Maybe did it. It's a newer map, so I'm not going to claim to know anything about this. The Lobber says thank you.
Jeez.
I like it. We know, again, like these teams have a little bit of a history. I do sense a bit of a rivalry building here. We had that show match into now the finals here in the Icebreaker Tournament.
The B-stepping just now and then losing? Did you think that's a little bit karma? Remember 30k B-stepped on the bottom shrine?
Hey, you know, sometimes you learn, sometimes you don't. Support item picked up by Lauber now. 16 in levels, and the percentage increasing for the B site right now.
Yeah, it's going to come down to Hanzo standing quite far away, getting a good arrow. You might want to save that for Mosh Pit. Of course, there's many other interrupts. Rutzo's positioning is key here. He can't fight anywhere he wants to. He's Hanzo, he needs walls. So Lauber is...
There
goes the arrow.
Ooh, double stun! Really nice in the backlines. Can they follow it up, though? Yeah, the nice condemn coming in from Joanna. Hasawab's in big trouble as well. Gets blinded. They're going to chase him down, too. The two bow people, Sylvanas and Hanzo, going in and dealing damage. All arrows today. And there we go. All right. The triplets have been activated. Vespertine going in with the Shen ultimate. But he's kind of on his own. Just trying to use it to escape more than anything almost at this point, it seems like.
Well, yeah, it started as an escape, but he thought maybe he can kill Ana right before he leaves. He knows he only needs one spirit alive to get away, and he is getting away now. But actually, they chase down that Chen spirit, and I'm looking at him, and he barely survives. It needed Brightwing to port on top of him. But yeah, he nearly killed the Ana. Actually cool to see a kind of counter to Chen, soft counter, Johanna. Chen is very, very auto-attack based once he gets into Storm, Earth, and Fire. It starts with a root/slow on someone that you jump, and then it's just loads and loads of auto-attack damage. The blind from Johanna protected Ana there, so I'm gonna store that away personally whenever you have to deal with Chen.
Sure.
It was a really cool ult synergy by CrowdControl. They started with the Hanzo arrow, hit 2 people, immediately Lauber Falling Sword follow-up. Now we saw it as an engage follow-up. And then the Wailing from Sylvanas. That was a lovely double kill on the backline.
Fort claimed by CrowdControl in the end anyway. And so 30K finds themselves a little bit behind. So it's on them to try to catch up and tie up this series here.
A little bit of a structural lead now for CrowdControl. They seem to be in control of this game. In the meantime, you look at someone like Vala's Sammy. He's got 4 out of a 20 puncturing arrow stacks. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
He only hit people with Hungering Arrow 4 times this game.
It's close.
To be fair, even when you have that view, Monster Hunter is still valuable. But that means fewer bonus damage. I mean, you get 175 bonus damage when you complete. So that's pretty relevant. And you get a bonus bounce, which is more lifesteal. So Vala not 100% working out here yet. CrowdControl definitely good on the dodges and staying out of needless fights.
Yeah. Meanwhile, down the mid lane. Seems like, okay, Chromie has her Storm talent. She, of course, gets out a little bit earlier than everybody else. Will it be useful against the support camp here? Probably.
The slowing sound?
I mean, just in terms of claiming the camp, zoning people out.
It could be. I guess
it was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I guess they're worried the fact that level 20 is so close. Now is fine. 10 seconds from now, it's not. They can't take that risk. But it is a strong ult upgrade. People get their spell armor reduced as they stand in it. Up to 35% less spell power.
Right. It's all the more damage from hot swabs. They're going to be happy with that. But they really need to hit level 20. They're a full level behind right now. And that means it's time for CrowdControl to just kind of push with impunity because 30K doesn't really want to take this fight. Trying to zone as much as they can. Ooh, nice dodge up by Sammy. The Dragon Arrow Lobber comes in anyway. Gets a stun. Was supposed to be the follow-up. Yeah. But they managed to avoid that big engage that CC made work last time.
Yeah, it seems like you need to turn on Falling Swords as the arrow's in the air or you'll be too late as there's a 2-second delay. So you gotta have faith. This time the arrow missed. It's a fairly short ult synergy. I don't know why it says he has Falling Sword again. Oh, Heaven's Fury! He has Falling Sword again!
Wow, hey, that works out. Masquerade down. They're going to get the fort as well. And now Sammy on the run here. That Vol in big trouble, and that's another pick onto that Hasuab. He's trying to do the damage he can, but you're right. And I don't know if 30K was expecting that second one so soon.
Yeah, it's available again. This is pretty crazy. This is Hanzo levels of cooldown reduction. If you think of that dragon, well, the other ult, the good one, not the arrow. Kappa.
Yeah.
Chromie is now caught, and
yep. This may be this may be getting close to the end of the game here if they can't turn this one around in a hurry. Looks like there's a lot of members, but no, it's just all a bunch of Shens. Vespertine splitting up here, and maybe they can push them back.
He doesn't have to jump anymore. You only get 1 jump per ult, so Chen is running out of steam. It's just him and Brightwing, but with that Hanzo kill, it looks like CrowdControl lost their will to fight, Doa.
Yeah, that's fine. And I mean, they got what they came for. They maybe didn't win the game, but they were able to take out the fort right in front of the core. They can take another camp on the way out. Get ready for point C. In fact, get it started. So it's definitely not looking bad for CrowdControl in game 2.
Yeah, really good game so far by them. They're punishing the backline with some long distance engage, falling sword, dragon arrow, and it's looking good. CrowdControl with the solid draft and execution.
Yeah. And if they're able to win this one, that's going to put them just one game away from winning the Icebreaker Tournament and getting a little bit of revenge maybe over 30K on that over that show match earlier this week.
Then I'm curious, though, if we're going to see the 6th player for CrowdControl come out for the finals match, because they have space for it anyway. Though it doesn't seem likely. I believe they want the revenge for the 3-1 beating they took a week ago or so in the show match against 30K. So most likely main lineup for now. But yeah, you just gotta wonder, are they gonna experiment in the 3rd game or not?
I agree. I think they want the win here.
Yeah.
I would, for sure. So the point will get flipped by 30K for the moment anyway. CrowdControl able to, let them have that. They've got time before they need to engage. Ooh, Masquerade is a sneaky cow right now.
Laubert didn't know. What? That vision just... Oh, wait, that's Chromie's vision. Never mind, that's Chromie's vision. Yeah, nobody knows ETC is here. This is true invisibility. Cloak has been reworked a number of times in HOTS, and this is now true invisibility. The only way you'll know is if you walk into it.
I was like, oh, why am I not going anywhere?
Okay.
Oh.
It's not impermeability, it's invisibility.
Exactly, yeah. People can still get held up by you. The body blocking still works.
Yeah.
It reveals Masquerade. He's stealth now. There's a polymorph. Meanwhile, on the Lauber as they try to muscle their way back onto the point again. Vespertine zoning out Rutzow and X-Ray in the back of the fight. Going back towards that line. Yep, that's right. Arrow, but does it end up working out? Vespertine very, very low. They managed to get the kill. BBJ can't save him. Tried to get in with the healing anyway. And now that means you gotta run.
Team?
Mock Pit. But that is a party that Masquerade may want to leave pretty soon here, as he is kind of on his own. Sammy, though, has the opportunity to do a little bit more damage. Hoswab's tracked down outside of the fight. There goes the Ana. They did get the kill on the X-Ray, I suppose. Sammy's still alive, so this ended up being a little bit of a messy fight. This was a bit of a scrappy one. Masquerade finally tracked down by Lauber with that falling sword. They're going to get the protector eventually, and that's going to be a scary one, and that's going to be the entire team down. I think this might be game 2, Grubby.
Oh yeah, I thought you were right when you called that 5 minutes ago, and definitely think you're right now. It's a 4 versus 0. Very few people would go get siege camp and clear mains at this point. GG 2-0 for CrowdControl. Very nice game.
That is that. CrowdControl seemingly having control of that map from start to finish. Really felt that way. I'm surprised the mech is just filled with dirt and random parts.
Oh yeah.
You ever notice that?
Well, the core, yeah, that's true. When you get down to it, we're all just 1s and 0s.
I guess just dirt and bolts. Let's take a look at the stats here. What jumps out at you, Grubby?
Well, Vala did end up doing more damage at level 20, but before that, she was in the solid 15,000 hero damage range. I don't know if it's the hero or the draft. It is. I mean, she is a medium range assassin until level 20, and Hanzo and Sylvanas are quite long range. So it's tough. That stands out a bit.
That's 2 Chromie picks and 2 Chromie losses now for 30K as well, which is kind of interesting to note. Bahamut, watching that game, what were your thoughts?
I was screaming when Chen didn't pick Wandering Keg, and I'm sorry, 30K. I'm sorry. You picked the wrong talent. You end up losing the game. No, there was actually a lot of really cool moments. There was actually one that I want to highlight towards the end, where I want to say it was I can't. It was over that control point. See, it was literally the last fight we had. Storm Earth and Fire was attempted at the last second, and they get that last little bit of damage, and it was actually on a 10-second cooldown as well. So someone got like a stun. It was just really, really well played from CrowdControl throughout the entirety of the game. I do want to note this because I was looking at it as well. Vala went like what I would consider like pure damage, because she went strafe at level 10, which is that's a non-standard 100%. Strafe is like, I think maybe in a year I'll see 2 strafe games. And
I thought that was standard these days. Like, I said the exact same thing as you like a month ago on stream. I was like, why is this guy taking strafe? I was kind of ragging on my teammate. And then Twitch chat was like, no, strafe is common nowadays. It's range.
I think your chat's trolling you because I rarely see straight.
Well, that's possible.
Yeah, because I think because Reign of Vengeance just you have 2 charges. That's 2 straight line CCs. Into anything people who want to step into you, like a Yrel, like a Joanna. That's really good because you can force out Hand of Freedom from Yrel. You can force out Iron Skin from Joanna. I get the direction of just having all this damage, but I don't think there was enough setup to find the damage. Reign of Vengeance could have set up ETC, could have set up Chromie, could have set up Chen. And I'm not saying this is the reason they lost. It's just I think that's the one oddity, especially from a burst-heavy hero like Vala. But that's my 2 cents on it. CrowdControl looked really clean throughout that.
They certainly did, and they enjoy a 2-0 lead right now over 30K in our HeroesCCL Icebreaker Tournament Finals. We are going to take a quick break, guys, and when we come back, we will see if CrowdControl can close it out or if 30K starts to come back. Don't go anywhere. We'll return right after this. Welcome back to HeroesCCL, brought to you by Roll20. I am Doa. With me are Grubby and Bahamut. Well, where we go? Oh, we're back. Oh, well, that was a relief. Anyway, it's been exciting. That's right. We can teleport too. We've got a 2-0 lead now for CrowdControl over 30K. It could end in the very next map. We'll see what happens. I mean, this could still go the distance. It's hard to call it right now, despite the way the first couple maps went. But I'm going to give you guys a chance to talk. But let's actually go and check out what the next map is going to be. We already know what it is. It is going to be Dragonshire. Interesting. Yeah. So, Bahamut, do you think this is a map that CrowdControl can end the series on?
I really don't think the map matters here for them, as we've seen. I think they're a strong team that understands how to play multiple different maps synergistically as well, and I think that's a big factor. My 2 cents on the whole thing is it's the leadership of Lauber is really showing, and from Thursday when we had the 30K versus CrowdControl scrim match that was casted by, I believe it was Turk and Udal. They lost there, but that was also very, very fresh in their inception. I understand that we're literally saying from Thursday to Sunday, but that's a long time to play Heroes of the Storm as a 5, maybe 6 stack, rotating that support or sub in here and there. So I think CrowdControl is coming in wanting this vengeance, as you were noting in the last game, and 30K, maybe not seeing that and maybe not respecting it at the beginning, but we'll see if they're able to turn the tide here on Dragonshire in game number 3 of our best of 5 grand finals.
Well, we will find out. Grubby, what do you think of the first couple bans so far? Got the Gazlo out of the way and the Cassia as well.
Yeah, Gazlo is a really good solo laner. That lane is very important on Dragonshire. One of the most split maps in the pool. The top lane on Dragonshire, if you're an independent winning solo laner, that's going to give you superior control of the map all the time, superior rotations. Love the Gazlo removal there. I wonder if Urel will be let through. Vespertine on Urel, I think he would just dominate top lane, which would continually force CrowdControl to send someone to help whoever he's up against, unless they can beat Vespertine in that one-on-one.
Well, maybe they are planning on trying to pick a strong solo laner because they did ban out their Chromie. So they're saying, hey, if we're not going to first pick the Chromie, we want to go for the solo lane. The Junkrat banned out. The Urel is available. But I guess the first pick does go over to CrowdControl. Oh, no, it doesn't. My bad. So what do you think, Bahamut?
I feel like you Urel this. I'm not saying it's like the anchor that wins the game, but you're putting someone on a comfort pick, and I don't think Wow,
Medivh.
So the question that I now pose to the side of CrowdControl is: do they consider stealing the Urel and going for a Joanna? What do they go Diablo? Like, what style does CrowdControl want to play on this map? Because we've seen Lauber on Muradin and Joanna. I don't know if we've seen them on a Diablo, which is, initiation heavy base tank, and I don't know if we've seen them on Garrosh, but this will be a ETC and a Sylvanas, both of them strong in the bottom lane, as well as strong within a 4-member rotation between mid to bottom to continually soak up as we get into 2 more picks before our next ban phase.
Right.
Yeah, definitely strong laning heroes with good control over the lane and good wave clear. Obviously, Sylvanas is near instantaneous. And I feel like ETC is someone that you should always want to pick against Medivh. Face melting people away from the gate and having Power Slide available as well is a great way to deal with portals. And I don't think you should sleep on pushing people away from portals. It's quite important.
So the Imperius is back for Masquerade. They love going back to this pick, and it didn't work out for them in game number 1. But what do you think is different this time around?
Medivh.
Yeah, Medivh.
All right.
He won't die so easily.
Fair enough.
It's sorry, yes. Like I realize my tone's a little like, oh, Doa, how do you not notice? But like,
hey, I don't know. It's because I haven't been on Medivh for forever.
My whole point of the Medivh here is that it offers opportunities for Masquerade to make the plays they were trying to make on the first game. In Infernal Shrines, there were so many moments where Masquerade was Celestial charging through a sidewall, through the opponent's walls and terrain to try and find some of these spears to set up someone for a kill. The Medivh portal offers that opportunity to be able to really find that backline stabby daddy value, as a Rexar for solo lane will be banned out. And, Doa or Grubby, one of you two are saying, why not just pick the Rexar into the Urel? And I think that's what they're a little afraid of.
Definitely not me. It was Grubby.
Just claim credit. Just claim credit. We're not going to argue against you.
Oh yeah,
We'll-
I mean,
we'll
in
each-
my expert analysis, I think the Rexar is a very big deal. It's a Karazim and Urel, so they will actually take the Urel away from Vespertine. It's good. It's a good solo laner in the hands of basically anybody right now. But denying it from Vespertine is a big deal too.
More pushback from Portal with Urel. Now ETC and Urel can both do that. Karazim, I don't really know why Karazim. The final pick could be Hanzo once again. Rutzo did fairly well on it, and he's part of 2 of the wins so far. Jaina, first time Jaina in a while.
Oh yeah,
cool. And the Malthael as well for the solo lane for Vespertine.
I want to back off, piggyback off what Grubby was just saying. I agree. The Karazim's a little confusing because I was kind of expecting a Malfurion here. I think Malfurion would have been a great pickup for the synergistic value with ETC, with Sylvanas being able to use their trait to give them cooldown reduction as well as ability cooldown as well. Or excuse me, not cooldown reduction. Mana increasing cooldown reduction to abilities. So I was liking that one, but they're going to finish things out with a Falstad, gives them a global, offers them some opportunities to maybe fly into top lane to get a pick into the Malthael.
Right.
Maybe the Karazims just dive and they want 7-sided for Imperius who wants to counter dive into them. That's my only 2 thoughts on maybe the Karazim into the opposing side, but I'm loving both these drafts. It's aggressive from 30k.
I was going to say maybe the Karazim is an answer to the Imperius too, because that's one of the characters that was actually out when I played the game a long time ago, and it is a way if you want to try to burst down a tank, maybe go.
Yeah. Outside of the Force of Will cooldowns from Medivh,
as long as that's down. Yeah.
Not a cool pick in Falstad to gust people away from Portal. Like there's a lot of control tools. I think it's important.
That's right. Bahamut, your pick. Does CrowdControl win it right now?
Oh, well, actually, I'm thinking about this again for the Karazim because it might be, we might have a little thing on the background, which I'll let you talk about, Doa. But my 2 cents on the Karazim actually is, I was thinking about this a second ago. They might not go 7-sided. They actually might consider going into Divine Home to counteract the mega burst from Jaina, the last rites from Malthael, the Medivh Imperial, all that dive. Divine Palm actually might be the play here. I'm starting to look at this opposing draft. I'm like, that's what I would love to have that as a safety blanket or kind of a band-aid in this matchup.
I think you're right. I think that was an option to single shot Karazim, well, 7 shot. But now that you see the Malthael coming out, it does seem to point in that direction to be more likely.
Makes sense. I'm just proud that I remember that 7-sided strike did % health damage without having looked at that character's abilities in years. I'm like, I remember that, right? Yeah.
Do you remember how many times 7-sided strike hits?
13.
It hits 7 times.
That's true.
Is that right? Yeah,
now, how many times is the upgrade?
I have no idea. I don't know. I didn't play that much Karazim, and they might have changed it. Actually, that's what a lot of the towns have changed a lot with the heroes.
Yeah, that's true. Even for me.
Well, it's the one thing that I really liked that they did a long time ago was they transitioned a lot of hero abilities from being generic and all encompassing. Let's say, scouting drone on Malfurion, or mule on Malfurion and Abathur, or imposing presence, which everyone had, or battle momentum. They gave a lot more uniqueness to the heroes. So like Diablo has diabolical momentum. You have blessed momentum for Joanna, and they work differently. So it's I think playing into the lore, playing into the actual theme or the thematic the thematic lore that exists for these players is really cool in the talent diversity, and it just it gives it a little bit of that flair. I absolutely adore it, but it does make it a lot more difficult to be like, oh, it's just cooldown reduction. Well, it's cooldown reduction for Joanna versus so it's those little hairs that you're starting to split.
Yep, we'll get there eventually. So we've got a bit of a game crash, so we're waiting for the lobby to get remade, and then we're going to jump into the game again. That'll take just a couple minutes, but I feel like it's worth exploring too, the stylistic tendencies of each of these teams. Do you feel like, Grubby, there's anything that 30K maybe needs to adjust in terms of just team style that might help them get back into the series?
I think last game was a little rough, but I consider first game a win with 1 or 2 fatal errors. I still don't think there's any reason to be concerned. They won 3-1 in the previous show match. They should have won game 1. And last game, not too impressed with the Vala backline, but a much better draft this time around. Though I'm worried about Malthael. Always worried about Malthael. Haven't seen it work yet. might just be, I don't know. Anyway, but with Medivh, anything is possible. So there's definitely a really good chance for them not needing to be particularly worried about anything, just playing well and then coming back.
There's also something to be said as I'm kind of just like off in space staring out the window trying to think back to their drafts. Like there's something to be said about the way that CrowdControl draft, because I feel like their draft is very controlling and responsive to what 30K put out, and 30K has more dive, has more, if I'm correct in this, burst, with the Jaina as well. So I wonder if CrowdControl might be feeling a little bit of the pressure here in this game number 3 to take the series, and is that pressure going to be too much where they start to falter a little bit, or will they be able to handle this aggression from 30K and slowly win out this game? Because I think they're a lot slower of a composition. They do have dive setup, but I don't think it's as aggressive as 30K's.
That's
possible.
possible.
I think on a mental aspect for any competitor, it is always in their advantage not to think of the best of 5 score, except in how it pertains to how it may affect your opponent's mentality. Right? So if you think that an opponent is known to get more and more risk-taking when they're behind, that is relevant. If you think momentum mentally matters, that is relevant. But you should never think, I only need one more map, or I'm hoping to close this out. These are two emotional considerations, and we never know what they're thinking. So there's a really good chance they just take it one map at a time, as you should.
Yeah.
And they're gonna just look at the heroes, the map, and the setup.
It is a best of 5, so there is certainly time for that. But the game is loading again. Hopefully we all get into it successfully this time, and we can see once again if CrowdControl can close it out or if 30K can get back into the series with a win. Bahamut, we'll see you after the game, and see you then. All right, here we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Dragonshire. All right, need to make sure that I actually get the observer selected here.
Yeah.
You know, Grubby, there's something to be said. I've spent a lot of years in studios, not having to do any observing, just watching on preview monitors. So I'm kind of an infant when it comes to controlling that stuff.
Yeah, I know you've been part of broadcasts where people do not pay any attention to what you're saying. You're piggybacking an extremely professional cast, but where there's not a lot of communication.
Exactly.
So you go with the flow, and you do a great job of that. And I think we both have the observer. We're following the observer most likely.
I don't know if I do. I tried the thing, and it doesn't look like it because I'm looking at the very top of the screen right now.
I think you need to go press O about 5 times.
I did.
Keep spamming O and C, and then moving the camera and press O and C again.
Oh, I think I got it. All right. Cool. Just in time as we got some action on the false head. Rutso! Try and get out. He looks like he's okay.
So ETC and Malthael already used their Guardian's medallion, and everyone else didn't have to. Oh my god, big portal engage here. Masquerade still has oh no, Masquerade misses on Lauber. Straight off center. And didn't get what should have been a very easy kill. Like if Masquerade was a Nubarak, where you can run in a direction very reliably, or if he was ETC, that's a kill. But Imperius, just a little bit different, cannot melee stun, and he was anticipating Lauber would go home earlier.
Right. Well, action-packed first couple seconds here, but the team's back off to send a couple siege camps their way. Vespertine's just going to be a little bit slower on that one. Bruiser camp, though, getting picked up by CrowdControl as well. And it's Shrine time. So how do you approach this? Who do you send where right now, Grubby?
Let's see. Brightwing is currently top. Malthael is doing a little bit of mid. Yeah, I don't know. It looks pretty even. I think the answer that is correct for one team is correct for the other. So it comes down to reacting.
Oh, BBJ really low. Vespertine has to turn around to try to protect his support. He does just that. That was a close call.
Yeah.
Very close call. Ended up in a 3v2 that they may not have been expecting.
Bruiser camp getting taken out by CrowdControl. Their own Bruiser camp will hit with a large staggered effect. There's no minion wave near, so everyone from CrowdControl is allowed to leave top, which means 30K should immediately grab the laser, the top shrine. But it looks like CrowdControl is actually anticipating that and staying around. Sylvanas, Karazim, and Yrel are not leaving, despite having a powerful lane push, because they expect, we leave this, you take it. We actually want the Dragon Knight, forcing you to split across several different shrines and defend mid, while also defending the Bruiser camp. For what it's worth, 30k did that beautifully.
Yep. And they're trying to muscle their way in there. Can they get a kill on the Masquerade? Perhaps Haswab's backing away. BBJ is there. These shrines do get taken, though. In fact, Vespertine manages to swap it back over to their side, and they do have control of it. So maybe they can grab the Dragon now. I don't think so. Rutzo ready to swap this one back already. It's just going to be a lot of back and forth, I think, for a little while here. The two mages down in bot lane.
That was so fine by 30k. You're against Bruiser, double laser, and you actually get to clear Bruiser for free. Yeah.
Vespertine. Oh, he barely survived. Ooh, gets aggressive. There was a turret shot onto X-Ray there. And Dequaza down to 50% health too. That was a really brave move though by Vespertine. You don't know if one of the other players are coming in, but look at this. Sammy finds the kill along with a bit of help from BBJ and Brightwing on the Sylvanas. They're going to swap that shrine back over again. And the picks are coming in. First one of the game goes in favor of 30k.
A lot of pent-up frustration there for Sammy. Didn't have that much fun on Vala last game, but now gets his first pick off of the game on Sylvanas.
Right. Rutzau gets polymorphed immediately. That's a lot of damage coming from the Jaina again. Masquerade takes the portal down to join the party. But it looks like they'll be able to get out. Indeed, X-Ray does escape.
Hasselhoff's offering a lot of information and engage potential that would normally not be possible. In terms of his quests, he's 15 out of 40. They've got that Raven familiar talent as well, which means everyone that goes through the portal will do a little bit of slow and damage on an enemy hero nearby.
Exactly. And Vespertine just trying his best to contest that portal. Should be able to get out. Oh, BBJ comes in. Can they turn this into something? No, just a lot of good pressure on the top lane, forcing some well usage, maybe forcing a back even. We'll see. At least taking the shrine in top back into 30k favor. Meanwhile, a bit of a brawl going down in bot lane. Masquerade kind of walks out without too much problem here. I don't think anyone's really in position to take the shrine yet, though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Take the dragon yet.
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh. Oh, what a nice face melt after the power slide, and that's going to end up being a kill on the Medivh. Hasselhoff just gets caught. What else can you say?
Well, rip stacks is what you can say. He was at about 20. They're gone. Now, I've seen Medivhs win without their stacks, but it's not something you want. You get so much cooldown reduction and damage from that. So that's a painful loss. Nice kill by CrowdControl, the best possible one that they can get. Will they also get the Dragon Knight off of it? Yrel is taking the top shrine, but Malthael not keen to give it to her despite the level 10. I'm going to take a quick look at that fight, and Vespertine actually pushes away Dequaza.
Yeah, Bruiser Camp, meanwhile, sent into the bottom lane as well. Vespertine really doing a great job of holding his own against this Yrel on the Malthael. He's got that help from BBJ, and here comes Rutzo on the Falstad to get aggressive. Where's the stun? Vespertine trying to get away. BBJ responds with that global. Now, it's going to have to be Yrel trying to stay alive here. Everybody jumping up there. Dynao even comes up on the Sylvanas here, and that's a big one. BBJ gets the kill, actually, onto the solo laner, and that's another one. Rutzo taking out BBJ, low health, but he is not afraid. Leyline with the stop. A little bit more damage on Dynao, but that was a nice couple picks by 30k.
Dude, that was more than nice. That was amazing. 30k had a Brightwing with 34 life, getting hightailed out of there by Medivh. Getting those double kills there, and Vespertine showing that he plays this matchup very fine from the other side as well. In fact, I feel like Yrel was a little early with her absorption shield, the Ardent Defender. Yeah, you know, Vespertine was waiting for that. Hits the last right after it procs. Oh, mosh pit on Medivh!
Yep, could be a little bit of a problem here. That's an early kill for Dynao, managing to find that one out, or find that one quickly. And the dragon is retreating, going up the top lane now.
Jeez. I mean, not a single tower killed with it yet. Now going top again.
No chance. Just kicks away Dequaza as you do. Quest finished by ETC at least. So they're going to get some damage here in top lane.
Yeah. Yeah, one tower down. It's because they lost the Medivh, man. They can't do any more. One tower. Hey, Jaina, T-Tours, what? To whom? To Karazim? Yeah, Karazim we need to see.
I mean, it's just funny because there's so many just random picks happening around the map right now that we just weren't seeing this kind of thing in the last 2 games. We weren't seeing these ganks work, right? But now they are.
My favorite map to watch at pro play and my least favorite map to play with randoms, because people's rotations are not so woke like these guys. It's so cool to watch. The 30k started off well, but is now falling behind a little bit due to a few deaths here and there.
That's right. Lauber with the face melt, trying to put Masquerade in an uncomfortable spot. Can't quite do it though. And it'll be the siege camp for 30k as they get ready for the next shrines to pop up at some point here in the future. But this has been action-packed. 3 kills on each side, and that may not seem like a lot, but it is compared to the other maps we've seen today.
Yeah, definitely. CrowdControl now with the double mercenary camp, one north, one south. Who will clear the enemy siege camp earlier and empower theirs.
The portal.
Nice.
Now you're playing with portals, and Lauber on the receiving end of that gank, and this is why you see Medivh banned out so often. He can just create these big dive opportunities that don't normally exist in games.
Getting that kill means that ETC is no longer here to slow them down. That means the siege camp is empowered. That's a 4th kill. CrowdControl knows not to chase sunk costs, so they don't even try to defend here at all. They go for the top fort. But bruiser camps, they're better tanks. They don't deal that much damage. They do have Sylvanas though to dive this fort. Yeah, maybe they'll get a fort in return. The siege camp is
coming in
still
from behind
there,
though. Yeah, that's right. This is going to be very annoying for them to deal with. Ooh. All right, Falstad just decides to hit the eject button and sends everybody back.
Yeah, safety gust. They got 80% of that fort. Brightwing was not able to take down the whole siege camp, but Lauber comes back in time to deal with the rest of it. And he pushes the siege camp into the wall. And it's 14-14. About as close as you could possibly get, but 30k did a few steps to match CrowdControl's stride once again.
That's right. Shrines are active again. And we have a chance here for another Red Dragon Knight. Oh, it didn't quite reach. Yeah. Oh, wow. Dino didn't hit him with the E. And that is just a free Dragon Knight for 30k.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
That was pretty close.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it, really, man. So they get the DK like that. Hasselhoff's working on his stacks again. 10 out of 40, going in with the portal. Doesn't dare to go through it. Lauber was ready.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone get the Dragon Knight that fast. It's just like, take the portals, 1 click, you got it. It's yours. You never see that at pro play.
Not often.
No, not unless the other team is dead or something.
Yeah. This was 5 versus 5. It's a bit of an embarrassment.
Yeah,
but
it is a little bit.
You know, they do kill it fairly easily. Crazy damage by Sylvanas and Falstad.
Sure, it's still not the strongest Dragon Knight, but yeah. Portal's all ready to deliver Masquerade to safety. You saw Hasselhoff was there in the Medivh to make sure that his tank got out just fine.
But he did need to use Medallion, and that makes Imperius less effective for the next 5 minutes.
That's a good point. Meanwhile, a little bit quiet here as both teams kind of regroup. Quest completed by Jaina. So that's going to be a bit more damage coming out from Sammy, I believe, now.
Yeah, Fingers of Frost gets a bit of 10% bonus frostbite, but in the end it's I think it's not 10% bonus damage because it's a bonus itself. So anyway,
sure, bonus on the bonus.
Bonus on the bonus, a little bit less than 10, but it's good damage, and he gets mana regen. Medivh looking for an engage. Hasselhoff scouts where Lauber is. Imperius shows on the map. It's very obvious to CrowdControl that 30k is looking for a fight. Everyone that matters showed themselves. So X-Ray is scouting, sees the Imperius, but the portal remains the rule breaker. Lauber, though, guarding the other portal entrance aggressively. No, going with the power slide. Imperius, he uses the angelic armaments. Imperius wants to shoot someone with his swords, but everyone moved away. They just forced an ult. Great play by CrowdControl. Force an ult and back off.
Yeah. In the end, he ended up having to use it on the minion wave. Doesn't feel great, but, you know, it's something, I guess. Either way, they can go back and grab that bruiser camp. The tower's coming up in just 20 seconds now, so something for both teams to get ready for. And this is Dragonshire, right? You know, you maybe try to find these picks. You have this passive sort of time while you're waiting for the shrines to come up, but action's going to start again soon.
Bruiser camp, are they looking to engage into it? Hasselhoffs is revealing it. Masquerade is ready to go with that. A little bit of a portal, but it didn't materialize to be some kind of engage possibility. Lauber moved away.
All right, here we go. Portals are online. Bruiser camp pushing in top. And I've got a feeling this one won't get given up quite as quickly. I don't think we'll ever see one given up quite as quickly as it was.
Yeah. So one laser apiece, very, very close on the experience. Dino going with the double portal.
That's right.
He didn't haunting wave away because he liked the situation. He's dealing damage now, using all kinds of stuff to get away from here. Dino's super low.
Yeah, why wouldn't you like the situation? They're going to take the portal again. Masquerade, they get the sword this time onto the Urel, who has to hop over the wall to escape. So no kills out of that fight, but they do manage to perhaps save this fort. I think maybe they can deal with those minions in time. Seems that way. Gave Masquerade a portal to get out just in case he needed it, but he's going to be just fine. Looks like they're going to use it to bring Vespertine in. Try to get some damage onto Lauber here. Hasselhoffs down there as well. Sammy comes up. And they're just being bullies here. Dequaza, meanwhile, onto Sammy in the back. Gotta be a little bit careful.
There's one more opportunity to use Mighty Gust before you regenerate the cooldown and have it at level 20, where it becomes Wind Tunnel, where it's just amazing. I don't believe we saw Wind Tunnel put to much use the last time we saw Falstad, but that is absolutely a great ult to win a level 20 team fight. It's so exciting. Masquerade jumping in on ETC.
Yep, gets out with the portal, dodges the jump from Dequaza. They're just going to allow them to have that shrine again for now. Not too worried about it. Ooh, Vespertine going in on Dino. Dino tries to get out. They're going to chase him with the portal again. Dino in big trouble on that Sylvanas. They're trying to keep him alive. 100, 200 health. He's gaining a little bit more, but not quite enough. 2 more kills coming in for 30k. They get the double CC onto Dequaza and Lauber. Lauber face melt doesn't connect, but doesn't matter. 30k is fine with ending the fight right there. And we'll see if they can turn that into a Dragon Knight. Nice polymorph onto Rutzau on the Falstead. They're going to have to force him to get out. Leyline. Have they prepared enough damage to finish him? Looks like they certainly have. It's going to be another Dragon Knight now.
He had no more Mighty Gust either. They got the triple kill. They have the Storm Tier talent. No, wait. Why are they delaying the Dragon Knight? They want Siege Camp number 1. Okay, and they want Siege Camp number 2. That's why.
Okay. They know the death timers are long enough that they should be able to get it. Yeah, they do just pop the Dragon Knight right there as they do the second Siege Camp. There's a stun onto Lauber. Takes half his health in damage. Big burst from Stammy already coming out of that Jaina. Scary stuff.
Dragon Knight with 4 Siege Camps and 1 Catapult soon. This could have game-ending potential, but Falstad might be the hero. Like Gandalf coming over the horizon, helping everyone with his Mighty Gust, and he's 10 seconds out. It's very scary when you're against the Falstad who's defending. There could just be a huge mosh pit situation with the Gust, but the DK is still pretty healthy.
On the third day, look to the east, but it may just end up being death instead. The core, under threat, Dragon Knight used to just knock people away. And we will see if CrowdControl can stop this. Falstead with the ultimate. Can they turn this one around? Maybe they can. The protection coming in. Masquerade trying to zone as much as he can. Dragon Knight about to go down. Vespertine back into Malthael form now. And BBJ, nice polymorph onto X-Ray. That zones him out of the fight for a while. Masquerade on the run. It looks like they do have to disengage. You're right, the Falstad came in. The ultimate was big. But can they turn it into a team fight win? A kill on Sammy certainly helps with that.
Okay, I think it was
they are not quite dead yet.
It was a fair play for 30k to try to go for core. They had 4 Siege Giants, but that Wind Tunnel, it makes it so risky to go for it in a 5 versus 5. It, first of all, stopped all core pressure by the Siege weaponry, and it puts everyone against the wall. It was a lovely Medivh cheat leyline seal to stop the monster mosh pit, but somehow, someway, Sammy got left behind. There were multiple threats. Acceptable, though. Like, in hindsight, 30k wanted to go back after that keep, because they may lose a keep now, despite being 4v5.
Exactly. And if CrowdControl can turn this one around, that'll be pretty amazing after 30K has controlled the game so well the entire time. But that fort is just going to be left on its own as they're going to try to rotate and take some more out in mid.
Okay, so Brightwing did have flight available, or whatever it's called. And that means he could have come anytime. He didn't even use it to defend. He just used it to defend himself. Meanwhile, he used the Bruiser Camp to push down the top fort. So it's a fort for a fort. That's still fine for 30K. They lost no keep. They're in a great spot for the Shrine phase.
Absolutely, and the Shrine phase is coming soon. 20 seconds until that one pops out. And this one's crucial. Like, suddenly things are not so sure anymore. Both teams at level 21. Fairly even footing. 5-3 in terms of towers taken down in favor of 30K, like we were mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
But still.
It's all about vision now and knowledge. This minion wave shows Imperius heading top. It wasn't a trick either. They saw Imperius heading top, so they know he's going to try to set something up there. And CrowdControl moves in unison 5 people to the south. They clear a wave, which they have to. They take one of the temples, which they have to. And they take the siege camp. All of them are showing. They see Falstad, they see Yrel. Top wave is cleared for 30K. They maintain their fort. Good job to them, and they're going to come down again. And soon, there's going to be a situation where a 5v5 is the only logical thing left to do.
Pretty much. Pretty much. So, at this point, 30K just kind of posturing. Both teams just kind of posturing at this point. See if they can make something happen.
Medivh shows everyone.
Yep. Bottom Shrine getting swapped back over fully to CrowdControl's side of things. Top Shrine obviously still on the side of 30K. This is tense because it could mean the tournament.
Yeah, it's very, very tense.
Right.
Catapult pressure is gone. CrowdControl neutralized it. And they're just waiting to see if anybody will get out of position. Some way to start this. It's never the first engage that gets a kill with Medivh, but it's the second. They wanna force some defensive ults to be used, but they don't really have the means to start something. So it's up to 30K to make a mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
This might be it.
Oh, that could be it. Yep, Malthael gets hit. Dekwaza goes in. They try to deliver the Malthael to safety. They do with the portal, but that's a portal down now, and they're not going to be able to save the Imperius. Could be Masquerade in a lot of trouble. Great CC chain, and they do get the kill on the tank from 30K, and that could be devastating for 30K's chances of staying in this one. CrowdControl turning it around. You could see Falstad jetting up to the top to swap that shrine in their favor, and they might be able to control the Dragon Knight. Oh, maybe. Okay, so he doesn't want to fight the Malthael 1v1. Vespertine's still a threat.
Yeah, Imperius was about 70-second cooldown on his medallion, so there was no way for him to save himself that way. And he had the misfortune for Medivh to have been forced to use Force of Will and Portal previously to save Malthael. So Imperius could not afford to get caught because a resource was just used. That's what I'm talking about, that double threat follow-up. Nonetheless, this is Dragonshire. You want to get the Dragon Knight, you need superiority in 3 lanes simultaneously. And a 5v4 is usually not enough for it. That's part of the reason why I love this map so much. Some maps, 5v4, it's over. Here, you can smartly play a cat and mouse game and prevent yourself from... Oh, the Mighty Castle! But the Brightwing can heal him.
And yeah, BBJ trap as well. Brightwing does get the heal just in time. And that fort, low as well. But oh, the Dragon Knight! What? Taken by CrowdControl. They snuck it away during all of that. We did see Yrel take that shrine, and now they are going bot. They may want to try to end it right here.
God, I love that. They forced a big fight on... who was it? Malthael. But it was only a distraction. They want to force Brightwing to port away to make sure that they create space somewhere else. Really cool.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. I didn't see it. Multi-layered strategy.
Yeah, I saw them take the top turret that I had just seen BBJ take the bottom shrine just not long ago. Interesting stuff. We'll see if they can end it right here and end the tournament. It's still a 5v5. Waiting for that engage.
Sylvanas is in the Dragon Knight. She's been a very big part of the damage so far. So I think Imperius is a lot safer than he has been in the past, and you can see that. Normally now he would be half-life already.
Yeah. I suppose it's good to just get the Dragon Knight to begin with, but you raise a good point. You know, do you have the team fight that you need to win the 5v5?
And they don't. They may not even get a DK. Yeah.
No. That's right. Die now out. Manages to make it to safety. Masquerade goes in with the stun on Dequaza. Oh, there's a false head ultimate again. They do get the stun. They get the CC chain once more onto the Imperius, but look at that big ley line from the Medivh. Coming out of it, though, CrowdControl in a little bit of trouble. Lauber manages to be saved throughout all of that. I thought he was dead for sure, but not the case. Now Vespertine going deep, trying to finish off the kill onto Lauber. But out taking a lot of damage as well. It's all CrowdControl. It's all 30k rather now, charging down bot lane to try to win this team fight and end the game. They do manage to pick up the kill onto Karazim. And oh my, that Divine Palm that we talked about earlier nearly bailed CrowdControl out, but it's not going to be the case anymore. Dequaza polymorphed out of action, and 30k managed to swing it back into their favor one last time, and it looks like they're going to be able to force a game 4.
What a great team fight there by 30k. Finally, we saw some Malthael power. I don't know if that's his first win in this tournament. Probably not, but it feels like it. Like an avenging angel, he's chasing, and 30k gets that win here, making it the 2-1, and we will not have a 3-0 wipe. Great fight by 30k.
Yep, that is true. No 3-0 in the Icebreaker Tournament is going to be a win for 30k here on Dragonshire. They're coming back. What a game.
Yeah, really cool, that big chase. First there was the mosh pit. It was kind of telegraphed. As soon as you saw that gust into the wall, you know that Lauber's going to blink in, he's going to power slide in, he's going to mosh pit. You know that's going to happen. So everyone was ready for it. You had the ley line to stop him. You had the Divine Palm, of course, to save ETC. But then there was so much follow-up damage. I love those fights. Everyone is just swarming around and using their heals and their damage. It was chaos, and it was well controlled by 30k. Lovely fight.
You set yourself up for a 5-man ley line from Hasuabs. You're going to have a bad time if you're the other team. So 30k managing to get it done. Bahamut, that was an exciting one. That one could have really gone either way, huh?
There was totally moments where I was screaming and you guys couldn't hear me, but yeah, it was absolutely wild. There was moments where I was like, go end core, and there was moments where I was like, please run away. I want to note a couple things here that the chat might not know. Falstead's stacking. Did you by chance ever check what it maxed out at, or what they got it to towards the end?
60% damage or so?
75%. And you
75% bonus damage.
You get 5% per bribe. That's not an easy task in 24 minutes. That's a lot of minions. That's a lot of minions you've killed. So that was a big one. We talked a little bit about that Karazim with Divine Palm, but I didn't mention this, and I didn't even think about it. The cleansing touch at level 16 was such a big factor consistently right there to mitigate slows, to mitigate Imperius with their Celestial Charge. So definitely the counterplay from the Karazim was strong, but I'll be honest, nerves are showing here, Grubby and Doa. Like, these teams are definitely showing that they're a little nervous at points to step into some of these engagements. I feel like Lauber would have been so much more aggressive in that bottom lane, but everyone was kind of just back and forth, and amazing plays. But we get to go to a game 4. It's not going to be a 3-0 best of 5 series to close out our grand finals.
Malthael's stats are so crazy that game. Top siege damage, hero damage, top self-healing, and top XP, 0 deaths. Finally, someone showing how to play Malthael effectively without dying. Of course, he had BBJ Brightwing to look over him every time he could have died, but he also knew that. So he really played within the limits of what is possible, and he actually looked scary. I get it now. And so glad you pointed out that cleansing touch, Bahamut, because I will never look askance at Karazim ETC anymore. That's why you get it, so that you can do one or multiple cleansing touch dashes to make sure that the mosh pit happens. It's the old Uther ETC combination that Vortex and Lucifron loved when I think they were on Team Liquid. D-Shield mosh pit. This is a little bit more finesse.
Indeed.
So Let me pose this to both of you. You're the winning team of you're the losing team of CrowdControl, and you've been up in the series. What do you opt for? Do you want to go first pick or map pick here?
It's a good question because I don't know if we've necessarily. Let me throw this question back at you guys. Do you feel like first pick has really been worth?
Grubby?
Well, they got Medivh out of it now, which I think was quite important. I personally don't value map pick that much in best of fives. You've got 5 maps. You're going to play most of them. I think first pick matters more if you value it. But I remember back some of the games where I listened in on some team planning for drafts. It's usually also down to the meta. If there are if there's one unacceptable bannable hero, then you do this. If there's 2 unacceptable bannable heroes, then you want it like this. If there's 6, if there's 7, that kind of determines things. And per map, it changes. So you look at a map like Dragonshire, you're like, okay, these 4 heroes are going to get banned. And then there's 2 heroes you would want. Then you don't mind if you're first or second because you can get the other. But if there's 3 heroes you want, then you want to be second pick because then you can get 2 out of the 3. So we don't really know that, sadly. And I think they know that better. So it's pretty hard to predict.
Okay. It's time to find out what the next map is going to be. Again, could be the last map in the series unless 30K says otherwise. They are going to pick Battlefield of Eternity for our 4th map. Reactions?
Good race map, good back and forth, smaller map, so a lot more team fighting. And I mean, we've had 3 awesome games of team fights. I think this is going to be a big brawl. And 30K, it's going to be on 30K realistically. They got to bring the fight in this game because if they just let CrowdControl slowly play Battlefield, they're going to lose this, and this will be CrowdControl basically giving them the treatment they got on the Thursday scrim event that happened this past week. So maybe CrowdControl purposely lost that last one, and they're just trying to be like, oh, we just want to give you the same treatment.
True, just sandbagging going into the actual games. Yeah, I understand it, but
I doubt it. I think it's a great match.
What you brought up earlier, Bahamut, I think is a really good point. That we're at the point in the day where I think nerves are starting to fray a little bit. We definitely saw Dragonshire be a lot more, not necessarily aggressive, but just a little bit messy, actually, in terms of all the picks that happened. And maybe that is due to the map itself a little bit as well. But it does seem like the players are kind of reaching a little bit more to make plays. Do you agree with that, Grubby?
Yeah, I think it's also what you see when teams are trying to protect their win, protect their tournament result, while at the same time having the experience of knowing how to get picks. And then you look at the draft, there's a lot of teleporters. I think that's how it looks when games at this high level are played. I hesitate to put it on nerves. You definitely do have a flagging concentration, which I think is kind of maybe what you guys are also getting at. No one has 100% concentration in a series of this length after having already played the semifinals as well.
No players or casters for that matter. As we go into picks and bans.
That's true. Well, we haven't made any mistakes yet. We've been correcting everything.
Oh, you're right.
But most casters would be at this point.
Yeah. We're not most casters though, obviously.
Kappa.
Well, Kappa. Here we go. It's going to be the Cassia ban again, becoming a more and more popular ban as the weekend has gone on.
I don't disagree with you. She was showcased very heavily yesterday and a little bit at the start of today. So I agree with this Cassia ban. Makes sense to me. The Garrosh, in a place where, or I guess in a team fight setting where you're going to be around Belith and Alarian, Garrosh can literally toss combo you into one of the stuns from the Immortal. So there's triple CC that can be played with Garrosh, quad CC if you want to throw a Warlord's Challenge in there. So it's really, really terrifying with that Garrosh. And I don't disagree with the bans that came out from both sides, but this Li Ming, this is great for this map and makes sense for the first pick, honestly.
Yeah, first pick Li Ming. We'll see what the other picks are going to be now for 30K. Chance to grab 2.
Does that mean they need to pick away Ana? I'm still not sure.
That's what I wonder, yeah.
Ana Li Ming is very popular in this map, and then you throw a Greymane in there as well, but they don't care about Ana.
Right, we're your bust.
BBJ, I think, has played Brightwing in every match that they've played today, except for one, and I think they played a Decker. if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Yeah,
this is also kind of telling too, if you're thinking about games that you might have against 30K going forward too, is that they'll actually allow you to have the Ana Li Ming combination over BBJ giving up that Brightwing. That's kind of a big statement there that 30K is making.
That's true, Doa, and that's interesting going into the regular season, because you may think that Ana Li Ming is not something you need to practice that much per se, because you almost never get to have it, but carte blanche, go ahead and have it. Worthy of practicing when you know that someone else has another support prioritization.
Right. And, it's at that point, with as good as BBJ is on the Brightwing, if you are allowing your opponents to get extremely powerful combinations in a mobile like that, that can signify a little bit of like hero pool weakness, perhaps. It's too early to call. The sample size is too small, but it makes you think for sure.
Looking at the ban, the CTC makes so much sense after the last game. Lauber's really annoying to deal with. The same kind of premise as Garrosh. He's kind of hard to deal with around these shrines. I was actually leaning into an Imperious ban into Masquerade, but they want to get rid of a Zeratul. I don't feel like I see a ton of Zeratul here, but there is a very squishy backline in the Li Ming Ana Hanzo.
This is a triple squishy backline, and Zeratul can either Void Prison, or he can do what I think is more likely, go for the just massive single target damage, get that spike on Ana, delete her, blink out. It's pretty easy if you're an experienced Zeratul player. Instead, all the dives gonna have to come from Diablo, and in fact, Rainer's not the best follow-up on dive per se, so Diablo is going to have to also play a little bit defensively and protect his backline.
We mentioned tanks that can throw people into stuns from the Immortals. Well, Diablo certainly does that too. It's going to be Imperious on the crowd control side, and the Blaze as well, a hero that we've seen a little bit, but not as often this weekend.
Bunker will give some safety to the squishier targets in the backline when the dive comes out from Diablo Yrel, but as Grubby was saying, a lot of the dive is in that Diablo. They need a buddy to go with that. I was actually thinking Greymane for an insane race, but that leaves you with a very low wave clear. But as some of my friends would say, Bahamut, you don't need to wave clear if you win every single Immortal.
That's true. How about a Genji?
Oh, Genji!
Wow.
Very not what I was thinking, honestly. But it does give you the opportunity to have a dive buddy in the Diablo, and you can get into that backline, you can harass, and you can peel with it as well. So it synergizes with what they've built and what they had. And I'm not sure about the Genji. I feel like he's a little lackluster, but that's just my 2 cents.
I'm sure about it. Don't you think it's just impossible to die as Genji? All the stuns have a wind-up. Blaze is like... And Imperious is like, here I come. You're just never going to get hit.
Didn't they patch it into the game that anytime you use Q, W, E, or R on Genji, he uses a voice line that says, I need healing?
No, that's Overwatch. But did they port that over to Heroes of the Storm?
I thought they did. It might have been an Overwatch patch. But my 2 cents on the draft as we get into this, I personally think that 30K's got this.
All right. Well, Bahamut predicting the 2-2, predicting the tournament to continue. We will find out if that is the case or not as we go into our game here on Battlefield of Eternity. It's going to be exciting. Crowd Control still with an opportunity to win it, and 30K with an opportunity to tie up the series. Let's go through our players one more time. Dynao on the Hanzo, Lauber on the Imperious, X-Ray on the Ana, Rutzo on the Li Ming, and Dequaza on the Blaze. Meanwhile, over on the 30K side, we have BBJ on the Brightwing, Sammy playing that Genji, Hasuabs on the Rainer, Vespertine on the Yrel once more, and Masquerade, this time piloting the Diablo. Let's go.
Yeah, I think it's hunting season for Genji. Let's start killing fountains. Though that probably doesn't work at pro play. In ladder, both fountains would be dead already to Genji cheesing them. So irritating.
Be fun. Would you ever see that in pro play, or would that just be too predictable?
I think it's probably too predictable. There is like, when you shoot out of the dark, there's not even like a building gets attacked alert. So that's part of it. And then people have horrible awareness in Storm League. But yeah, I don't think that's the way to play it. You're going to get too much push against you. Like, you're actually losing towers when that's the case. But yeah, Genji, I think, unless a sleep hits him, I think he's going to be able to play fairly aggressively, especially in the mid game. to kill some of those backliners. A lot of weight is on Masquerade's shoulders, but I think he feels very comfortable being a Diablo against 3 of those backline. It will be Lauer's job to kill Diablo. He's the only one with early percentage damage. Hanzo only unlocks his at 16 and typically doesn't go for it. They get the pierce. So Imperius is going to have to kind of kill Diablo.
Exciting stuff. We see Dekwaza heading up to the top lane to take care of that wave. But it is kind of a squishy team too. I mean, we mentioned what Bunker can do from Blaze to kind of keep people alive a little bit longer, but that said, you know, the pick potential is there. There's a lot of low health stuff. Yeah. Again, like I gotta draw on my Overwatch knowledge and say, if I'm the Ana, if I'm the Hanzo, I'm afraid of the Genji. I know Hanzo and Genji are brothers, but you still got to be afraid of the Genji. It
is scary, but I guess what I'm really lacking a little bit is, like in the early phase of the game, is Yrel can't join yet. He really needs Yrel to cause a ruckus for him to be able to do his thing. He can't be the first one in. Diablo can't be the first one in without a chunky buddy to dive with him. So 30k's draft doesn't work until there is too little emphasis on minion waves and enough on players. Then it starts to work. But you see, like in this early phase, they lost an entire wall. They're a mid-game comp, so don't expect them to take the first Immortal unless CrowdControl makes a big mistake.
Makes sense. Well, speaking of that first Immortal, it's going to come up in, or they will come up in about 15 seconds. All right. Ooh, nice stun. Good amount of damage, actually, on the Genji. Pops a deflect to sustain himself, but hey, he'll take that. It's always nice right before a big objective comes up to deal a good amount of damage like that.
Yeah, Cloak won't heal him up to full. Very nice positioning by CrowdControl to immediately get damage on the Immortal here. Diablo sharking for an angle. All the squishies get away from him, and he can only give a little bit of a push to Blaze.
Whoa, Dekwaza on the Blaze, a little bit mispositioned there. He's going to be polymorph. Can he get out? He had the charge cooldown. I was wondering if that was available, but he kept it for just such an occasion.
Yeah, he also, of course, turned on his trait. What's it called? Pyromancy?
Right. Pyromania. I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Pyromania, yeah.
Yeah, Pyromania. So he gets that bonus armor to protect himself. It was a cool pushback by by Hazuops on Rainer to interrupt the stun.
Heavy damage in onto the Hell Ult Immortal, Beleth, that's what it is. Meanwhile, the stun, they're going down after Dekwaza yet again. They know that Blaze is vulnerable early, so trying to get damage done on him. Sammy goes forward. Can they finish the kill? Not quite. So close. They're not too worried about the results of that first Immortal.
Yeah, Hazuops did a little bit of damage while 4 defenders try to prevent the inevitable. But this is the expected result. I wouldn't count this as a loss. You draft like this with Genji and Yrel, and you do not expect to win the first Immortal. So let's say this is within the realm of expectations. And it's at level 10 or maybe even 13, where I would expect 30k to come and to get ahead a little bit.
Trying to do the damage to the Immortal as fast as I can. The shield is already down, so it's not that bad, I suppose.
Funny build,
like you said. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Hanzo went for Q at 1 and serrated and never outmatched at 4 and 7. I've never seen this particular combination. That's quite funny.
Interesting. Does serrated arrows help with the Immortals?
Yeah, it helps with the Immortals. He doesn't have the 2 bonus arrows from 1, so he's on scatter build, but then he wanted the long range Q build. I guess that helps with the Immortal as well, and more with the fight.
Well, the fight over the siege camp now as Masquerade goes in. Oh, nice double stun into Hazuops and Masquerade. That's going to scare them away. Dekwaza comes through. He runs to the upright, so it doesn't hit anybody. They still manage to find the kill on the Masquerade here. Now Sammy a little bit vulnerable, backs away. Gets the shield, able to hit the... I don't think he was able to hit the well, actually. He's going to have to back. And this fort is in serious trouble.
Oh, yeah, that's a goner. Wait, what? Rainer is... Rainer just boarded from the left side of the map. Guess he got chased and managed to give them the shake.
I guess so. All right, maybe I spoke too soon. That fort still standing strong. Sammy, after the back, managed to return to the fight just in time.
So Genji went for the deflect after the shield ends. After the deflect ends, he gains his shield to further protect him, allows him to stay in for a little while longer. He can actually go in and deliberately take a Liming shot to block it and save an ally, and then have extra shields as well. It's pretty cool. Well-played Genji is a lovely sight to see, especially when we don't see him every game like in the HCC days.
True enough. Immortal's coming up in 10 seconds. So they'll be able to get ready for that soon. Looks like level 10 might be hit a little bit quicker by CrowdControl, but it's going to be close either way. Lauber there to try to defend his Immortal as much as they can.
A lot of damage being put on Bethany already by CrowdControl. They're going to get it down to 50% so easily.
Yeah, must find another way. Yeah, that's clearly not working. Yeah.
Let's try from a different position, Doa.
Sure. Why not?
Okay, we swap.
Turns out that didn't work either.
No. Not
Red
very
Team Immortal.
creative.
Not really, yeah. Red Team Immortal taking a lot more damage. Going to be another easy theoretical kill for CrowdControl. Vespertine getting aggressive. Trying to do what they can, but no, that is going to be a big shield for Blue Team's Immortal going into this next push.
But again, the protection of the globes by 30k, a neutral fight before the Immortal spawns, is exactly what you would need to almost completely neutralize an attacking Immortal. And it would be CrowdControl's mistake to take it. So maybe I can motivate Storm League allies to also protect the globes together, to take that fight before the Immortal is there. But it is here now.
Don't get that excited.
No, don't get too optimistic. That's where disappointment lies.
I'm gonna say,
The Immortals getting... Yeah.
Yeah, with the quest complete, as you can see, Vespertine just trying to separate CrowdControl from their Immortal so that they can just burn that down as fast as possible. Maybe save this fort, but I doubt it. It's going to be so low. Nope, the fort. That fort has 0 HP. I was going to say it has like 1 remaining, but the last tiny little minions were there to finish it off. Meanwhile, Dequaza trying to put some pressure in on the top lane as well. And that fort's still standing, but maybe not for long. Meanwhile, Sammy goes in onto Lauber here. Masquerade tries his hand. And Engage is going to get stunned.
That seems kind of like a win. Masquerade found a wall stun on Imperius and did it. He got stopped by Gladiator's Medallion on Imperius, but not before Hanzo also felt like he needed to come to defense and essentially wasted his arrow.
Right. Can they fight this here? BBJ in a little bit of a dangerous spot, but Diablo going to go in. Oh, nice knockback. Die now in trouble. They're going to try to jump into the bunker, but it didn't save everybody. They lost to Houndzo early, and that's another nice throw into Lauber. The tank out of the way. Knockback from Vespertine in the polymorph. They had Lauber's number there. Meanwhile, another kill comes in. Sammy has been unleashed in the backline. Masquerade looking for another flip. If he can just get the cooldown back in time, he can't quite, but they are going to have to give up the fort. So nice turnaround by 30k to find that fight in their favor.
Yeah, really nice job by Masquerade to find the Apocalypse combo on Ana, I believe it was. Was it Ana or Liming? Couldn't even get in the bunker, was perma-stunned, and then
Liming,
coming around the side, getting another kill as well. They got the kill on Imperius, who had no medallion. So now it's relevant, that Q stun against the wall 80 seconds ago.
Yep. They just, yeah, you're right. They just did cause Imperius to use that medallion in the very engage before that. Oh, and pings on Masquerade, they did see him.
I expected the turnaround to come around level 13 for 30k for their comp to start working. It was a little bit before that. Now they've got their level 13, instantly pick all their talents, and their Immortal is still suffering. So I feel like Hasselhoff should join here.
Yeah.
He should join, and they should actually take a real fight.
It seems like they do need the fight. They're not going to be able to race. Although the Immortal's at similar health right now, a little bit of a lead for the blue side Immortal, but still, seems like you want the fight.
Brightwing now ports in. Apocalypse actually fails. He could not connect, but Ana gets taken down by Genji.
Yeah, X-Ray. Sammy manages to find him anyway. They did have a pretty good engage in the back of that fight, finding the squishy members of that, but 30k has to be careful. They force CrowdControl to abandon the bunker, though, by just pulling away from the fight. That said, maybe they can save their Immortal now.
Yeah, I think so. There's Ana is dead. Liming's damage is still there, but Rainer's gonna torch that Immortal too quickly. Ilarion down. Bethany will push with a 6,000 HP shield. It's not much. It's not as much as what CrowdControl had, but it's more than what 30k has had so far. They maintain.
Well, what they've had up till now is nothing as far as Immortals go, so you'll take it. Yeah. Good old Bethany pushing down the bot lane.
She's reliable. She's an old hag, but reliable.
That's right. It's helping out. All right. That wall in serious trouble. Nice flip. Oh, into the stun onto... into the polymorph. They're so ready for Lauber. He's tanky, but he's still in a little bit of trouble. Masquerade just not letting him get back to his team. Now Vespertine joins in. Still more damage. They're taking out the fort in the meantime. Dequaza walks all the way down. They don't believe he was there at the beginning of the fight. They're really just picking on Lauber now.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough control on the side of CrowdControl. Ironically, that was really not intended to stop a URL from punching everyone and Genji picking whoever he wants to. Diablo is a threat that can barely be dealt with as well, unless Imperius gives the full attention. But it's Diablo that keeps spamming stuns and displacements on Imperius that prevents him from really choosing his target. It's just Wild West hunting season. Every time 30k engages,
pretty much.
Raynor doesn't even get looked at. Like, he can shoot whoever he wants.
Yeah, he's been basically untouched all game, it feels like. And I think Masquerade is just using his ultimate on cooldown, man. He's just using it to zone people. He doesn't care. Doesn't hit anyone with it. He's like, it's fine. I made them back off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Bruisers getting taken slowly.
Yeah. Pretty exciting game so far. 30k looking like they are very much alive in this one. 5 kills to 1. And we may see that game 5 if they can keep this up.
Let's
but
see.
We do know CrowdControl is good at turning things around late. The question is, can they do that in this game in particular?
Yeah, who did they do it against?
WildHearth.
WildHearth.
That was a big one, yeah. They did win against, obviously, Sidestep Kings earlier today in the 2-1 victory in the first semifinal, but the impressive comebacks, I think, came yesterday when WildHearth did such a great job of dominating the early and mid game, and CrowdControl still came back and made it, I believe, 2-0, if I recall correctly?
2-0, yeah. Two quote-unquote stolen games, earned, of course, earned in the late game. Yorel going in, trying to get the stun on Li Ming, but Li Ming quickly teleports away.
Yeah, that Apocalypse. It's hard to catch people with it, but they do more structure damage, so that is something. Time to go back, get ready for the Immortals. They're going to get a nice lead, perhaps, on this one. Vespertine lurking in the shadows. Masquerade has to back away. Oh, no, he doesn't actually. Meanwhile, BBJ and Haswab's getting some free fire onto the blue team. Immortal Vespertine dives in. Lauber stunned against the wall. Rutzel looking for an angle on the back line. Ooh, that's a lot of damage on a Vespertine. Got to be careful there. Backs away on the Urel. Pops the ultimate.
Ardent Defender's gone, 2-minute ult. You can never kill Urel the first time around unless it's like a really long CC chain. They used not too many resources on her. I mean, it's nice knowing that in the future maybe you can kill Urel. However, they're not in a position to do so anymore. Level 16 is only just reached. They come in now. This is it. This is where CrowdControl wants to make their stand.
Yep, that's right. And look at how 30k intelligently backed away right as they knew the engage was coming. They did enough damage to their to the Immortal that they're like, all right, we're just going to let the other one finish it off naturally and just sort of like hang out.
Desperately fishing for kills is CrowdControl. Lauber with that Celestial Charge after Masquerade, but his positioning was too good.
Very nicely done. You can see the blue team Immortal definitely suffering a little bit here. Sammy wrapping around the back with BBJ. Maybe they can find a fight that they're looking for. CrowdControl being aggressed on now. Dequaza really low, has to back off. Meanwhile, they do get the stun to Lauber again. They just don't let him play the game, it seems like. That said, Vespertine with a big hammer. CC still alive. CrowdControl's players still around for the moment, but everybody really, really low. Immortal does go the way of 30k again, and now the kills start rolling in. 2 kills already. Sammy finds one in the back, and the rest of CrowdControl sent scrambling. Grubby, is this enough to end the game?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. This is enough. They have a catapult already. They're gonna get Blaze as well.
Leap the fountain, but ooh, just burning right through that healing is Sammy.
What part of the fight did you look at during that?
You know, I was mostly it was a long fight. Which part of the fight are you talking about?
Yeah, like the whole thing where they got the 3 kills. I was only looking at Genji, and he was just wrapping around clockwise all the way around Ana, never let go until he finally found an X strike. It was so easy for him. Nobody even looked at him. He got all the damages, all the targets he wanted. There's a lot of distraction by Diablo and Urel, but Sammy just
that's the thing.
Like, the last 2 kills, and he didn't even take any damage or stunts.
That's the game. We are going to map number 5 between CrowdControl and 30K. For myself, I was just watching them kind of bullying Lauber around, and I think that was the idea, right? They wanted to distract everybody else with all of the crowd control, all the CC, all the attention they were putting on the tank, while, like you said, Sammy and BBJ tracked down the swishy backline. But impressive stuff. Stats-wise, anything seem notable to you there, Grubby?
I think this game wasn't about the stats, though we can see Genji having that 31,000 hero damage, 0 deaths, 6 kills. I think we already saw it. Genji, I predicted he was going to be unstoppable, and he was. As soon as Urel was able to come into the fight, Baha's prediction, correct? 30K takes it.
That's right. Bahamut, how about that? Pretty cleanly done by 30K.
It's so strong from 30K. Like, every single game, I look at Brightwing immediately. I look at BBJ's healing, and it's always 30,000 higher than the opposing side. So either they're able to go and edit these stats, or literally Baby J, which is actually the day. BB, I think, anyways, Big Baby Jesus is able to go ahead and just constantly just have such a strong Brightwing. And it's not only the Brightwing. I think Grubby, you said it perfectly. The Genji play from Sammy was just through the roof, and I have not seen a Genji this strong in a very long time, and definitely this is something that teams need to be worried about in the future.
Yeah. Well, here we go. It's going to be a quick break, and when we come back, the final game of HeroesCCL Icebreaker Tournament presented by Roll20. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, 30K, CrowdControl. They both have a chance to take it in the next map. We'll find out who gets it done right after this. Welcome back to HeroesCCL, presented by Roll20. I am Doan. With me, of course, are Grubby and Bahamut. Guys, we have one map remaining in the Icebreaker Tournament, CrowdControl versus 30K. 30K is on the verge of completing the reverse sweep. Do you believe? Do you think it's possible? Looks like we're going to Towers of Doom for the final map here.
Well, Bahamut never stopped believing, and it started to become true. And I think I know before the draft which team you think is going to win, Bahamut. It's 30K, isn't it?
No. No, I think it's the audience who has won here because we're going to Towers of Doom for a game number 5. No, realistically, I kind of want CrowdControl to win a little bit for like the shutdown and the storyline of it all, but part of me wants 30K to win as well because that's also a very cool storyline of the first reverse sweep in HeroesCCL. I understand it would technically fall under the preseason category, but hey, I'm still going to be counting the fact that we had a 31-minute match today as our longest HeroesCCL match in history thus far. But we're already running through the bans right now. Medivh,
Really
Brightwing finally to be respect banned out, and another Chromie ban.
Yeah, I'm really curious what BBJ is going to pick up without the Brightwing. Obviously, he can play more than just a Brightwing, but what's that choice going to be?
Deckard strong. We haven't seen any Ana from them. We could be seeing Stukov. Alex Strauss is way fallen in the meta because of just how easy it is to counter her in a sense, but with no Cassia ban, there's the high priority coming out from CrowdControl.
No big surprise at all. Cassie has been such a big priority pick and ban all weekend long across pretty much all teams.
Stukov Abathur.
Zerg synergy, go.
I like it though. You know, you can get the auto attack speed adjustment from Abathur with Adrenal Overload on Stukov.
Lost Vikings.
Oh, the Vikings, they're still up. Like, there's so many good options, but Yrel and Junkrat will be grabbed, and that makes sense. A lot of prowess for Vesper and a lot of prowess for Hazops.
Yeah. Makes sense.
A lot safer. And you actually can't pick Abba while giving a pick to the opponent next. You can only do it pre-ban. Like now, Abba would be fine because then CrowdControl can remove Vikings in the ban.
Yeah. Also, Abathur with Cassia would be wonderful. I mean, double Cassia running around, double blinds, double Lightning Fury, double Fen Dive. But they're going to opt for their solo lane in the Leoric and a main tank Joanna. Good poke potential, good setup. We did see Lauber on Volskaya Foundry turn the tides with that Lightning Fury at level 20, or excuse me, Heaven's Fury, I think
Heaven's
it is.
Fury, yeah.
For the upgrade on Falling Sword, which, as you noted in that game, probably caught 30K off guard, especially in that team fight.
Sorry, Aban. Wow, triple warrior denied. Of course, warrior, an archaic term from a boomer, but Leoric, Johanna, and Zarya will be denied.
Imperious ban. Okay.
So these are respect bans. Respect into Rutzo Zarya, respect onto Masquerade's Imperious, because both could be picked up here with the compositions drafted, and they'd be very strong.
True enough. 2 picks now. On to the 30K side. What's it going to be? Stukov. And ETC. Okay.
The
It's good separate control, both of them.
But in this, let's see. What are your interrupts into potential Moss? Bless Shield, Valkyrie if they go into it, but this feels very much more like a Lightning Ball map with how many collapsed or stacked up team fights we get. So
Buried alive.
Buried alive. Well, you have to get all the way to 20 though, Grubby.
Just get the 20.
Oh, just get the 20 and win forehead. But they're gonna grab an Ana for their support. That does give them the sleep dart, and they have Hanzo as well, which will be. You have the AoE big stun from the Dragon Strike on that one. So overall, a great composition for CrowdControl, but I think this is, as I said in some of the other games when the tide started to turn, I feel like this is a little bit more responsive to what 30K's drafting rather than kind of controlling or driving the draft.
Interesting. Final pick. Maybe.
Greymane maybe more likely.
Li Ming. All right.
I like it. The Li Ming has really good repositional value with the Junkrat as well. If you go into the Wave of Force and that 20, you can go into Repulsion with that massive wave. I think there's just so much displacement between the Li Ming, Junkrat, ETC, Yrel, post 10. And Stukov too, because I'm forgetting about flailing swipe and massive shove. So it's team displacement versus team kind of sustained damage, I guess you could say.
Hard to say, but it's all about clicking those shrines in the end, you know, and displacement. You know, that certainly helps you accomplish that. You see the enemy team coming in, you displace to get that little extra portion of channel you need to send the shots at the core. Bahamut, call it. Who's taking it?
I'm gonna give it to CC. Let's see the storyline unfold with them beating out 30.
All right. Well, thanks, Bahamut. We will catch up with you post game once we know who takes the Icebreaker Tournament. We have gone all the way down to game number 5 between CrowdControl and 30K. Let's go through the roster one last time. Dequaz on the Leoric, Dynao on the Cassia, X-Ray playing the Ana, Rutzo on the Hanzo, and Lauber with the Johanna for CrowdControl. Meanwhile, over on the 30K side, we have ETC on the Masquerade, Urel playing the Vespertine as usual, Hasuabs on the Junkrat, Sammy gets to play the Li Ming this time around, and BBJ, not the Bright Wing, it's Stukov this time. The gates are down. Let's go. Let's see who wins this tournament.
Let's go. Sammy really redeemed himself after a kind of annoying Vala game for him on Samuro. Let's see how he does on Li Ming. Wave of Force and Repulsion are tools to get sappers to go into the enemy core line, but if used wrongly, sometimes you accidentally have sappers go into your core line. If you push
Don't want
them
that.
Don't want that.
A lot of damage being done to Sammy early on. Has to back off and play it a little bit safer here. Luckily, Stukov can get a lot of healing done on a lot of team members very quickly. Trying to deny the rotation now is CrowdControl. It's being a little bit annoying there, and they do force 30K back a bit. You're gonna have to go the other way.
Yeah, I love Stukov or anyone rotating like that. Not enough people do it. Generally, people, at least in Storm Lake, are quite impatient and hopeful. Just take the gamble. But this is absolutely correct. Please learn from this, guys. Never make this mistake again. BBG goes around BBJ, and he does not lose any minions, as far as I know. 1 max, if anything. So it's not like he really made a big sacrifice.
Yeah, they do get the siege camp as well. So things going more or less according to plan for 30K early on. But Stukov can do a pretty decent job clearing wave sometimes with the lurking arm, if he's allowed to get that channel in at least. Sleep Dart on the Masquerade. Gonna need to be a little bit aware of that.
Currently, CrowdControl doesn't know if Urel was going to join bot. She was missing for a while, but now she's top again, so it's all coolio.
Nice. Alright, uh-oh. Damage coming in on the Masquerade. He's got to try to escape here. The Fend doing a lot of work in reducing that HP bar. CrowdControl taking some hits as well, but Masquerade, the one who, along with BBJ, are going to have to go back and hit the well.
It's always a bit tenuous trying to look for an opening when people aren't making dumb mistakes. So I keep looking at the vision. We have a 4-man mid by CrowdControl. It looks like Dino is a little bit out of position. Cassia removing her armor trait is Masquerade with the power slide through her, but she's getting away. Junkrat doesn't get the concussion mine on top of her in the correct direction. She just was able to put enough distance behind herself. Right. And no one was actually forced to use Gladiator's Medallion to save themselves. So
good
Sammy,
discipline.
Yeah,
so aggressive.
Yeah. It's annoying.
It's very brave Li Ming. Jump in front of the 4-man. Masquerade taking some more damage as well. And it does take time for Stukov to heal up that HP, especially if his cooldown isn't up.
Yeah, 16-second cooldown on the bio kill switch, so it only does a little bit of regeneration.
Yep. Tower's going to the opposite sides, as you would imagine, for the very first one. Even trade.
Urel is showing top, Leoric is showing mid. This is a clean 4-on-4. Let's see if it is respected.
I don't know.
Chattering
BBJ
teeth.
using that lurking arm just to keep the minion wave pushing a little bit in their favor, but not that much. There's the channel. There's the Sleep Dart. Masquerade pulled in a little bit. Can they win the fight and get the shrine?
Urel is coming over. Urel with the flank. 30K is looking to uneven the odds.
They should know that. Leoric taking a while to get down there. So it is going to be a 5v4 for a little while. No, they turn him around.
Yeah, he changed his mind.
I guess so. Masquerade still just being annoying, clicking the shrine, forcing a response from Lauber. But the minion wave pushes back, and so 30k need to address that before they go back down and contest the shrine again. Oh, Masquerade takes a big shot. He's going to back away, and that might be enough to give it over. Yeah, they put some damage into Sammy as well, and so just calm, collected, and CrowdControl manages to just chunk out 30k enough to get that shrine.
It's their new team name, Calm Collected.
Yep, that's also CC, I guess.
I thought you did it on purpose.
Nope, but I'll take it.
Genius.
Too late now, I guess. But
okay, Sapper for a Sapper.
Yeah. That was really impressive, though, with CrowdControl. You know, not getting overly aggressive, not getting panicky at all.
Just slowly pushing out the wave, doing a little bit of damage, making it unsustainable for 30k to stay.
And that's what you got to do. It's those little wins here and there.
We have Cassia and Johanna coming down. No one really has any kind of edge, so you shouldn't expect any kills unless there is a mistake. Nope. Sappers will be dealt with fairly easily. Good job by CC taking them down before they get to the towers. It's at level 10, I believe, where we will maybe start seeing the first kills. And keep in mind that minion waves are worth more than hero kills until about maybe level 9 or so, and it becomes really worth it at level 13. So when you have a double laner like Yrel or Leoric, that's 2 waves that you do all the time. So when you leave it, you're giving up 2 waves at a time. So you really need at least level 13 to make that a worthwhile experience trade to want to join your team and get a kill. And when you do join, you must get a kill within 5 seconds when you rotate down. Otherwise, you're spending too much time away and you'll lose even if you get a kill. That's why you don't see people taking that risk.
Ladies and gentlemen, he did the math.
Well, kind of. Approximating it.
All right, Shrine in the Shrine in mid and bottom active now. We'll see who claims it. Nice stun. Ooh, great Valkyrie, and they get the kill onto the Junkrat pretty easily. It's going to be the mosh pit, though, from Masquerade. That's going to lead to one on the Cassia on the other side. Rutso having to back away along with X-Ray. So a kill on each side. Nice condemn. 3-man condemn from Lauber. Does it set them up for anything else? We will see. Vespertine getting in the back lines now, and it looks like they do manage to find the kill onto the Hanzo there. Lauber not done quite yet, but I don't know if the kills are going to come in. Dequaza manages to get out. The Wraith Walk, I believe it is. Vespertine knocking him back, so Lauber just kind of messed with a little bit as BBJ goes down to make sure that Sammy gets that channel off, and that was a win. Team fight win that 30k really needed.
Yeah, really nice turnaround. They got their Junkrat blown up instantly. Hasselhoff was not allowed to play the game there. He got hit by the arrow, got pulled in by the Valkyrie, and he died. But a really cool turnaround by 30k with a little bit of flailing swipes from Stukov to isolate some of the targets away, including Leoric. They got the double kill, which netted them the tower shots. Now with the Sapper. Will they invade the other Sapper? Why not? Why aren't they invading? It's 4v3.
They decided to just let it go. They're generous. You know, they want it to be a close game, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know why. I mean, Johanna was coming back. They had like a 3-second window, and maybe they didn't like their chances.
Look at how short those buildings are compared to ETC. He's going all the way up to the roof almost. Either a really huge cow or really tiny buildings on this map.
It's so unrealistic.
That's right. Unplayable.
I remember what Uther said.
Oh, nice
Try not
stun.
to think about it. Oh, pushing Johanna into the silence. Oh, the pull!
Oh, that was even better. Kill onto Sammy this time on the Li Ming, and that's 2 big picks in a row via the Cassia from Dino. Well done.
Yeah, nice, really good Valkyries by Dino on Li Ming there. Now they're starting to work away on the towers. With Li Ming gone, there really isn't any kind of burst follow-up. Whatever Junkrat, ETC, Stukov do, I don't believe anyone should die here unless they really heavily mess up and get hit by the fort. So Li Ming being gone, playground open for CrowdControl.
Pretty much. It's going to be another Shrine popping up in mid 15 seconds from now. The whole team will be there. all Gladiators medallions available right now for 30k. Something to kind of take note of, as the Hanzo and the Cassia are still lacking those. I almost said Cassiopeia, and that messed me up so much. I'll get my MOBAs confused. Here we go again. But BBJ able to avoid that this time, being unstoppable and all.
Also Ops skirting the dangerous side. Joanna eating the trap on purpose to clear it. Iguaza following Liming and Vespertine.
Chasing a little bit. There's the slide into Lauber. Takes a lot of damage. The CC train is rolling, and that's going to be a kill onto the tank. Lauber couldn't get out of that one. Meanwhile, X-Ray under threat from Vespertine. The Ana forced away from the rest of the team fight, and that's going to give Masquerade the channel more damage heading towards the core, and they're still going to catch X-Ray in the end. Now Rutzo, some damage onto Vespertine, but can they make them pay for it? Looks like maybe they've got the kill onto this one. I suppose.
She's healing.
Oh, nice.
She's
using
healing.
using the base shots to heal up. That was really nice.
Yeah.
Clever.
2 minutes cooldown. He's using it like a healing fountain.
Yeah, Ardent Defender, useful in many situations.
Yeah. Not very defensive what he did there, but cool stuff.
Just defending him.
Yeah. 30k with a little bit of a lead. Can they do the reverse sweep, Doa?
I don't know. It's looking good so far. They've got the kills so far. They've got the damage onto core. Towers of Doom can come back in a big way, but things looking good for 30k, and that would be, a big statement too, is they won the last show match 3-1. It's just a show match, but then to come back and reverse sweep again, like that's the makings of a rivalry right there.
Doa, I've played a few Hero show matches over the last years. You know what I always told my teammates as we started? It's not just a show match.
All right, so see, in all my years of competitive esports and all that, we're always trained to be like, it's just a show match. But we're not the players, so...
Yeah, the first time I played a show match, I was like, it's just a show match. Then I lost. It felt so bad. I said it's not just a show match every next time.
Oh, Vespertine. Gonna get taken out by the Headless Horseman. But no, you know what? I take it back. Grubby. I know what you meant. Because we did the talent takedown in Overwatch League where it was casters versus casters. And
right.
Yeah. Once the games start, the fun stops. You're like, all right, we just got to beat them now.
Yeah, exactly.
Losing year one did not feel good.
Yeah, we did that too. Like, you play against casters and productions, everyone is laughing and stuff, but when you put on the headsets, don't mind me if I try hard. And I see the same energy from 30k and CrowdControl. They're playing for the viewers' viewing pleasure. The viewers have rewarded them greatly with a lovely donation trained to the prize pool for the regular season. So everyone benefits.
It's amazing. Like, yeah, just to take a moment and talk about that, like the way the fans are already supporting CCL, it's incredible. Yeah, we're currently sitting at 6,500 contributed this weekend. That is amazing. What a start. I'm so impressed. /thrilled / hyped for the season to come.
2 weeks from now.
Exactly, yeah. These teams are going to get a couple weeks to practice a bit more, to watch these VODs, analyze things, find out interesting off-meta stuff they can throw at their opponents. And then the regular season begins. We'll talk a bit more about that after the game, but I can't wait.
We have this slow siege on the fort, but Hanzo doesn't have a lot of siege damage. So it's nothing like having a Junkrat or a Sylvanas who can just unload on a fort like that.
Right.
So there's just a methodical slow play, getting the sappers again. Now, will there be the invade? Dequaza is ready here. Urel is visible. It's a 5 versus 4. They don't even need Leoric yet, but he's going to go for the Stukov. Hanzo arrow. Stukov goes down after ETC gets slaughtered.
No chance at all for Masquerade or BBJ. They just got wrecked, man. That was crowd control, both the team and the game mechanic. That was extremely impressive, and they do it in a position where they can take the siege camp and they can take 2 of the shrines. What a comeback!
Yeah, this is just amazing. They get what is it? 10? Did they just get 10 shots? They did, right? Yeah.
It was
24
all 3,
versus,
right?
No, it was 24 versus 28, so they lose 3 because they have the bottom bell tower, and then they shoot 10 times. And now with the sapper, that could be 13. So those takedowns were worth 10 points differential.
Wow, that's incredible.
3 versus 13. Just a wonderful swing back for CrowdControl. And now they can choose to either defend bottom forward, also try to take mid, or set up at the boss.
We'll see what they decide to choose. Looks like they're positioning a little bit around mid right now. Kind of want to get that done.
Not level 20 yet. It would actually be bucking the trend to want to fight at 19. Normally you're like, let's just get 20.
This is probably smart by 30K to force some pressure on the boss to try to bring the game back into their favor, try to force the fight on their turns. Vesper team into the back line. Oh, that's a nice stun chain onto the tank there. But now Vespertine a little bit about half health. Oh, Masquerade down. He tried to go for the mosh pit. Didn't end up working out. The Urel out of commission as well. And this just might end up being... Look at that zoning with the Riptire. CrowdControl, though, can wait it out. And they are just going to go ahead and send even more shots. So 30K feeling they were behind, taking a chance. But it did not pan out the way they wanted.
That's game. They're going to get a fort. Then they're going to get 6 plus 6 is 13.
Well, it's 12 technically, but it's enough either way.
I love you, dude. You're like not throwing me under the bus. I know I'm lame, but you're actually thinking it could really be that stupid. I mean, it's 6 plus 6 is 12. This is game. Even on Towers of Doom, it's enough of a wipe to get the win here. So I think you're still right. That was the right play for 30K to go force that boss, don't you think?
Anytime I can do math, I'm happy. That's the game, though. The GG's coming out. The core is going to go down, and just like that, CrowdControl managed to turn it around, deny the reverse sweep, and we have a CrowdControl win here in the Icebreaker Tournament for CCL. Crazy ending to that one. I was expecting that game to go a little bit longer.
Yeah, me too. But, 30K, they had a choice to wait for the slow grind and maybe wait for something lucky. Instead, they went for the forced play on the boss. I agree with you. I think it was cool. It was the only way to force an 18 versus 19 fight.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll be 19v20. There's still the double objective point. You will lose the boss. It was the right call. Even if they had 30% chance to win, don't do it, and you've got a 10% chance to win. So some people will be like, oh, throw at the boss. No, that was the correct play, at least we think.
I think so. I think, and they nearly had it too. So it was very close to going the other way. Bahamut, though, 30K, so close, weren't able to take it. CrowdControl denying the reverse sweep. What do you think of that last game?
Called them. I called some of them. It's not all of them, some of them. But sure. I gotta say, the big MVP for me on this one, it's Cassia. Like, Dino on this Cassia was absolutely insane. The play in bottom lane around 13 minutes to have the Valkyrie, and then you had Dequaza set up with that Entomb. I think it was on to BBJ on the Stukov, who then got hit by the arrow from Hanzo. So it was just early game, some back and forth that was seemingly in favor for 30K, but CrowdControl, I looked at their draft and I thought they really, really take the late game. Their poke potential is massive. Their scaling is insane, and this is a really good game. And I also want to note this as well. They got rid of BBJ's Brightwing. This is the first game that I've seen BBJ healing less than the opposing side with 35,000 to X-Ray's 45,000.
It's pretty big. Let's take a look at that final bracket. As you can see, it came down to the wire, down to the very last game, but it will be CrowdControl to take the win 3-2 over 30K in this best of 5 and win the HeroesCCL Icebreaker Tournament. And we have an interview coming up in a moment. Didn't quite hear who that was.
X-Ray.
With X-Ray. Okay. Cool. X-Ray.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Hey,
well,
congratulations, dude. Sick ending to a very exhilarating series. You guys closed it out with that 5th map after nearly suffering a reverse sweep. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, it was, of course, like after 2 games, the mental goes down a little bit because like if you lose 1 game, it's kind of fine. If you lose 2, it's already a little bit like, but I think when we saw the draft, everyone was kind of motivated. I think the draft felt really comfortable and yeah. Feeling good. Was a great series, I think.
Awesome.
What do you think about what about the draft felt comfortable? Because we saw a very fish in the water Cassia played by Dino. Was he happy to finally get here in this series? Is that part of it?
I mean, I think Cassia is top assassin for now, so a lot of teams prioritize her, and especially like Semi, he plays Cassia like every game, so we decided to ban it or pick it, kind of. But it's a strong pick on itself, and Dino is great on Cassia, and yeah, we actually set up the combo that 30k farmed us with on the show match. If you guys have seen or heard of it, they played like the Bless Shield into Cassia pull one shot, and we basically did the same. It's pretty easy to play. If you hit your stun, you just win the fight.
So I was going to bring that show match up, X-Ray, actually. So that show match didn't exactly go your way, but you came back and won this one today. Do you feel like there's a little bit of a rivalry forming with 30K at this point? You're 1-1 in series overall. What do you think?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, rivalry is cool. Rivalry is good. But yeah, I think like the matches right now, like people haven't scrimmed too much. Like the show match for us was our second scrim, kind of. So so I think our team was a little bit behind on the scrimming for now, and we're gonna step it up though. Everyone is motivated, and I think once we step up the scrimming game, then we're gonna be a lot more consistent.
Look consistent today already. All right, but that will do it for the interview. X-Ray, thanks for joining us. Congrats again on the win, and good luck in the regular season in a couple weeks.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good one. All right, guys, that was X-Ray from Team CrowdControl. But let's take a look at that future that will be beginning in 2 weeks. Day 1 of HeroesCCL brought to you by Roll20. 2 best of 5s. It's going to be Simplicity taking on Sidestep Kings, and then Granite Gaming taking on WildHearth Esports. Those are going to be 2 fun matches. I'm actually really looking forward to watching WildHearth again. They were just insane. That was a hyper-aggressive team. It's the way I like to see it, guys.
Yeah, this time we're going to have best of 5s with them as well. Bahamut, you think there's going to be a big transformation in what they can show in that kind of games?
Absolutely. Best of 5s give you opportunities to maybe experiment a little bit, but then you still have a large pool of games to run it back. So we might see some interesting plays towards the early weeks, but I think towards the later half, it's going to be very established meta.
Right. Well, before we close it out, we want to shout out a big thank you to Roll20 for being a great partner to us here at CCL. And they've also got something going on this weekend, too. I believe it's Sunday evening, so maybe it's almost over, but you can still check it out anyway. Over Roll20, they're putting on a 3-day gaming event for charity at Roll20Con. Join them for a weekend of games, entertainment, and exclusive Roll20 announcements. And you can use the command !Roll20Con in chat to learn more. You better do it now so you can go catch what's left of it before it's over. They are awesome. We are so thrilled to have them working with us here on CCL. And that'll about do it. Guys, your final thoughts on an awesome weekend of Heroes of the Storm. Grubby, I'm going to go to you first.
Yeah, my appetite for more HOTS has been whetted, also to play it, also to watch it. It was a great set of games. I'm so pleased that all the players took it so seriously and gave it their all and showed us such amazing games. And I'm just hyped for the regular season to start 2 weeks hence.
Same here. Bahamut?
Play Cho'Gall, please.
That's it. That's all you got?
Okay. One day.
Yeah, it was awesome games. Hey. Awesome games. I had a blast this weekend, but more Cho'Gall. That's all I want.
Short and sweet. I appreciate it. Well, from me, from everybody at Wisdom at HeroesCCL producing this fantastic job with them this weekend. I think it went great. Thanks to you guys for watching, for supporting the prize pool, for saying that Heroes Esports is very much not dead game, LOL. It is a very live game that is awesome to watch and play and cast. I've had a great time. Hopefully you guys did too. Enjoy the next couple weeks. Good luck on the ladder, and we will see you for the first day of HeroesCCL presented by Roll20 in just a bit.